Translator *Kenyi Translations Editor *Kenyi Translations. Luo Xiaobai had always been an upright girl. However, after the initial hostility, she quickly reacted. In terms of interests alone, the Thug Academy was indeed lacking teachers. Furthermore, Jiuyin Ling represented the Jiuyin family. Although they had declined, they had come to help on the ancient battlefield. Secondly, there was no problem with the girl, Jiuyin Ling. She had a high chance of rising to prominence. She was more than enough to be a teacher. As for the relationship between Jiuyin Ling and Han Fei, Luo Xiaobai knew that Han Fei didn't have such thoughts. Therefore, what she was conflicted about was, if Jiuyin Ling stayed and followed Han Fei every day, would they fall in love over time? Luo Xiaobai thought to herself, it's fine if Jiuyin Ling stays, but I have to have a talk with Han Fei. Therefore, Luo Xiaobai looked at Han Fei. It's up to you. Lu Renquang took a deep breath and secretly said to Zhang Xuanyu, it doesn't seem right. Zhang Xuanyu rolled his eyes. Sure, although this girl is really good looking, I'm still against her in terms of morality. Without Xia Xiaochan, there had only been 4 people in their team. It was impossible for outsiders to join. The reason why everyone was at ease with Li Luoluo was that Li Luoluo's personality switch was too strange. Even Zhang Xuanyu couldn't withstand this change, much less Han Fei. Although Jiuyin Ling couldn't join this team either, everyone was on Xia Xiaochan's side. Although Xia Xiaochan wasn't around for the time being, the 3 of them still played the most direct role of supervision. They couldn't bear to see Han Fei fall in love with someone else. Han Fei said indifferently, Su Sanqian, Su Daiji, cultivate well. Have you made it halfway through? When the 2 of them heard that, they immediately focused on their cultivation. It was better not to make a sound. Han Fei regained his composure and said calmly, all right, I have no problem with Jiuyin Ling being a teacher at the Thug Academy, but Han Fei looked at her and said solemnly, there's indeed something wrong with your comfort and nature technique. Follow me. The reason why Han Fei quickly recovered his composure was that he felt that this shouldn't be a problem. The sea-quelling painting was in his hands, and after a year of cultivation, he had plenty of resources. Han Fei felt that he didn't need to worry about a mere 100 million points of spiritual energy. After all, helping her was equivalent to helping himself. Furthermore, he had to help her. This was also why Han Fei agreed to let her stay. This involved a very serious problem. Behind the mountain, Han Fei looked at Jiuyin Ling and said, you seem to have changed a lot. Jiuyin Ling smiled faintly. Yes. Not bad. I know quite a few people in the Heavenly Water Village and have made good friends. Han Fei's eyelids twitched. Huh? There are still people worth befriending in the Heavenly Water Village? She smiled. You know her. She's He Xiaoyu. Unfortunately, I didn't spend much time with her. Then, she went to the Scattered Stars Island. By the way, I learned a lot about your childhood. Han Fei immediately covered his head. Sigh. With He Xiaoyu's big mouth, what wouldn't she say? Han Fei nodded and said, you've become much more sunny and even learned how to be devilish. However, follow me somewhere first. With a thought, an illusion of the land appeared. Han Fei said, give me your hand. Grabbing her hand, Han Fei stood in the shadow. In the next second, the 2 of them disappeared into the forest in the blink of an eye. Inside the sea-quelling painting. Master. In the void, a pangolin crawled out. This was its innate ability, void drill. The reason why the pangolin arrived as soon as Han Fei appeared was naturally because of the existence of Jiuyin Ling. As a creature in the painting, it would be a failure if it couldn't protect Han Fei in the painting. When Jiuyin Ling saw the pangolin, she was slightly shocked. How powerful. The moment she entered this space, she became vigilant. A living being could actually tear through the void. This wasn't something ordinary law enforcers could do. Even explorers might not have this ability. Han Fei smiled and said, "Perfect. Senior Earth 9, follow me into the 9. Sounds missed." 9 sounds missed? She was stunned. Does it have something to do with me? Han Fei smiled. To be precise, it has something to do with your comfort and nature technique. Earth 9 said gently, comfort and nature technique? I remember. In the past, someone seemed to be listening here and created a technique. However, that person didn't walk through the 9 sounds missed. Han Fei looked at the blank look on Jiuyin Ling's face and chuckled. Do you remember what I told you before? Is there something wrong with your comfort technique? She nodded. Han Fei had said it back then, but it was true that there were no problems with this technique. However, she had no idea what the problem was. Han Fei pointed at the faint fog in front of him and said, "Let's go. Hold my hand and don't let go." Han Fei wasn't taking advantage of her. If she was gone after hearing the 9 sounds, he wouldn't know how to get her back with his current control of the sea-quelling painting. Woo. In the sky, there were a series of sounds. Suddenly, Jiuyin Ling stopped as her face turned extremely pale. Then, she cried. It was unknown what she had seen. With a thought, Han Fei's voice gradually weakened. Only then did Jiuyin Ling recover, but her body was a little soft and she couldn't stand stably. It was extremely rare for her to reveal a shocked expression. What's that sound? Earth 9 said leisurely, this is the real 9 sounds. Han Fei said, in fact, there's no record of it in the comfort and nature technique. He wrote the 9 sounds as a kind of enlightenment into a technique. In reality, the 9 sounds are incomplete. Among them, the 7 sounds contain the 7 emotions, the 7 emotions of pleasure, anger, sorrow, joy, fear, fright and thought. And this is why you should experience worldly life. She opened her mouth slightly and looked at Han Fei. What are the other 2 sounds? Han Fei said indifferently, there are 2 remaining sounds. One is the voice of the great oblivion, and the other is the voice of universal compassion. There was a blank look on her face as she muttered, great oblivion? Universal compassion? Han Fei took a deep breath and said, when I saw these 9 sounds, I knew why. Your comfort technique art didn't explain it directly. It's because ordinary people can't achieve the great oblivion, so the ancestors of the Jiuyin family infused the essence of the 9 sounds into the technique to let the descendants who obtain the legacy enter the world, experiencing all the vicissitudes of life, love, friendship, etc. And in the end, leave the world, forgetting all these emotions, and achieving the great oblivion. Once you do it, the growth of your strength will be terrifying. Jiuyin Ling's body trembled, and a hint of horror finally appeared in her eyes. She looked at Han Fei. Will I forget everything when I reach the state of great oblivion? Han Fei shook his head. It's not to forget everything, but to see through everything. For example, if you and I fall in love, if you have a true friend, then the only way for you to reach great oblivion was to kill me and your friend. Only by abandoning love and ignoring friendship can you reach the great oblivion state. Jiuyin Ling instantly turned pale. She hurriedly retracted her hand and gritted her teeth. I don't want it. I don't want to reach that state. Earth 9 suddenly said, according to Master, this barrier should be the explorer barrier. Once one reaches the state of great oblivion, they can become an explorer. Furthermore, their strength will increase rapidly. Even the barrier of the venerable realm might not be able to withstand this improvement. Han Fei was stunned for a moment and looked at Earth 9 in surprise. The great oblivion state can even break through to the venerable realm? Earth 9 pondered for a moment before saying, it's possible. Suddenly, a tree branch extended out of the void as the tree spirit's voice sounded, there's great horror inside. To extinguish one's emotions, one has to be a devil first. Therefore, after the sound of great oblivion, the sound of universal compassion is needed to allow cultivators to gain an epiphany. Han Fei muttered, become a devil with one thought and become Buddha with another. This comfort and nature technique is even more terrifying than I imagined. As for Jiuyin Ling, she was dumbfounded. In other words, if she were to date Han Fei, the final result might be that she had to kill Han Fei with her own hands. The true meaning of the comfort technique was to love someone with all your heart. But then the more you loved, the more sad you would be. However, once this threshold was crossed, how could she extinguish her emotions? If she killed the love of her life, what could be more heartless than this? She staggered. I can't stay at the Thug Academy. Han Fei, send me away. I won't see you again. Alas. In the void, the branch transformed into a human figure as the tree spirit appeared. Tree spirit sighed leisurely. According to Master, there's no turning back. The moment you cultivate the comfort technique, your heart already belongs to someone. You can either fall in love with Master, but you definitely can't improve yourself. However, I believe that at that time, you won't be able to control the increase in your strength, so you and Master will definitely be enemies. Or, as you said, you will leave Master and never see him again. However, it's impossible for your strength to surpass the law enforcer realm in this life. Furthermore, this will become a demon in your heart. There's a certain chance that you'll suffer a backlash. The more Tree Spirit spoke, the paler her face became. She had come to the Thug Academy happily, but how could she know that such a secret was awaiting her? Translator ** Kenyi Translations Editor ** Kenyi Translations. From the moment Han Fei encountered the 9 sounds mist and the comfort technique that Jiuyin Ling had shown him, he could basically guess what Jiuyin Ling's ancestor had in mind. Perhaps, in the eyes of such strong masters, feelings didn't matter. As long as one could become a king, they would become the one and only king of the 1,000-star city. Everything in the past would vanish the moment they became a king. However, in Han Fei's opinion, this was also a path destined to be lonely. Once one really embarked on this path and became a king, what was the difference between such a king and an emotionless god? Seeing that she was in a state of confusion and fear, Han Fei said, let's go. I'll try and see if I can change your comfort technique. She looked up, her eyes teary. Can I change it? Han Fei smiled. Definitely. The comfort technique isn't complete. I told you. The first time I saw it. The problem is that I have to see if I have the ability to change it now. Han Fei grabbed her wrist and, with a thought, appeared on the empty floating island with Earth, 9 and Tree Spirit. In the sea-quelling painting, Han Fei could go anywhere with just a thought. The painting was different from ordinary sea-quelling bizarre treasures. Thankfully, he had asked old Jiang for several bottles of pills to forcefully take the sea-quelling painting. Han Fei didn't expect that half a drop of origin water would resolve everything. She looked at the empty floating island in astonishment. Looking at the circular lake, she couldn't help but feel lost. Where is this? Han Fei smiled. You can understand it as a secret realm. With that, Han Fei sat on the ground and said indifferently, wait for me for a while. I'll see if I can change the comfort technique. She pursed her lips. She wasn't stupid. The comfort technique could be passed down through generations. It was something left behind by her ancestors, so it definitely wasn't something that could be easily changed. Furthermore, why was there the 9 sounds missed in this completely unfamiliar world? Her ancestors had been here before, but how did Han Fei get here? Jiuyin Ling hadn't entered the boneyard, so she didn't know the secrets of the sea-quelling painting. She was only increasingly curious about the secrets of Han Fei. Suddenly, she recalled what the faceless man had said to her. She immediately took a deep breath and her eyes were firm. Deduce. Han Fei had rich spiritual energy. Jiuyin Ling was surprised. Logically speaking, it was impossible for an ordinary person to withstand such rich spiritual energy. At that moment, the spiritual energy was rapidly disappearing. After a while, a new technique appeared in Han Fei's mind. Heavenly Music Book, Venerable Level, Low Quality. Introduction. In ancient times, it was a unique technique of the heavenly sound sect. This technique fused with the strange sounds of the world and secretly conformed to the essence of the strange sounds. It uses the Tao of the Deva to be a type of human Tao technique. To cultivate this technique, one has to experience the 7 emotions and 6 desires of humans and the vicissitudes of the world, so as to break through barriers and enter the Tao. In the mortal world, this technique is extremely difficult and takes up a lot of time. Deduction result unknown. Note 1. Pursuing this Tao can at most become a venerable. One needs to obtain the gospel of heaven and earth before they can continue cultivating. Note 2. Having reached the demon purification pot's current deduction limit, another deduction will involve the profound mysteries of the world and damage the demon purification pot. Han Fei wasn't surprised at all when he saw the heavenly music book. A venerable level technique meant that one could become a venerable as long as they mastered it. There was no need to consider the gospel of heaven and earth. At the very least, the danger of the comfort and nature technique was resolved. Furthermore, the heavenly music book clearly recorded that this technique was extremely difficult and time-consuming. It was completely in opposition to the comfort and nature technique that Jiuyin Ling cultivated. In other words, the ancestors of the Jiuyin family were only seeking speed. They didn't explore it generation after generation, so their path was crooked. Han Fei had always believed that things created by humans couldn't be perfect. That was why he was so sure that he could perfect Jiuyin Ling technique. However, Jiuyin Ling was too deep in it to see it clearly. As the saying went, the true face of Mountain Lushan was lost to one's sight, for it was right in this mountain that he resided. Just now, Han Fei was just trying to scare her to let her know the problem of The comfort and nature technique. The moment Han Fei opened his eyes, Jiao Ling was sitting opposite him, looking a little nervous. Han Fei grinned. There's a solution. She hurriedly asked, what solution? Han Fei's face sank. This method is very difficult. She immediately heaved a sigh of relief. Finally, her expression recovered a little. It's fine. It doesn't matter how difficult it is. As long as I don't become a heartless person in the end, it's fine. Han Fei took out a jade slip and copied the heavenly music book. After thinking for a long time, he said, Little 9. This path is really difficult. She pursed her lips. I'm not afraid. Han Fei said, on this path, you might have to travel to countless corners of the world and see the fickleness of human nature and the vicissitude of the world. With a firm expression, Jiao Ling said, I'm not afraid. Han Fei nodded and handed over the heavenly music book. Jiao Ling took the heavenly music book and quickly read the introduction. Then, she looked at Han Fei in surprise. Make breakthroughs in the mortal world. Is this a venerable level technique? Han Fei nodded slightly. That's right. A venerable level technique. The corners of Jiao Ling's mouth twitched. She suddenly understood what Han Fei meant by very difficult. According to the heavenly music book, her experience in the human world was far from enough. She couldn't stay in the Thug Academy forever. Suddenly, Jiao Ling looked at Han Fei and said, although I don't know how you created the heavenly music book through the comfort and nature technique, I still like you. Since there's no comfort and nature technique and no restriction of the great oblivion, I will definitely win your heart in the end. Cough. Han Fei immediately shuddered. Hey! Why are we talking about this again? Little 9. I'm not listening. I'm not listening. Han Fei? Han Fei was dumbfounded. No. Wait a minute. Who taught you this? Who? She blushed. Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu is so cute and knows a lot. Han Fei's face darkened. What else did you learn from Xiaoyu? No wonder I feel the words you said are somewhat familiar. Han Fei couldn't help but ask warily, what else did Xiaoyu teach you? Without the pressure, Jiao Ling seemed to be in a good mood. There was a crafty look in her eyes. I'm not telling you. The corner of Han Fei's mouth twitched. All right, since the matter has been resolved, let's get out quickly. Tree Spirit said in surprise, Master, it's resolved so easily? In Han Fei's mind, the voice of Water Luster suddenly sounded, Master, I suggest that we kill this woman directly. Otherwise, there will be endless trouble. Fire Seed's voice came next, Master, I agree. Han Fei rolled his eyes and replied, It's all right, I've resolved this matter. By the way, Senior Tree Spirit, send a clone of yours out with me. It has to have the strength of a junior law enforcer. Yes, Master. Outside, a white-haired old man came out with Han Fei and Jiao Ling. Jiao Ling was quite surprised that this clone had the strength of a junior law enforcer. Han Fei seemed to have many secrets. She thought to herself, everyone has secrets. Xiaoyu said that a good girl shouldn't get to the bottom of things. I won't ask. Han Fei didn't know what was on her mind. He led her and Tree Spirit to the cube and found Luo Xiaobai and the others. Han Fei said, let me introduce you to everyone. Senior Tree Spirit, you've met him before. In the future, he will take over your work and preside over the maze assessment. Li Luo, take little Nine to familiarize herself with the environment. Xiaobai, come here. Behind the mountain. Han Fei said, Jiuyin Ling won't stay at the Thug Academy for long. The matter has almost been resolved. When all the students are recruited, we can go to the 1,000-star proving ground. Luo Xiaobai was surprised. It was resolved so quickly? Han Fei nodded. How long did you think it would take? Luo Xiaobai nodded. At present, 2 people have broken through the various obstacles and are stuck in the final assessment. More people have come, but once we go to the 1,000-star proving ground, trouble might come. Are you sure you don't want to wait until Tang Ji's wedding? Han Fei shook his head. If it's just a competition in the 1,000-star proving ground, it won't be a big problem even if someone comes looking for trouble. As for the 3 sacred places, we really have to wait until after Tang Ji's wedding. Luo Xiaobai nodded. I'll make the preparations. My family's information has been sent over. You should read it when you have the time. In addition, when we finish recruiting the students, I suggest we train for a month first. This is because we might not have the time to teach them in the future. Han Fei nodded. He understood what Luo Xiaobai meant. The reason why no one came to cause trouble now was that Han Fei and the others were almost invincible in the hidden fisher realm. The big clans weren't fools. They certainly wouldn't ask for trouble. However, once Han Fei and the others entered the sacred places and broke through to become law enforcers, all the trouble would follow. This was because, at that time, they would have already become law enforcers. Their opponents would no longer be hidden fishers, but law enforcers. Although Han Fei had killed an intermediate law enforcer with 1/while visiting the Su family, that person was only an ordinary law enforcer. Han Fei hadn't encountered a single genius at the law enforcement level. Clearly, the other party was also waiting. Translator *Kenyi Translations Editor *Kenyi Translations. In the teleportation maze of the Thug Academy, a large number of people were trying day and night. At first, there were only about 1,000 people, but gradually, there were more than 5,000 people. And now, many parents were gathered with their children. Many of them weren't even from the Pure Sun Island, causing the number of youths tested in the maze to instantly reach nearly 10,000. There were also some youths who were completely stuck at one spot. The test was extremely difficult. In order to prove their excellence, they took the initiative to come here and participate in the test. However, less than 10 people could reach the final 100 kilometers. At this moment, Xingyu had already been in the Spirit Gatherer maze for 3 days and 3 nights. In the past 3 days, he had experimented countless times, and every time he felt that he was close to success, he would fail and trigger a spirit energy explosion. His target was the Heavenly Sword sect. He believed that he was qualified. Compared to the abilities of a soul warrior, he was more confident in his abilities as a spirit gatherer. However, this time, he failed to draw a single spirit gathering array, despite trying for 3 full days. This left him extremely frustrated. He was determined to put aside the 7 major sects. He had to go to the Thug Academy. _BAM_. He failed again, and the spirit energy explosion sent him flying. Xingyu hurriedly cast a healing spell on himself as though the spiritual energy explosion was a trivial matter. _That's not right. This isn't a normal spirit gathering array at all. It must be a secret array. However, this array is extremely strange. It's completely irregular. To successfully replicate it, one has to grasp this irregular composition method _. Xingyu was thinking that it was clearly impossible to successfully draw this picture using traditional spirit gathering techniques. To succeed, one had to succeed in spirit gathering. To succeed in spirit gathering, one had to succeed in drawing, and to succeed in drawing, one needed to succeed in spirit gathering. It seemed to be a triangular paradox. Suddenly, an idea came to Xingyu as his eyes lit up. The reason I failed was because I used too much spirit energy, causing the spirit energy to dissipate and resulting in a spirit energy explosion. If I were to draw with very little spirit energy and stack the energy one by one, wouldn't that work? Xingyu frowned. It seems to be a little obvious, but as long as it succeeds, who cares? A tiny amount of spiritual energy flowed from Xingyu's fingertip. Just in a moment, he finished drawing the array without producing a spiritual energy explosion, and this was the first time he tried. Xingyu was overjoyed. This method worked. On the other side, at the armorist checkpoint, Gucci held an armor box. Swords and daggers shot out from the box. On the shield, continuous tinkling sounds echoed. As an armorist, she already knew the way to break through the shield when she saw it. As long as she broke through a spot, she could shatter the entire shield wall. Gucci gritted her teeth. She had heard that one of the children chosen from the Su family only had a level 3 spiritual heritage and the other was a B** starred. Just based on this alone, she should be able to enter the Thug Academy. She only had a level 4 spiritual heritage. Although she wasn't a B** starred. Her parents had both died in the unknown place. Her spiritual heritage was too poor. The 7th sex minimum requirement was a level 5 spiritual heritage, so the appearance of the Thug Academy gave her a chance. Hoop. She had lost count of the number of attempts she had made. The reason wasn't that she wasn't fast enough, but that she didn't have enough spiritual energy. After striking 60 times in a row, her spiritual energy was exhausted. She had to immediately recover her spiritual energy before continuing. This won't do. I wonder if anyone has passed this test? I can't waste any more time. The explosions next door stopped? Did that person pass the test? Gucci's heart trembled. The explosion not far from next door had lasted for 2 days. The other party was clearly not someone who would give up easily. No, there's not enough spiritual energy. I'll burn my life force. Outside the maze, a fishing boat flew over. On the fishing boat was an old man with a girl. The girl was babbling, "Grandpa Mo, is this Thug Academy that powerful? Why did it decline back then? Were they the former 8th Academy?" The old man smiled and said, "Miss, for a long time in history, the Thug Academy was the leader of the 8 sections. In the beginning, they even had an unparalleled strong master who suppressed the 1,000-star city alone. This school is definitely not inferior to the 7 sections." The girl was curious. "Aren't we going to the Jade Fairy Palace? Teacher Jia said that I'm extremely talented." The old man smiled faintly. "If you can enter the Thug Academy, it's fine if you don't go to the Jade Fairy Palace. The Jade Fairy Palace is full of Elites. Although they are very strong individually, they are much weaker when it comes to teaming up. It's not only the Jade Fairy Palace, but the Heavenly Sword Sect is the same. However, the Thug Academy isn't. They are consciously recruiting a perfect team and nurturing them from a young age, so their final achievements will be different. The girl sighed. I wonder if there are any good-looking boys in the Thug Academy. The old man's mouth curled up. Yes, I heard that there's a person named Zhang Xuanyu who has extraordinary looks. I've already asked around. This child created his own technique and has extraordinary talent, but he might be a little older than you. He should be 20 years old today. However, don't worry, Mississippi. I heard that this person's very handsome. He's very suitable for you. The girl curled her lips. He's only 8 years older. It's fine. My father is more than 300 years older than my mother. The old man nodded. That's true. Cultivators have long lives. A few hundred years is nothing. Besides, this is a tradition of our family. I heard that dual cultivation is very popular among the students at the Thug Academy. Miss, you can give it a try. The girl immediately clapped her hands and nodded. Yes, yes. By the way, will Zhang Xuanyu marry into our family? The elder's expression changed slightly. That shouldn't be possible. It would already be great if you could win such a genius heart. Don't even think about making him marry into our family. Here we are. Outside the maze, someone shook his head. Someone else is here. Up to now, no. One has passed the test. I don't think this maze can be broken through. Someone nodded. I think so too. I don't think the Thug Academy is recruiting at all. Someone shook his head. If they aren't recruiting, why would they make such a big fuss? All they want are elites. If one can pass easily, how can it be called an assessment? The elder led the girl to the sign up outside the maze. The girl read, "There are killing arrays hidden inside. Don't barge in." The girl chuckled. It looks very scary. The elder said, "Miss, don't underestimate it. Although you are talented, you can't trigger the killing arrays." The girl waved her hand and said, "Don't worry. I know what I'm doing. I'm going to find handsome brothers." Grandpa Mo, do you want to wait outside? The old man smiled. Of course. When Miss enters the Thug Academy, I have to hurry home and let Master and Madam escape. The girl was speechless. Is it that scary? The old man said leisurely, the Thug Academy is strong, but they have too many enemies. Our family can't fully support the Thug Academy. Master happened to say that he wants to live in town for a period of time. This way we can avoid the danger of the Thug Academy. The girl said indifferently, It's all right. I know them. They just want to leave me and sneak out to have some alone time. TSK, if they want to go, so be it. With that said, the girl took a step into the maze. As for the old man, he stood outside the maze with a smile. He held something unknown in his hand and said to it, Master, Madam, Miss has been tricked into entering. You can pack your things now. After Ishiyen entered the maze, she began mumbling, All you know is to fool me. You fool me every day. There are only 3 people left in the family. And you want to fool me into leaving? All you want is to give me a younger brother. Humph, isn't a girl nice? Girls are like cotton-padded jackets. Daddy, I'm not going to be your cotton-padded jacket. I want to find my handsome brother and be his cotton-padded jacket. Repent and be saved. What's that? Outside, just as the old man finished speaking, he saw Yi return. His smile froze as he said in surprise, "Miss, where did you come from?" Yi face flushed red. I just came out to take a look if you had returned yet." The old man smiled. "No. If Miss doesn't enter the Thug Academy, how can I return?" Yi raised her head and grunted before walking back into the maze. 100 seconds later. _swish_. The elder said, "Miss, why are you out again?" "I forgot to tell you." "What about my dowry?" The elder heaved a sigh of relief. "The entire E family is Mrs. Dowry." Yi walked in again. After about 25 minutes. _swish_. The elder said leisurely, "Miss, don't tell me you can't pass the maze." Yi immediately rolled her eyes. "How is that possible?" "I just want to say that there are only 4 of us, including you. What can we possibly have for a dowry?" The old man smiled and said, "Don't worry. As long as you become a student of the Thug Academy, the dowry might shock you. By the way, miss, don't come out again." Disgusted, she walked into the maze again. This time, she was already familiar with the maze's routine. She didn't touch any of the teleportation arrays that looked strange. Otherwise, she wouldn't know how to explain herself if she was sent out again. 2 hours passed. When Yi saw a killing array filled with sword lights, she couldn't help but smile. "It's very simple, Gale." 10 hours later. Yi saw a swath of blue flowers and vines. There were colorful worms sprawled on the ground. "Ouch. Mommy. Worms." Translator *Kenyi Translations Editor *Kenyi Translations. Including Jiuyin Ling, Han Fei and the others had made 6 recliners and were reading under the cube's library. The records in the book were rather varied. Some were brought by the Luo family, some were about the 7 major sects, some were about the various families, some were about the 3 sacred sites, and some were about the 1,000-star proving ground, as well as the local customs of the 1,000-star city. What Han Fei was flipping through now were books on the local customs and social structures of the 1,000-star city. It recorded the social structures of the 36 islands of the 1,000-star city in detail. Apart from these large floating islands, there were actually 108 islands of various sizes in the 1,000-star city. Apart from the 3 sacred sites, the 1,000-star city actually had some ancient ruins. Although those places also had stunning areas, they had long been completely explored by others. If one wanted to improve themselves, they could visit the ancient ruins. However, the secrets of those places had long been excavated. There were even many stone carvings that had long been recorded in books and passed down. Furthermore, the 1,000-star city seemed to have a festival called the Fire Festival. Its nature was similar to the Spring Festival. On the eve of the Fire Festival, the heat emitted by the blazing sun would become unstable. When the time came, people would sit in their houses to cultivate. This was because the spirit energy density in the 1,000-star city would be especially high in those few days. It was extremely beneficial for cultivation. However, such a situation had never happened in a village. This made Han Fei wonder if the height or space of the thousand-star city was different from the village. Han Fei said, "Xiao Bai, little 9, how rich will the spiritual energy be during the fire festival?" Luo Xiaobai said, "About 3 times as much. On the day of the fire festival, it might even reach 5 times as much." Many people think that the fire festival is a gift from the heavens. On the day of the fire festival, there's no one on the streets of the thousand-star city. Everyone is cultivating at home. However, it's easy to catch fire. Perhaps it's because the temperature is so high. Jiu Yinling said, "During the fire festival, there seems to be a sound in heavens beyond, like a melody. As for what it is, I don't know." Han Fei nodded. "The fire festival is in 4 months. I'll experience it then." Suddenly, Zhang Xuanyu said, "Fei Fei, I saw something. The monument of gods seems to be a maze." Han Fei immediately perked up. "Where? Let me see." Han Fei threw the book in his hand to Zhang Xuanyu and took his. Then he saw some disintegrating structural designs and sat up straight. A 4-dimensional triangle? Han Fei was stunned for a long time, because the page Zhang Xuanyu flipped to happened to be a 4-dimensional triangle. The so-called 4-dimensional triangle was actually somewhat similar to the Penrose triangle. This triangle also made it impossible to distinguish the head from the tail and the inside from the outside, because it couldn't be established in a 3-dimensional world. Zhang Xuanyu said in surprise, "Why? What?" Han Fei stammered, "Oh. Nothing. I just find the pattern a little strange." Luo Xiaobai said, "To be precise, the monument of gods is indeed a super maze, formed by countless mazes. This maze is almost the size of an entire island. Even people who have mastered the spatial law can't reach the real monument of gods." Han Fei nodded. "Understood." Han Fei continued to read. The book wasn't comprehensive. It was filled with all kinds of guesses, inferences, and methods to enter the depths of the monument of gods. Han Fei found it interesting. Could such a thing be made in the real world? It was unbelievable. Han Fei continued to scroll down and saw the Sky Meditation Garden. According to the information, this was a place to cultivate one's soul, a place that the various geniuses of the thousand-star city were fond of. However, the Sky Meditation Garden was more like a paradise. It also had the largest flower market in the thousand-star city. Countless manipulators frequented it. Han Fei flipped through it with interest and finally saw the ideal palace. However, the records of the ideal palace said that people who had been there couldn't remember what had happened when they returned. It was an extremely abnormal place. Just as Han Fei was about to find other information to reference and verify, the tree spirit's clone suddenly appeared under the cube's library. "Master, someone is about to break through." Immediately, Han Fei and the others looked up at the entrance. Lu Renquang said, "It must be my test. I said it to be the simplest." Zhang Xuanyu curled his lips. "Come on. Think about it. How many fishing masters can attack the same point 100 times in a few seconds?" Li Luoluo said, "I bet you a semi-divine weapon, the person must have passed my test." Everyone curled their lips. "Only a semi-divine weapon? How do you have the cheek to say that?" Han Fei shook his head. "Not necessarily. Perhaps he came in from my test." That youth has already been there for 3 days. Ah. Mommy. Worm, worm. With a whoosh, Luo Xiaobai's test was broken through. A cute girl appeared out of thin air under the cube's library. Han Fei and the others were stunned. Who was this? They had never seen this girl before. Everyone looked at Luo Xiaobai, who was also dumbfounded as if to say, I don't know either. Phew. Ishi swept her gaze and immediately saw Zhang Xuanyu. With a whoosh, she rushed towards him and hugged his waist, hanging on to him. Darling, save me. So many worms are biting me. Everyone? Han Fei? Zhang Xuanyu was surprised and hurriedly pulled the little girl off him. Hey. Little girl, let's talk properly. You can eat whatever you want, but you can't say whatever you want. I'm your senior brother. Yi Shiyan nodded immediately. Senior brother husband, my name is Yi Shiyan. Don't you think my name is beautiful? Han Fei and everyone else stared at Zhang Xuanyu. Was the girl Zhang Xuanyu's secret admirer? For once, Zhang Xuanyu blushed. Although he often teased girls, he had never succeeded. What was going on today? He really didn't know what to do. Zhang Xuanyu looked at the girl who only reached his chest and immediately put on a serious expression. He was an adult after all, and he had to be a teacher. He had to be serious. Zhang Xuanyu coughed. Yi Xinyan, right? Well, you can call me senior brother. Or teacher Zhang, but you can't call me husband. I don't know you. Yi Shiyan immediately pouted. Why? I came to the Thug Academy because of you. My old man has checked, you're the best-looking man in the Thug Academy, so it's you I'm here for. What? What are you talking about? Han Fei swallowed. History was always surprisingly similar. Although he didn't know what had happened, it seemed that Yi Shiyan and Jiuyin Ling were on the same path. Could it be that Yi Shiyan also cultivated the comfort technique? Han Fei couldn't help but ask Jiuyin Ling, is she from a branch of your family? Jiuyin Ling's face flushed red as she shook her head repeatedly. No, no. Zhang Xuanyu hurriedly dodged the young girl. Lass, you're too young. I'm not very interested in you. Hey, don't drag me. As he spoke, Yi Shiyan had already tugged at the corner of Zhang Xuanyu's clothes and said, I'm very interested in you. Zhang Xuanyu, good-looking, nice personality, and talented. You're very suitable for dual cultivation. Puff. Zhang Xuanyu was about to go crazy. I don't even know you. Dual cultivation? Yi Xinyan put her hands on her hips and said, my mother said that our family has a dual cultivation technique. The most important thing for a girl in her life is to find a suitable dual cultivator. My father, mother, and my old man have already investigated you. You won't be able to escape. Besides, dual cultivation techniques have always been popular in the Thug Academy. It's much better than the Jade Fairy Palace. Everyone seemed to understand something. Lu Renkuang couldn't help but take a deep breath. Is this considered a blessing from the heavens? Han Fei said leisurely, I'm just afraid that he won't be able to withstand it. Luo Xiaobai's face darkened. What kind of people did I encounter? Zhang Xuanyu ran away. Fei Fei. I'm leaving. Watch her. Don't let her do anything rash. Yi Shiyan chased after him and shouted, Darling, darling, don't run. Han Fei couldn't help but ask curiously, well, Isenyan? Did you know Zhang Xuanyu before? Yi Shiyan sat down on Zhang Xuanyu's recliner graciously. No. However, my mother's taste is the best in the world. If she says it's fine, it's definitely fine. Anyway, he won't be able to escape in the end. Ah. She seemed to remember that she wasn't at home, but at the Thug Academy. She immediately jumped off her chair and said respectfully to Han Fei and the others, greetings, senior brothers and sisters. You can call me Yin Yin. I have a level 8, high-quality spiritual heritage and like to chat. My life goal is to find the best husband in the world, have dual cultivation with him, and become unrivaled. Everyone. _bam_. At the bottom of the cube's library, Su Sanqian fell to his knees as his body convulsed. He felt that his world was collapsing. Yi Shiyan was so talented but also wanted to come to the Thug Academy? Furthermore, she wanted to hit on her senior brother as soon as she was admitted? How could there be such a thing? Su Daiji wasn't interested in this. As everyone chatted, she held one hand on the ground and spun the cube in her other hand. The corner of Han Fei's mouth twitched. He said to Su Sanqian and Su Daiji, rest for a while. When everyone is here, you can get to know each other. Su Daiji immediately crawled up, lowered her eyes and began spinning the cube again. As for Su Sanqian, he was sizing up the strange atmosphere. From the moment he entered the school, although his senior brothers and sisters were very strong, he felt that they were a little unreliable. Han Fei looked at Isenyan and said, since you're here, from today onwards, you're a member of the Thug Academy. We have no objections if you want to duel. Cultivate with Zhang Xuanyu, but this team needs to get along well. In addition, have you seen the others yet? When everyone is here, the 5 of you need to cultivate and get to know each other. Yes, senior brother. Yi Shiyan shouted as she ran towards Su Daiji. Su Sanqian wasn't handsome, so she wasn't interested. However, the thing in Su Daiji's hand seemed to be very fun, just like the huge box over her head. Hello, what are your names? Su Sanqian stammered as he thought to himself, she must be a daughter of some large family, right? He felt a little intimidated because he had never seen a noble miss before. Su Sanqian. My name is Su Sanqian. Su Daiji didn't even look up and directly said, Su Daiji. Yi Shiyan immediately exclaimed, Daiji, what are you playing with? It looks fun. And awesome. Su Daiji was taken aback as she looked at Isenyan. Do you like it too? Yi Shiyan nodded repeatedly. Su Daiji immediately grinned. She took out her precious third-order Rubik's cube and handed it to Yi Shiyan. Play with this first. When you finish, ask senior brother Han for a more difficult one. A moment later, Han Fei and the others saw the 2 girls playing with their cubes. Su Sanqian just stood there awkwardly. He wondered if he should ask senior brother Han for a cube too. Han Fei looked at the 3 of them and said leisurely, very sociable. Unrivaled determination. Zhang Xuanyu is doomed this time. Translator ** Kenyi Translations Editor ** Kenyi Translations. Tree Spirit didn't have any concept of such things. You couldn't expect a tree to fall in love, right? He said, Master, there are 2 other people coming out soon. Han Fei nodded. All right. At this time, Li Luoluo secretly sent a voice transmission, I think this child is a chatterbox. Lu Renquang smirked. Let's just leave her to you. Han Fei said, a level 8, high-quality spiritual heritage? Have you heard of the Yi family? Luo Xiaobai shook her head. Jiao Yinling said, I think I've heard of them. Everyone looked at her. Under normal circumstances, it was peculiar for such a talented family to be unknown. Jiao Yinling said, my father once said that in history, the Yi family had a powerhouse who nearly became a king. At its peak, it had 3 venerables. Everyone immediately gasped. This family is really strong. Luo Xiaobai frowned and said, 3 venerables? Why haven't I heard of the Yi family? Jiao Yinling said, that was when they were at their most glorious. It seemed like they were trying to break through to the king realm or something else. All 3 of the venerables perished. Hence, this family suffered a heavy loss and declined. It was said that the Yi family's bloodline was extremely rare. Usually, it was the women in charge. It seemed like the women of the Yi family could give birth to extremely talented children, but they were very picky. Han Fei couldn't help but click his tongue. There's actually such a family? But since the women of the Yi family can give birth to talented children, how is the Yi family still in decline? Jiao Yinling pursed her lips and said, their success lies in talent, so does their failure. The children of the Yi family's women are never inferior to their mothers. They will only be stronger. And the more talented they are, the harder it is for them to be born. Therefore, after a long period of time, the Yi family has had fewer and fewer descendants. However, strong masters might perish in various ways. Until now, the Yi family has been in decline. According to my father, the Yi family no longer dares to show their faces in public. This is because many large families want to capture their family members to be their sex slaves to give birth to stronger bloodlines. Li Luoluo exclaimed, that's horrible. To be captured and used as a sex slave? How pitiful is that? Jiao Yinling nodded. In the past, many large families married the Yi family women. Now, many large families have become so powerful more or less because of that. Han Fei suddenly said, are you saying that the children of the Yi family are definitely no less talented than their parents? In other words, Yi Xian's parents are also very strong? Jiao Yinling nodded again. They shouldn't be weak. At their level, it will be very difficult for them to have children. Therefore, Yi Xian's parents might be much older than her. Han Fei immediately stood up. Yan Yan, is your elder here? Yi Xian, who was fighting with the cube, looked up at Han Fei and suddenly jumped up. Ah! I forgot. An elder is still outside. Han Fei immediately said, let's go and see the old man. After a moment. Outside the maze, Han Fei looked around. Where is he? Yi Xian looked around and immediately stomped her feet. She shouted, he's running. The old man is running. Han Fei rolled his eyes. Then do you know where your home is? Yi Xian said pitifully, they must have run away as well. My father wants to have a son, so he must have abducted my mother. Han Fei. Han Fei immediately felt a hint of sadness. When they brought her here, there might have been 3 explorers standing in front of me. However, I didn't cherish them. I shouldn't have neglected my duty. I should have been sitting at the door the entire time so that the other party couldn't escape. Alas. Han Fei sighed. What a pity. The 3 explorers just flew away. Isenyan was filled with resentment and muttered, "Fine, fine. I hope we don't cross paths again." At this moment, many people saw Han Fei come out with a girl, and some immediately recognized her. Didn't she just come in the morning? Did she pass the test already? The parents surrounded him. "President Han, is this a new student of the Thug Academy?" Han Fei nodded and said, "Perhaps today or tomorrow, the 3 spots for new students will be full. Thank you for your enthusiasm. However, rules are rules. If you want to enter the Thug Academy, you will have to wait for the next time." Someone immediately said, "President Han, when will the next time be?" "President Han, how many places will you offer next time?" Han Fei grinned. "When will the next time be?" "I'm not sure either. You have to know that the Thug Academy will provide a huge amount of resources and great effort to nurture talents. Therefore, it's impossible for us to often recruit students, nor can we recruit many students at once." "Alright, that's all I have to say." With that, Han Fei teleported back with Isenyan. Luo Xiaobai asked, "Well?" Han Fei shook his head slightly. "He's gone." Han Fei wondered if the Yi family wanted to throw their burden to the Thug Academy. This was because if it was really as Zhou Ling had said, once Yi Xian was discovered by a big clan, she would definitely be captured and made into a birth machine. She wouldn't be able to escape. The Thug Academy was at odds with the big clans of the Thousand-Star City. Once she became a student of the Thug Academy, anyone who dared to abduct her would be an enemy of the Thug Academy. And now, all the major families were afraid and wouldn't easily attack the Thug Academy. Therefore, it was very safe for her to be placed in the Thug Academy. Firstly, the Thug Academy was full of geniuses. Secondly, it was indeed inconvenient for 3 explorers to bring a child with them. If something happened, it would be difficult to protect her. After all, they would be facing at least an explorer-level expert. After all, 3 explorers would never be bothered by mere law enforcers. Thirdly, coming to the Thug Academy was also an opportunity. The Thug Academy was publicly acknowledged to be the best at nurturing disciples. After thinking it through, Han Fei couldn't help but sigh. He thought that Zhang Xuanyu should accept Yi Xian's pursuit. In that case, his future children might even have a level 9 spiritual heritage. Wow, then Zhang Xuanyu would be the father of a super genius. Yi Xian said, "Senior brother, don't worry. Daddy just went to have a second son. He will definitely be back." Han Fei rolled his eyes. Who knew when they would return? If something happened and they couldn't arrive in time, what was the point? Han Fei said helplessly, "Alright, go play with Su Daji and the others." _Bam__. Before Han Fei could talk to Luo Xiaobai and the others, he saw a girl suddenly appear under the library. The girl focused and saw Han Fei and the others. The first thing she noticed was that there were only 3 people her age here. She immediately heaved a sigh of relief. She suddenly grinned and said, "Hello, senior brother." "Hello, senior sister." _boom_. Almost as soon as the girl finished speaking, another youth slumped to the ground and appeared under the library. The youth's clothes were tattered and his face was covered in dirt. It seemed that he had been blasted many times. "I've finally succeeded. Ha ha ha, I've finally made it." The young man hurriedly got up and looked around. When he saw that there were only 4 people of the same age, he was immediately overjoyed. he had caught up and entered the Thug Academy. The youth hurriedly said loudly, "Hello, President." "Hello, teachers." Han Fei waved his hand and said, "All right, there's no need to call me President. Just call us senior brother and senior sister. The two of you. Introduce yourselves." The girl said seriously, "Senior brother, my name is Gucci. I'm an armorist, a member of the Gu family, from the southern Five Cliffs. I have a high-quality Level 4 spiritual heritage and am AB** star daughter. My parents have both perished in the unknown place. Since the Thug Academy could accept a disciple of a level 3 spiritual heritage, why couldn't they accept her? After all, she had relied on herself to pass the maze. Han Fei nodded and casually cast the divine healing technique on Gucci. "You burned your life force to enter?" Gucci nodded. She had no choice. If she didn't burn her life force, she wouldn't be able to pass the maze. With a flip of his hand, a ball of spirit awakening fluid flew over and Han Fei said, "How bold. Quickly drink this and ask your senior sister for a life type spiritual fruit to consume." Gucci saw that it was spirit awakening fluid and looked at Han Fei in surprise. "Senior brother, is this spirit awakening fluid? It's very valuable, isn't it?" Han Fei grinned and said, "Not bad. 5,000 high-quality pearls per kilogram." Hiss. Gucci was shocked. 5,000 high-quality pearls per kilogram, and he just gave it to her so easily? Next door, Su Sanqian's eyes widened. 5,000 high-quality pearls per kilogram? This massive spirit awakening fluid must be several kilograms. Xingyu also looked at Han Fei in surprise and thought to himself, "And me. I'm heavily injured. I need it too. As for Su Daiji and Yi Xinyan, they didn't react at all. One was focused on playing with the cube, while the other really didn't care. Gucci didn't care about her image. She opened her mouth and began to suck in large mouthfuls. In a moment, she finished the spirit awakening fluid. Gucci's expression changed slightly. "Not good, senior brother. I'm about to make a breakthrough." Luo Xiaobai said, "Come here and eat this before breaking through." Gucci was still weak after all. If she hadn't overdrawn her life and burned her blood, Han Fei wouldn't have given her the chance to break through now. Luo Xiaobai gave her a life force spiritual fruit. After Gucci ate it, she sat cross-legged on the ground and began her breakthrough. Xingyu gulped when he saw this, but he quickly snapped back to his senses. "Senior brother, my name is Xingyu. I'm a spirit gatherer with a high quality, level 5 spiritual heritage. I'm a local from the Pure Sun Island. My father should still be outside the maze at the moment." Han Fei nodded slightly and threw a piece of clothing over with the divine healing technique. "Get to know your classmates." Han Fei looked at Luo Xiaobai. Luo Xiaobai said, "Grandpa Ku." Ku Shui appeared like a ghost. "Miss, what orders do you have?" Luo Xiaobai said, "Go and investigate them." Ku Shui nodded and vanished. An investigation was necessary. They didn't need to investigate Su Sanqian and Su Daji because they were both members of the Su family. The investigation on Xingyu and Gucci would be simple. If it was as they said, there naturally wouldn't be any problems. As for Yi Xian, that would be difficult. He would get her to return to her former residence with him later. He wanted to see if there was still anyone at the place she had stayed. Translator *Kenyi Translations Editor *Kenyi Translations Outside the maze, Han Fei led the 5 of the youngsters and teleported out. Night had already fallen, but there was still a sea of people outside the maze. When they saw Han Fei and the others appear, they looked at the 5 youths beside them almost at the same time. Su Sanqian and Su Daiji were members of the Su family. Among the crowd, some members of the Su family smiled. They had truly been recognized by the Thug Academy. Furthermore, the birth of a new generation of disciples of the Thug Academy was a joyous occasion. After they figured out the origins of the other 3, they had to go back and report it. Son. Suddenly, someone in the crowd shouted and rushed in front. It was a middle-aged man with a rather elegant face. Perhaps because he saw his child enter the Thug Academy, he was overjoyed, his face was ruddy, and he couldn't stop smiling. Xingyu cried back, "Dad." The middle-aged man immediately thanked Han Fei. "Thank you, President Han." "Ha ha ha, thank you." As he spoke, the middle-aged man placed his hand on Xingyu's head. "I knew it. I knew my child would definitely be fine. In the future, you have to study hard in school. Don't be lazy." The middle-aged man went on and on, while Han Fei looked at everyone with a smile. "Everyone, as you can see, the 3 spots are full. The Thug Academy's admissions this time is over. In addition, since the Thug Academy has returned, they won't be unreasonable. From today onwards, the maze will be restricted to outsiders. At most, 1,000 people can enter at the same time. Although the Thug Academy's admissions are full, the maze will also improve other children greatly. However, the last checkpoint will be sealed. I hope everyone is mentally prepared. Alas! What a pity. It's full just like that." Someone said enviously, "I know this child, Xingyu. Indeed outstanding. However, his spiritual heritage doesn't seem to be very high." Someone was puzzled. "Whose family are the other 2 youths from?" Han Fei said, "I think I need to remind everyone. Spiritual heritage is indeed very important, but it's not everything. You can't rely on spiritual heritage for everything. Everyone has their own luck and talent. I hope you won't be limited by the rules of spiritual heritage." Luo Xiaobai yelled out, "Everyone, let's disperse." With that, Han Fei turned back. In the spiritual plant maze, a voice slowly sounded, "All candidates, take note. The recruitment for the Thug Academy has been completed. Those still in the trial can no longer enter the Thug Academy. From today onwards, the maze will be open to the public. Everyone can return now." The moment this voice sounded, the maze exploded. "What? All 3 are picked? Damn it. How was it so quick?" Someone was already covered in injuries at the final 100-kilometer checkpoint. When he heard the voice, he was stunned. Some of the children were fine and didn't have much of a reaction. In any case, they really didn't seem to be able to pass. However, this test made them realize their abilities. Someone frowned and teleported out of the maze. Someone sighed. It seemed like they were disappointed because of their lack of talent. There were also people who suspected this was a trick of the Thug Academy. Was it a trick to make them give up and realize they needed to work harder? However, Han Fei and the others didn't care about that. At this moment, at the back of the mountain, Han Fei pointed out, "Everyone, build your own houses, tree houses. Our Thug Academy doesn't have any dorms, so we have to rely on ourselves." Lu Renquang added, after building the treehouse, we'll eat. If there's anything to discuss, we'll talk about it tomorrow morning. Now, Jiuyin Ling had completely turned from a little fairy into an ordinary girl. She was also building a treehouse, but it was built next to Han Fei's. Although she had obtained the heavenly music book and logically speaking, she needed to walk, see, and experience the mortal world, since the danger of the comfort and nature technique had been resolved. She wanted to stay in the Thug Academy for a while longer and spend more time with Han Fei. Gu Qi had already completed her breakthrough. At this moment, she was an intermediate fishing master. After stabilizing herself, she ran to Han Fei. Senior brother, I have something to do. Han Fei asked, what is it? Gu Qi lowered her head and said, Senior brother, I secretly ran out. Without telling my family. They don't know yet, Han Fei said indifferently, tomorrow, I'll go to the southern 5 cliffs. With you. Thank you, senior brother. Gu Qi happily ran off to build a house. With Han Fei's words, she was relieved. Otherwise, who knew what would happen? If her family found out? After all, she had no status at home. Furthermore, she had escaped an arranged marriage. The next morning, Han Fei flew straight to the southern 5 cliffs with Gu Qi. It was called the southern 5 cliffs because there were 5 towering cliffs on this floating island. However, the Gu family wasn't the only family on the floating island in the southern 5 cliffs. There were as many as 6 families. The Gu family was only one of the big families. Even so, the Gu family couldn't be underestimated. After all, any family that could settle down on the 36 main islands had a certain level of strength. At the very least, their family had to have an explorer. This was a basic requirement. If a so-called big clan didn't even have an explorer, it would be the end of their family. This was also the reason why the Su family had to cozy up to the Thug Academy. Although the Su family still had 2 explorers, once they perished, Su Yang definitely couldn't protect his family's foundation alone. Han Fei asked, Gu Qi, how's your relationship with your family? Gu Qi said, very bad. Big clans don't have any feelings. They only know how to exploit others. They wanted to marry me to form a marriage alliance, so I had to run. I snuck away to the Pure Sun Island. It just so happened that your school was recruiting, so I came. Han Fei couldn't help but click his tongue. Ever since he heard of the big clans, there had never been any good comments. It seemed that they were all unreasonable. On a floating island, there was a division of towns. The Gu family relied on Qingshan Town, and Qingshan Town was basically the Gu family's business. According to Gu Qi, the Gu family had a high-ranking explorer who wasn't even 1,000 years old, and a peak-level law enforcer who was about to break through to the explorer realm. Therefore, it wasn't surprising that the Gu family had this business. Gu Qi said, Senior brother, it's here. Han Fei saw a large house built like a small village against a river and a mountain. The residents here were scattered, but they were all arranged in one area. Han Fei said in surprise, did the main and side branches separate? Gu Qi nodded. Yes, but we still live together. Han Fei landed at the Gu family's archway. It didn't seem appropriate to fly directly to their main residence. After all, the Thug Academy had just returned, so it wasn't good to be too high-profile. In front of the archway, when a Gu family guard saw Gu Qi, his expression immediately turned ugly. Good, Gu Qi. You ran away a few days ago, to make us suffer a punishment for nothing. Come, follow me to the main branch to receive your punishment. Gu Qi hid behind Han Fei. Only then did the guards notice Han Fei. However, Han Fei looked back because he found someone was spying on him, who had run away for some reason. The leader of the guards in front of him was a junior hidden fisher. He looked at Han Fei with an ugly expression. Sir, what's the meaning of this? Han Fei smiled faintly and said, Gu Qi, she's a student of the Thug Academy. Now, I'm her senior brother. I'm here today to tell this news to her family. And I'll take her away with me. Thug Academy? In the dust of history, the name of the Thug Academy hadn't appeared for 38 years. Many people had forgotten it. The guard sneered. I thought it was one of the 7 major sects. If it's not one of the 7 major sects, do you think you can take anyone away from our Gu family? Men, surround them. If you know what's good for you, hand her over. Obediently. Snap, Han Fei snapped his fingers. Instantly, 7 or 8 guards within 100 meters staggered and fell to one knee. Han Fei said indifferently, I don't want to make things difficult for you. Since I'm here to talk. Please inform the main branch that the acting president of the Thug Academy, Han Fei, is here to visit. As Han Fei retracted the gravity, the guard's expressions changed drastically. How powerful. Did I see it wrong? Is he a law enforcer? The guard immediately got up and snorted. He took out his fishing boat and hurriedly flew towards the main residence. And the scene just now gave Gu Qi great confidence. At the same time, she was also amazed at how powerful her senior brother was. He didn't even move, but these guards who seemed extremely powerful all fell to the ground. People passed by the archway one after another. There was no lack of people who recognized Gu Qi. Those who hadn't seen this scene just now had a drastic change in expression. When they saw Gu Qi, Qi, you've caused a huge disaster this time. I heard that you ran away as soon as the Zhou family's betrothal gifts were delivered. The Zhou family is furious and wants to settle scores with us. Gu Qi frowned. I'm not marrying. I don't even have a share in the betrothal gifts. They don't give me money or resources, and I have to become that man's concubine. I'm not marrying that guy. Someone advised, Qi. That's already not bad. Have you forgotten what happened 2 years ago? That poor girl Gu Xiaoba who married into the Qian family? Someone was about to step forward, but Han Fei slightly released his aura, which made many people shiver. They wondered where this girl found such a person to back her up so quickly. Or did she find a man herself? A moment later, Han Fei frowned and looked at a guard. Is the main residence very far away? Why haven't they arrived yet? That person said embarrassedly, the main branch people are busy. Han Fei sneered. Busy my *s. Busy making babies? It's such a short distance, Han Fei thought to himself, I'll wait a little longer. If they still don't come, I'll just take Gu Qi away. If they have the ability, they'll come to the Thug Academy to find me. Suddenly, Han Fei looked back and saw dozens of fishing boats flying over. Aggressively. Translator *Kenyi Translations Editor *Kenyi Translations. The fishing boats clearly came with ill intentions. The people who descended from them were also aggressive and looked like they were here to condemn him. Among them, the strongest was a law enforcer. Han Fei couldn't tell the exact realm he was in, but it had to be at least an intermediate one. At this moment, Han Fei finally understood why the Gu family hadn't arrived yet. It turned out that Gu Qi's escape from the marriage had embarrassed the Gu family. Therefore, they decided to wait for the Zhou family to come and take her away. After all, the Gu family had already accepted the betrothal gifts. In the crowd, there was a young man who looked about the same age as him. He was probably 18 or 20. At this moment, his expression was ugly. Good. Gu Qi, how dare you escape your duty of marriage? You embarrassed me in the Zhou family. Get over here. Gu Qi's face flushed red. Zhou Tai, I have nothing to do with you. Who said I wanted to marry you? I'm not marrying you. Bullsh *T. Zhou Tai was enraged and immediately wanted to come up to catch her. As for Han Fei, who was as young as him, he didn't take him seriously and thought that he was from the Gu family. Gu Qi, don't be so shameless. If you take the initiative and obediently come to me now, I might spare your life. Otherwise, don't blame me for being heartless. Young master, wait a moment. Suddenly, Zhou Tai was stopped by a hand as a middle-aged man came to his side. Zhou Tai was burning with anger. How could he give in? Just as he was about to shake off the hand, he realized that he couldn't. Instantly, Zhou Tai sobered up a little. What happened? The middle-aged man looked at Han Fei. Who are you? Han Fei said leisurely, why? You've finally remembered to ask me who I am? The middle-aged man chuckled. You're already a peak-level hidden fisher at such a young age. I would know you if you were from the Gu family. So, whose family are you from? Han Fei sneered. Do I have to be a descendant of a big family? I'm Gu Qi's senior brother. The middle-aged man frowned. From one of the 7 major sects? Han Fei shook his head. No. The middle-aged man was puzzled, but his expression changed. You're neither from a big family nor the 7 major sections. Young friend, do you really want to get involved in my Zhou family's matters? In the middle-aged man's opinion, the Gu family was even weaker than the Zhou family. If they knew a high-level family, they wouldn't be limited to this. Since Han Fei wasn't from one of the 7 major sects, he must be from an ordinary school. There were at least 80 of such schools in the Thousand-Star City. It was rare for such schools to have an explorer presiding over them. Who would take them seriously? The middle-aged man said indifferently, let Gu Qi come over. My Zhou family won't pursue this matter with you. Han Fei chuckled. What if I don't? Before the middle-aged man could say a word, Zhou Tai was already enraged. What an arrogant brat. No one in the Southern Five Cliff has ever dared to speak so arrogantly to me. You are the first. Arrest him. The middle-aged man didn't object. He wanted to see how strong Han Fei was. He didn't need to worry about such a trivial matter. Immediately, 3 peak-level hidden fishers swept over. _snap, _bam, _. In an instant, 3 peak-level hidden fishers fell to the ground. Under the law of gravity, they had no chance of getting up. At this moment, even without using a secret technique, Han Fei's pure strength had reached the strength of 2 waves. How could an ordinary hidden fisher withstand it? The middle-aged man's expression changed drastically. The power of laws. You aren't a hidden fisher, but a law enforcer? Han Fei sneered. So what if I'm a hidden fisher? So what if I'm a law enforcer? Since Gucci is a student of our school, she will be a member of our school from now on. The middle-aged man's expression turned ugly. All right, I'll see what school it is. How dare they steal from my Zhou family? Zhou Tai cursed, Gu Xiaoqi, you slut. Do you think that finding a crappy school will help you? What do you take the Zhou family for? An ordinary family? Can you come and go as you please? Uncle Qing, tear the two of them apart. Han Fei muttered, devil change. The moment Uncle Qing's illusory hand reached out, a terrifying golden fist rumbled out. _bam, _. Instantly, there was a loud explosion. Everyone, including Zhou Tai, flew out as the Gu family's archway collapsed. Gucci was fine. Looking at Han Fei's figure, she suddenly felt that he was very tall. Is this the power of the Thug Academy? Is this my senior brother? She hadn't seen her teacher, or the president, but her senior brother was already so powerful. Then, would she have the chance to become so powerful in the future? Uncle Qing clearly didn't expect Han Fei to be so strong. In his carelessness, he was knocked back dozens of steps. His arm trembled and blood dripped from his fingers. As for the others, they spat out mouthfuls of blood. Be it the Zhou family or the Gu family, only the distant spectators were spared. Han Fei's voice echoed in the sky. In this world, the Zhou family is the first to dare say that the Thug Academy is a crappy school. So what? Since when can two declining families be so arrogant? Immediately, the onlookers all rolled their eyes. Who was this crazy guy? Zhou Tai was alarmed. This person was clearly of the same age as him. How was his strength so terrifying? He was horrified. You don't do anything rash. My Zhou family has two explorers guarding it. You have to consider your actions carefully. Han Fei didn't even look at this guy. Instead, he looked at the middle-aged man whose face had changed drastically. What? Are you going to forcibly take away a student of the Thug Academy? Uncle Qing's expression changed. Previously, he had heard that the Thug Academy had returned. At that time, he thought, the thugs. Back then, they were a super college that suppressed the 7 major sections. They were the kind of school that only produced geniuses. Now, they have actually taken in Gucci, _. However, Gucci's talent was only average. What was there that the Thug Academy took a fancy to? Uncle Qing's expression changed as he looked back. Young friend, Gucci is engaged to my young master after all. Han Fei sneered. Now that she has joined the Thug Academy, she has the freedom to fall in love. You think you can take her away just because you said she was engaged to some guy in your family? What do you take the Thug Academy for? Han Fei looked at Gucci. Little 7, are you willing to marry that fool? Gucci shook her head. I'm not marrying. Definitely not. Never ever. Han Fei threw up his hands. Heard that? Was it not loud enough or not detailed enough? With that, Han Fei looked into the air. Are all the Gu family members dead? Since you aren't coming out, I'll take her away. If you have the guts, come to the Thug Academy and ask for her. But I'm warning you, whoever wants to do That will have to consider their own weight first. In terms of bragging, if Han Fei said he was second, no one in the Thug Academy dared to say they were first. He was only a hidden fisher, but he was as arrogant as a venerable. Swish. An elder appeared. The Gu family didn't send a law enforcer to face him. Instead, their explorer came personally. The old man didn't seem to care about the scene in front of him at all. Instead, he smiled and said, "So you're a disciple of the Thug Academy. It's really better to see you than to hear about you. My Gu family has been negligent in this matter. Since you're here, please come to our main residence." Han Fei curled his lips. "Just now, you didn't let me in, so I won't be going now. I'm just here today to inform you that Gucci has already joined the Thug Academy. From now on, she's a student of the Thug Academy. Our school has always been very protective of our students, because we have very few students. Senior Gu, please forgive me. I'll take her away now." The elder narrowed his eyes slightly. "Young friend, aren't you a little too domineering? Gucci is a member of my Gu family, after all. I'm afraid you have to give me an explanation for taking her away, just like that, right?" Han Fei immediately sneered and looked at the old man. "You're too narrow-minded. You want an explanation from the Thug Academy? Are you sure?" The old man's face darkened. "I heard that no teachers of the Thug Academy have returned. There are only a few young friends who haven't even become law enforcers. Aren't you being too arrogant?" Han Fei grinned and said, "The Thug Academy has always been like this. Well, when I first came to the Thousand-Star City, a blind disciple of the Chu sect tried to stop me and was crippled by me. I didn't see the Chu sect coming to ask me for an explanation. Why, Senior Gu, must you ask the Thug Academy for an explanation?" The moment that was said, the expressions of the Zhou and Gu family elders changed. They really didn't know that a disciple of the Chu sect had been crippled by Han Fei. This was shocking news. Since Han Fei dared to touch the Chu sect's people, it meant that the power behind Han Fei was beyond their imagination. Therefore, the Chu sect didn't react. Han Fei chuckled, took out the wind god boat, and glanced at the Zhou and Gu family spectators. "I'm taking her away. Does anyone have any objections?" Seeing that neither side answered, Han Fei glanced at Gucci. "Let's go back to school." After Han Fei flew away, the old man from the Gu family thought for a moment and looked at the Zhou family. "I'm really sorry. The Gu family will return double the betrothal gifts. From today onwards, this matter has nothing to do with the Gu family. However, in my opinion, it's best if the Zhou family doesn't interfere for the time being. At least, it isn't the time now." Zhou Tai looked at the middle-aged man and said angrily, "Uncle Qing?" Uncle Qing shook his head slightly. "Let's go back." Midway. Gucci's eyes were almost glowing as she looked at Han Fei with admiration. He was too powerful. Her senior brother, a hidden fisher, was so domineering in front of a real explorer. Just this scene alone conquered her. She never expected that the school she randomly entered would be so powerful. Han Fei rolled his eyes. Hey. Stop looking at me like that. You have to remember that this is the style of the Thug Academy. Don't ruin our reputation in the future. Gucci immediately straightened her back. Gucci will definitely not lower the prestige of our Thug Academy in the future. Han Fei nodded and thought to himself, I wonder how Xiaobai is today, Translator *Kenyi Translations Editor *Kenyi Translations. After Han Fei returned to the school, there were still thousands of people in the maze who hadn't given up and were still wandering. Of course, Han Fei ignored them. When they arrived at the back of the mountain, Lu Renquang was making dumplings, Su Sanqian and Xingyu were helping him, and Yi Xian was causing trouble. This girl was probably the only talkative person the Thug Academy had recruited so far. At this moment, Yi Xian took out a fish-shaped dumpling and ran to Zhang Xuanyu. Darling, look at the fish I made. Zhang Xuanyu's face darkened. I told you not to call me darling. Got it, darling. Not long after, Yi Xian pinched another ball and pulled out some spikes. She ran to Zhang Xuanyu and said, Darling, look at the puffer fish I made. Lu Renquang rolled his eyes. Zhang Xuanyu, can you take this little clingy girl away? She's ruining my flower. Zhang Xuanyu snapped, It's none of my business. Jiao Yinling and Li Luoluo were also trying to make dumplings. They learned very quickly. From time to time, Li Luoluo would throw a colorful worm in. Let's compete and see whose luck is better. Lu Renquang threw all her dumplings to her side in disdain. I hate worms, and I hate eating worms even more. Luo Xiaobai was sitting on a tree while Su Daji was playing with the cube. Furthermore, she had already assembled the fourth-order cube. At that moment, she was spinning the third-order cube in one hand and the fourth-order one in the other. As soon as Han Fei landed with Gu Qi, Yi Xian shouted, Qi Qi, come and make dumplings. Gu Qi looked around. Ah? Oh. I'm here. Su Daiji had already run in front of Han Fei and extended her hand. Han Fei took a look. Wow, even the fourth-order cube is finished, However, he didn't panic. He had already prepared a fifth-order, sixth-order, and even 10th-order cubes. It would be enough for Su Daiji to play with for a long time. Han Fei threw a fifth-order cube to Su Daiji. Su Daiji smiled sweetly and then began to spin it again. After sending Su Daiji away, Han Fei looked at Luo Xiaobai. How was it? Luo Xiaobai shook her head slightly. When we went, it was already empty. Yi Xian's parents and the old man she mentioned had already run away, leaving no traces behind. Han Fei couldn't help but sigh. I should have known. Luo Xiaobai asked, What about you? How about your trip to see the Gu family? Han Fei said indifferently, I encountered a little trouble, but it's not a big problem. Luo Xiaobai nodded. We've taken back the land and the students. Your body refinement technique is probably enough for them to cultivate for a period of time. With the techniques in the library, their strength will probably improve very quickly in the next 3 months. Han Fei nodded. This was different from back then. Although they had grown very quickly back then, they didn't have the conditions they had now. Back then, he didn't have any resources or weapons. He had plenty of techniques and combat skills, but everyone had different focuses, so they didn't learn much. As for Su Sanqian and company, they had more than enough cultivation, techniques, combat skills, and resources. They had to consider going to the trial grounds. Han Fei asked, Does the Pure Sun Island have an arena? Luo Xiaobai said in surprise, You want them to fight in the arena now? Han Fei shook his head. It's still too early. We have to go to the 1,000 Star-proving ground and snatch a few trial grounds first. Otherwise, it's useless no matter how strong they are. Luo Xiaobai nodded. That's right. The trip to the 1,000 star-proving ground is indeed imperative. We have to work harder. There's an arena on the Pure Sun Island, but the difficulty should be even higher than when we were in the Blue Sea town. To win 100 games in a row over there, their basic skills aren't enough. In addition, who do you think will be the captain among the 5? Han Fei grinned. That's something you should consider. Luo Xiaobai nodded and looked at everyone. After this meal, you can begin your cultivation. I want to test the 5 of you on your comprehensive abilities. Su Sanqian and company's expressions changed slightly when they heard that. They thought to themselves, we can't be negligent. We have to work hard to unleash all our unique talents. Han Fei said, from now on, you are not allowed to break through without our permission, especially Guqi. In order to make up for your vitality and potential, you have already broken through once. You have to stop. Before everyone catches up to you, you can't make another breakthrough. Guqi said in surprise, everyone? Guqi looked at Su Daji, who was playing with the cube. This little girl was only a level 8 fisher. She hadn't even experienced her talent, spirit awakening. How long would it take for her to catch up to her? However, thinking that Han Fei should have plenty of spirit awakening fluid on him, Guqi didn't say anything. She thought that since her senior brother had made such a rule, he definitely had his reasons. Han Fei looked at Su Daji and said, Daji, I'll give you 3 months. In 3 months, advance to an intermediate fishing master. Otherwise, you won't have the 6th and 7th order cubes to play with. Su Daiji immediately stopped when she heard that. She turned anxious. No. Su Daiji didn't like to talk, but when she heard that Han Fei wasn't going to give her cubes to play with, she panicked. Han Fei said, so, you have to work quickly. Li Luoluo immediately said, isn't her improvement too fast? You've made her improve too much in the past 3 months, right? Han Fei grinned. To prevent Su Daji from improving too quickly and having an unstable realm. Everyone, take 6 hours a day to suppress your realm to the same level as Daji's. 4 against 1, train her. At that time everyone, including Yi Xinyan, was dumbfounded. The 4 of us fight her? She's the youngest. Su Daiji pouted. I don't like fighting. Han Fei didn't give Su Daiji a chance to escape. You have to fight even if you don't like it. Let's see when you can last for half an hour under the hands of the 4 of them. Jiu Ling sent a voice transmission, is Daji's talent that high, Lu Renquang asked, Fei Fei, are you suspecting, Han Fei replied, I'm not suspecting it. Su Daji definitely has a growth type. Spiritual heritage. Her endurance, reaction speed, and intelligence are all extremely high, but she's never used them before. Furthermore, the performance on the pulse testing stone made the Su family mistakenly believe that she's lacking in talent and just a little special. That's why we picked her up. Luo Xiaobai asked, do you think Daji will become the strongest among everyone? Han Fei considered it carefully. Su Sanqian is a manipulator, Guqi is an armorist, Xingyu is a spirit gatherer and a soul warrior, and Yi Xian is a hunter and a soul warrior. Therefore, Su Daiji will be a pure soul warrior. The strongest one, underscore. No one was sure about Han Fei's judgment. However, if Su Daji chose to become a soul warrior, this team would become a perfect team again. Li Luolua's interest was piqued. Underscore, that's fine. Let Yan Yan become a hunter. I'll be responsible for that, underscore. The fact that Xingyu had passed Han Fei's test meant that he was more talented as a spirit gatherer. Therefore, there was no doubt about it. After a moment, at the dinner table, Xinyan exclaimed, "Darling, dumplings are delicious. Eat more." Eh? What's this sour stuff? Does our school eat like this every day? This is too blissful. Xinyan rambled on. Han Fei said leisurely, "Xinyan, have a good meal. When you're eating, don't babble." After Han Fei said that, she lowered her voice and leaned against Zhang Xuanyu. "Darling, let me feed you." Puff. Han Fei almost spat out a mouthful of blood. Underscore F asterisk CK, what is this life? Underscore. After dinner, beneath the library, Luo Xiaobai looked at the crowd and pointed at Han Fei. "Now, the 5 of you. Use all your strength to attack Han Fei." Everyone was alarmed. They were on completely different levels. How were they to fight? Luo Xiaobai's eyes had a hint of craftiness. Han Fei can only use the strength of a level 8 fisher. As for you, think of a way to last 30 seconds. Su Sanqian and Xingyu exchanged looks. Underscore, isn't this too much? A level 8 fisher wants us to last for 30 seconds, underscore. Han Fei pulled a small branch from the spiritual plant wall and said to them, "Come on. Remember to use all your strength." Xinyan was eager to give it a try. She had never done something so fun. Su Daiji put away the cube, thought for a moment, and looked at Han Fei. "No weapons." Han Fei smiled. "What weapon do you want?" Su Daiji sniffed. "A brick." Han Fei. The corner of Han Fei's mouth twitched. He took out a fish bone and refined it, turning it into a fish bone brick before throwing it to Su Daiji. Xingyu said in a low voice, "Remember, persist. Try attacking first. Sanqian, circle the periphery. Don't get close." Luo Xiaobai shouted, "Begin." Underscore thud. Thud. Thud, underscore. As soon as Luo Xiaobai finished speaking, Guqi attacked first. Mortal level weapons poured out of her armor box. Xingyu shouted, "Sanqian." Su Sanqian attacked in a flash. The spider silk was like a steel rope. Instead of locking onto Han Fei, it first locked onto the ground around him, limiting his range of movement. With a whoosh, she vanished. She was extremely fast. Han Fei glanced sideways and saw a steel rope move. He immediately leaned back, and with the sound of the wind, he reached out and grabbed Yi Xian's ankle. At this moment, Su Sanqian's spider silk darted at Han Fei. Han Fei pulled and placed Yi Xian in front of him as a shield. Then he performed a few strange movements and dodged. Underscore bang, underscore. At this moment, Su Daiji had circled behind Han Fei holding a brick. Then she shouted and attacked. Han Fei turned his head slightly, pushed his body back, shook his shoulder, and pressed it against Su Daji's wrist. With a flip, he slapped Su Daiji. The latter staggered, but the spider silk quickly pulled him back. Holding a long pole, Xingyu attacked from the side and shouted, "Yan Yan. Don't attack by force. Think first before attacking." Xingyu's voice was particularly loud, and Han Fei grinned. This kid was deliberately confusing him. In fact, Yi Shiyan had already attacked from behind. Han Fei twisted his body and reached out a hand into the air. A gentle force met the fast-moving Yi Shiyan and easily deflected her body, sending her crashing into Xingyu. 10 seconds. 20 seconds. Han Fei seemed to be only defending. He glanced at Luo Xiaobai, who nodded. Only then did the corners of Han Fei's mouth curl up. He made a strange movement with his body. With the spider silk on the ground, he bent his body and made Su Daiji's brick miss. Then, with the power of the spider silk, he bounced and hit Su Daiji, sending her flying. With his other hand, he grabbed onto his foot and somersaulted. He grabbed Yi Shiyan's wrist, snatched the dagger, and shot it at the slowest Xingyu. Puff! Xingyu was hit. Amidst the flying swords and daggers, Han Fei's posture was strange as he sent Guqi flying with a spiritual energy explosion. At the same time, he grabbed a spider silk that was shooting at him and jumped towards Su Sanqian. In just 5 seconds, all 5 of them fell to the ground with slight injuries. Han Fei said unhappily, "Your cooperation is a mess." Translator *** Henyi Translations Editor *** Henyi Translations. To Han Fei and the others, they had grown up not only because of their strength, but also because of their knowledge, technique, and reaction speed. Above them were the levels of law enforcers, explorers, and even venerables. The battle was purely about whose fist was bigger. Even among hidden fishers, who were heavenly talents or ordinary, there was an insurmountable gap. Therefore, in terms of combat ability alone, Han Fei was probably no weaker than a law enforcer or an explorer. He hadn't even used the techniques that Ren Tianfei had taught him. With just the 108 desolate god body, he had easily defeated the 5 of them. At that moment, everyone, including Yi Shiyan, were stunned. The only exception was Su Daiji. She was sitting on the ground with a brick in her hand, looking a little lost. Luo Xiaobai looked at Han Fei. As expected, the captain can only be chosen between Xingyu and Su Sanqian. Xingyu's inappropriate command during the battle is entirely because he's inexperienced and hasn't fought many battles. However, at least he's relatively calm. As the controller, Su Sanqian knows the situation the best, but I wonder if he has the advantage in guidance? Han Fei said, then test them. Luo Xiaobai thought for a moment and suddenly took out 2 fish skin test papers. She handed them to Xingyu and Su Sanqian and said, "Do this." Han Fei glanced at it and was stunned. Wasn't this the exam paper from the 36 towns? Upon seeing the first question, Han Fei was stunned. How did this question work? It seemed that Luo Xiaobai had explained it before, but he couldn't remember. Immediately, Han Fei looked at Xingyu and Su Sanqian with a sympathetic gaze. "Good luck to you." Yi Shiyan asked, "Senior sister, why didn't I get a test paper?" Luo Xiaobai said, "Because you don't need it." Zhang Xuanyu said leisurely, "If you really want to see it, just take a look." After a moment, Yi Shiyan returned with her eyes wide open. "It's terrifying. It's really terrifying." Su Daiji didn't even take a look. Guqi was standing between Su Sanqian and Xingyu, looking at this and that. She was dumbfounded. She had a feeling that she couldn't answer any of these questions. When Su Sanqian and Xingyu saw the question, they were stunned. They didn't know how to answer the first question either. At the side, Lu Renkuang sighed. Isn't this too cruel? Li Luoluo perceived it and her expression changed. Isn't this the test? After a moment of silence, Jiao Ling said, this seems to be rather difficult. Luo Xiaobai said indifferently, it's just to see their temperament. Apart from Su Sanqian and Xingyue, the other three were taken away by Han Fei's level of body refinement. Yi Xinyan exclaimed, darling, this is so difficult. Zhang Xuanyu said with a black face, call me senior brother, senior brother. Senior brother. It's not difficult for anyone, why is it difficult for you? Do you want me to help you? Yi Xiyan's face turned red. What are you talking about? Han Fei? Han Fei patted Zhang Xuanyu on the shoulder. This is at most an accident. There won't be a second one. Besides, isn't that what you like? Zhang Xuanyu bared his teeth. What do you mean I like this? I'm still a child. _bam, _. Han Fei kicked him away and shouted, Senior Tree Spirit. Tree Spirit walked out of the spiritual plant wall. Master? Han Fei commanded, stay here and guard the school. We're going out. Luo Xiaobai asked, all of us? Han Fei thought for a moment. Yes. Li Luoluo asked, where are we going? Han Fei said, the 1,000-star proving ground. Han Fei didn't ask for Jiao Ling's opinion, because the heavenly music book had already given her the answers. She was the one who needed to walk around the most. Luo Xiaobai looked at Su Sanqian and Xingyue. After you are done, temper your bodies with the others. Su Sanqian and Xingyue hurriedly agreed. Only then did Han Fei and the others board the fishing boat and fly to the 1,000-star proving ground. Over the past few days, Han Fei had already read the information regarding the 1,000-star city. Furthermore, this time, Ku Shui had followed them. With the Su family's explorers taking note of them and Tree Spirit's clone guarding the school, there was nothing to worry about, even if an explorer-level person broke in. The 1,000-star proving ground contained thousands of secret realms. Only a few places here were open to the public. Most of the places were controlled by the big clans and the 7 sects. According to the differences in the secret realms, there were also 10 levels of difficulty. And these levels corresponded to the 10 levels, from the Fisher realm to the King realm. The higher the difficulty, the fewer secret realms there were. As of now, 80% of the secret realms in the 1,000-star proving ground had been explored. This was the data from more than 30 years ago. Why was it 80%? This was because, from the level of the law enforcers, which was the 7th level of difficulty, the secret realms were no longer easy to explore. It was said that high-level secret realms were usually more difficult than ordinary levels. It was very likely that an explorer-level secret realm could lead to the death of an explorer, and it could also lead to the death of a venerable. As for the venerable-level secret realms, the information said that a venerable expert from the Chu sect had once entered to explore it, but he never came out again. From this, it could be seen that the higher one went, the more difficult it was. As for the Chu sect and Chao family, the reason they were called the two most powerful families was that these two families had explored nearly 5 explorer-level secret realms, which were level 8 secret realms. As for the venerable-level secret realm and the king-level secret realm, no one had successfully explored them. Over the years, no one who entered them had survived. In Han Fei's hand was the sea-swallowing seashell that Old Bai had given him before they set off for the 1,000-star city. As he knew that this thing was trouble, Han Fei kept it in Forge the Universe and didn't look at it. At that moment, he had to accept the trouble before glancing inside it. However, when he looked inside, he found that there was a pile of fish skin, maps and a pile of crystalline objects that resembled yellow beads. Every bead had a serial number. For example, Han Fei casually looked at a bead that had 4 stars and the number 21 on it. If Han Fei wasn't mistaken, the 4 stars corresponded to the secret realm of the dangling fisher level. The number on it should be the serial number of the secret realm. After quickly glancing at the fish skin map, Han Fei quickly found the corresponding fish skin map. On the map was a map of a secret realm. Clearly, this place had been explored. Therefore, someone from the former Thug Academy had drawn the map. Han Fei couldn't help but feel puzzled. There were as many as 236 beads here. This also meant that the former Thug Academy had robbed more than 200 secret realms in one go. It was truly shocking. Furthermore, Han Fei found 3 8-star beads on all the pillars. In other words, the Thug Academy had once taken 3 explorer-level secret realms. Holy sh*t, isn't this comparable to the Chow family and the Chu sect? If the Thug Academy hadn't declined more than 30 years ago, its heritage would indeed be comparable to the Chow family and the Chu sect. Han Fei's heart did a flip. He couldn't take them all out now. Since these secret realms were extremely precious, it was possible that someone was targeting them. Han Fei couldn't use the beads of the explorer-level secret realms. As for the law enforcer-level beads, they hadn't even become law enforcers yet, so they might not be able to use these beads. However, the hidden fisher-level secret realm shouldn't be difficult for them. With their strength. Seeing Han Fei's strange expression, Luo Xiaobai couldn't help but ask, "What's wrong?" Han Fei smiled. "Nothing. I'll show you a surprise later." Apart from Luo Xiaobai and Jiuyin Ling, the others asked, "What surprise?" Han Fei chuckled. "It's a surprise. You'll find out later." "Alright, where are we?" Ku Shui said, "The 1,000-star proving ground is on the Star River Island, outside the 3 holy lands. That entire island is the 1,000-star proving ground. We've only flown a third of the way. It's still early." Suddenly, Ku Shui added, "Young masters, a few perceptions swept over us just now. They should be at the level of an explorer. I'm afraid you have to be prepared." Han Fei said disdainfully, "Don't worry about them. If they could attack, they would have done so long ago. If someone weaker than them attacks us, I'll make them cry in fear." Luo Xiaobai nodded slightly. "Indeed. As long as we don't break through to the law enforcer realm, the law enforcers won't find trouble with us." Lu Renquang murmured, "Devour them." Jiuyin Ling looked at Han Fei. "Isn't this considered training in the mortal world?" Han Fei said with a smile, "Of course. The interest of the big clans, and the dirty tricks of those arrogant children of the big clans, are enough for you to broaden your horizons. Okay." She lowered her head slightly, her thoughts a mystery. About an hour later, they finally arrived. They saw a huge island that emitted a black fog. In the sky near the island, thousands of fishing boats were floating. Almost every fishing boat had people sitting on them. When the wind god boat arrived, it attracted the attention of many people. Because of its cool appearance, many people were puzzled. Which family were they from? However, the 1,000-star city was just too huge. It could be considered a large country. Every island was equivalent to a province with a population of Millions. Who could recognize everyone? The only advantage cultivators had was that they could travel fast. For example, Han Fei and the others could fly 5,000 kilometers in an hour. Therefore, in this sense, although the geographical scope of the thousand-star city was wide, it was still acceptable. Han Fei and the others didn't stop for a moment. Under Ku Shui's control, the fishing boat arrived at a huge plain-like ground outside the Star River Island. Ku Shui said, "Young masters, this is the only open area on the Star River Island. However, you should already know the way to enter the Star River Island. If you have a star bead, you can use it here to directly open a teleportation door and enter a secret realm. If you don't have a star bead, you have to enter the Star River through the dark fog and search for it. However, the Star River is dangerous and star beads are rare. Too many have already been harvested. If you can find one, I'm afraid it will be an extremely terrifying secret realm." Han Fei nodded. "It's fine. We have star beads." Everyone looked at Han Fei, wondering when they had found such a thing. 1. Translator *Kenyi Translations Editor *Kenyi Translations. If one looked at the Star River Island from the outside, it would be a terrifying place filled with black gases. Light couldn't penetrate the fog, so it was like a huge, dark hole that devoured one's soul. At this moment, Han Fei grabbed a star bead and said, "Before I came, the president gave me a sea-swallowing seashell. It's filled with these things. More than 200. Hiss. Everyone took a deep breath. Zhang Xuanyu said, "Are you saying that our Thug Academy controls more than 200 secret realms?" Li Renquang asked in shock, "Then are we rich?" Li Luoluo said in surprise, "I'd like to officially submit an application to join the Thug Academy." Han Fei rolled his eyes. "Go away. Although there are many secret realms, they have all been explored." Luo Xiaobai said, "No one has been to these secret realms in a long time. Right?" Jiao Ling said, "Some of the secret realms on the Star River Island have been explored repeatedly. I'm afraid there's no danger. However, our secret realms will definitely be dangerous since no one has explored them for many years. As for resources, I'm afraid there won't be much left." Han Fei glanced at the fish skin maps and found that there were very few of them about ruins. There were only 18. Among them, there was only one at the dangling fissure level, 3 at the hanging fissure level, 6 at the hidden fissure level, 8 at the law enforcer level, and nothing else. Han Fei thought for a moment and said, "Forget about the ruins for now. Let's just randomly enter one secret realm to confirm the danger." Han Fei had some guesses. Old Bai said that it wasn't a big deal to rebuild the Thug Academy, nor was it a big deal to take in disciples. However, Old Bai had specially reminded him that coming to the 1,000-star proving ground wasn't just to open up the original secret realm for new students to receive training. Perhaps Old Bai was also trying to say that he wanted them to try walking the Star River to find a law enforcer level secret realm. After all, Han Fei and the others hadn't reached the level of a law enforcer. And the law enforcer level secret realm wasn't something ordinary hidden fishers could explore. Therefore, Old Bai said it in a euphemistic manner. Han Fei felt that he had guessed Old Bai's meaning. To be honest, he didn't plan to find a new law enforcer level secret realm, at least, not before Tang Ji's wedding. Right now, the most reasonable situation was for the 6 of them to take a look first. What was the law enforcer level secret realm left behind by the Thug Academy like? They had to find a ruin-type secret realm. This way, the danger level could be greatly reduced. After a ruin-type secret realm was explored, the strange power of the ruins might no longer exist. How much danger could there be? As for other types of secret realms, it was unknown. Han Fei was thinking that one day, after all of them had broken through to the Law Enforcer realm, they would enter the Star River and try to find a new Law Enforcer level secret realm. Han Fei was quite satisfied with his plan. After all, there were still 7 years before the old turtle of the Empyrean waterfall would come out. In these 7 years, he had to break through to be a peak-level law enforcer and patiently wait for the day the leafless tree's branches grew leaves. That would be the day he would lead the 1,000-star city. However, according to the leafless tree, it would be between 5 to 8 years. The only problem was that even if the leaves grew, the old turtle couldn't hold on any longer. Unfortunately, they could only wait. During this period of time, they could only teach students, explore the 3 holy lands, or explore secret realms. Therefore, there was plenty of time. Just as Han Fei was about to ask how to activate the star bead, a voice suddenly sounded, "You are from the Thug Academy?" Well, 2 law enforcers and 4 peak-level hidden fishers. What? Is this the full strength of the Thug Academy? Han Fei glanced over and saw 7 or 8 young men in their 20s walking towards him. Among them, there were only 2 peak-level hidden fishers and 6 law enforcers. Behind them was a middle-aged man and an elder. Judging from their strength, they were probably at the peak of the law enforcer realm, and their strength was compared to Ku Shui's. Needless to say, this group of people was here for them. Otherwise, how could they be so coincidental as to find them when there were people everywhere? Furthermore, the other party didn't hide it at all. He already knew that Han Fei and the others were from the Thug Academy. So they were here to cause trouble. Luo Xiaobai said, "What has it got to do with you?" Zhang Xuanyu chuckled. "Why? What do you want? Make it clear." Han Fei said disdainfully, "If you aren't from the 7 sects, you are from a big family. What does this family want by sending a bunch of trash like you?" Han Fei was as arrogant as ever. Arrogant, despotic, and insufferably arrogant. Being vain and combative. Through and through, was the basic principle of a sailor. It was just like how one would pull out their weapon at the slightest disagreement in a tavern. With old Han and the Thug Academy around, the big families didn't dare to act rashly. This was a balance. As long as this balance wasn't broken, it didn't matter if Han Fei was lawless. In the 1,000-star city, why would he care about some cannon fodder who were pushed to cause trouble in the first wave? When Han Fei said this, the faces of several people opposite him changed, and they immediately revealed ferocious looks. The youth who spoke sneered. "It seems that you are Han Fei. You are indeed as arrogant as the rumors say. Who do you think you are in the territory of the 1,000-star city?" Han Fei chuckled. "Who do you think I am? I'm something that can make you kneel on the ground and call me daddy. Why don't you give it a try?" The man shouted, "Han Fei, you're courting death." Han Fei touched his chest and made a face. "Ouch, I'm so scared." "If you have what it takes, challenge me. How about a life and death battle? I've been through the south and the north. I've even bickered with Blue Feather." "Who the hell are you? Where did you come from?" "Puff." Li Luoluo laughed. "What kind of taunt is that?" However, judging from his frivolous manner, he really looked like a hooligan in the village who did nothing but cause trouble all day long. Lurenquang took out a piece of dried fish and stuffed it into his mouth. He said, in terms of fighting skills, these children of big families are far inferior to Han Fei. Jiu Ling watched the scene in silence. Although she had seen this provocative conversation a few times in the village, it felt a little strange when it was spoken by Han Fei. Before the young man opposite him could speak, the peak stage law enforcer behind him shouted, "Han Fei, watch your words. If there's a next time." Before he could finish, Han Fei interrupted, "Shut up. Who the hell are you? Who are you to speak to me?" Han Fei said aggressively, "Don't talk nonsense with me. Can you beat me? Do these two peak-level law enforcers dare to attack me? My father is a venerable. Who wants to fight me? TSK, a bunch of junk." Han Fei wasn't ashamed at all about flaunting his powerful connections. This was the truth. As a newcomer, he had to properly make use of his resources. The leader's face was livid with anger as he clenched his fists. When had he ever encountered such a little punk? He was clearly the one looking for trouble. Why did it seem like he was the one being humiliated? In the crowd, a girl in a green dress snorted. "A country bumpkin. What an eyesore." Han Fei said disdainfully, "That's right. We country bumpkins can't compare to you city people. Ever since you were young, you've been living a comfortable life. Even when you sleep, you have to get someone to warm your bed. Hey, girl, do you have such a hobby?" Han Fei. The woman roared angrily as her aura soared. She attacked hatefully. However, a young man in the crowd stood up and blocked the woman who was about to flare up. He looked at Han Fei and said, "If I'm not wrong, you want to anger us so that you can accept your life and death battle, right? Once someone accepts this battle, you just want to slaughter him cruelly so that others won't dare to mess with you." Han Fei stroked his nose and said, "Congratulations, you got it right. But so what? Can you interfere by force, or what? We haven't reached the level of law enforcers yet, so law enforcers can't attack us. And you? Have you considered your own capabilities?" Under Han Fei's mockery, the young man said coldly, "Han Fei, don't be too smug. If you want a life and death battle, why don't you take a walk in the Star River? If you dare." Han Fei grinned. "I wouldn't dare? I have a lot of secret realms in my hands. Why would I go with you to the Star River to find a secret realm? Was my head hit by an iron-headed fish, or was your head hit by an iron-headed fish?" Just as the young man was about to speak, Han Fei interrupted, "Oh, right. Tell me your name. Remember, don't talk to me unless you're from a decent family. I don't have time for you." Someone scoffed. "Chu Jian, it looks like the Chu sect has lost face." Han Fei glanced at the person who spoke. This person looked very thin and sickly, but his words were eccentric. His words made the young man in the lead blush. Han Fei sighed and suddenly looked at the man. "I'll remember you. I hate people like you who stir up trouble. Remember, if I meet you again, I'll kill you." The person's expression was cold. "I'm just afraid you won't live to see that day." Han Fei glanced at them. "I don't have time to chit-chat with you today. When you come next time, remember to tell me your name. Forget it for now." There Are too many people in the 1,000-star city. I can't remember you all. With that, Han Fei turned around and took out a star bead. How do I use it? Jiu Ling said, just inject it with spiritual energy. Without a word, Han Fei injected spiritual energy into the bead and ignored the people who came to cause trouble, leaving them embarrassed. _hum_. A dark blue oval teleportation array appeared in the void. Han Fei said, everyone, enter. Senior Ku Shui, do you want to enter? Ku Shui shook his head slightly. No, young Master Han Fei. As Han Fei and the others entered, the old law enforcer behind the young men suddenly said, Luo family, are you really going to offend the big clans of the 1,000-star city for the sake of the Thug Academy? Ku Shui chuckled. My lady has been served by me since she was young. What has it got to do with the Luo family? Even if it has something to do with my Luo family, do you want to touch my Luo family? We can't beat you, but a divine manipulator family's ability to exchange lives and escape is unparalleled. Don't anger the Luo family. Ku Shui leisurely walked to the edge of the Star River. There was a grassland there that was suitable for resting. Chu Jian gritted his teeth and said, they won't fall for it. Someone replied, we're just here to give it a try. We don't expect them to fall for it. Let's wait. We'll wait for the day they become law enforcers. Translator *Kenyi Translations Editor *Kenyi Translations. In the sea, there was a special scenery, sand. Based on what humans knew, sand was extremely common. It was formed by nature. After thousands of years or even billions of years, the sand was extremely fine. If it was magnified 1,000 times, the world of sand and stone would be like a dazzling river of stars, extremely beautiful. However, with more magical things like sand, there would be changes. At this moment, Han Fei and the others arrived at an underwater sand bed. At least, as soon as Han Fei appeared, his perception spread out for 500 kilometers, and everything was sand and stone. At the bottom of the sea, there was a waterfall known as the Sandfall. There was nothing special about this in itself. There were no less than 10 sand waterfalls in the periphery of the scattered stars island. As water would pour down in a waterfall, sand poured down in a sandfall. However, for ordinary sandfalls, the flow wasn't very large. The moment everyone recognized their surroundings, Jiu Ling said, do we just ignore those people outside? Han Fei explained, yes. Because of some balance, they can't attack us now. If it's a hidden fisher, he won't be a match for us. If it's a law enforcer, he won't dare to attack us. This time, their goal is to anger us and lure us into the Star River, where they might set a trap for us. Jiu Ling's eyes turned slightly cold. Shameless. Han Fei said casually, we won't go to the Star River for the time being. We can't give them a chance. They probably can't control the 3 Holy Lands. When the time comes, we'll go to the 3 Holy Lands directly. Luo Xiaobai said, let's check the environment first. There's something under the sand. There was a kind of withered yellow seaweed here. Therefore, Luo Xiaobai immediately sensed something through the spiritual plants here. Han Fei scanned it and said simply, there are a small number of swallowing worms. However, they should be stronger than the ones in the level 3 fishery. There aren't many of them, and shells are almost extinct here. I'm afraid there are large creatures here. Almost at the same time, Han Fei and the others said, sand silkworm? Luo Xiaobai shook her head. It's different from the sandworms we know. Don't Forget that the sandworm we saw last time lived in the undersea forest. Although there's sand there, it's mostly mud caves. Han Fei said, apart from the sand silkworms, there's also a very large fish. Jiu Ling couldn't help but look at Han Fei. I didn't sense it. Han Fei said, more than 300 kilometers away, there's a stupid fish growing vertically. Let's ignore it for now. Since this is a secret realm at the level of a hidden fissure, it's definitely not that simple. Let's go take a look at what is on the sand. Any one of them had the strength to face the law enforcers. Of course, they weren't afraid of a mere desert. When the few of them stood on the sand, Zhang Xuanyu struck out with his spear and nailed an ugly mess-swallowing worm with a hard carapace. Zhang Xuanyu said, it's not strong, but its body structure is very strange. Like sand. Han Fei took out his fishing rod and hooked it out. It pierced through the air and appeared more than 2,000 meters away. With a wave of his hand, he pulled out the mess-swallowing worm. Being more than 30 meters long didn't mean that it was powerful. Even ordinary mess-swallowing worms were more than 30 meters long. When Han Fei pulled the mess-swallowing worm closer, he found that the particles on the carapace were obvious, as if a layer of crystalline sand had been applied to it. At that moment, the mess-swallowing worm's long body was twisting in the seawater as sand constantly fell. Information appeared in Han Fei's eyes. Name sandworm. Introduction: sand-eating worms. Sandworms like to eat rare gems and crystals in gravel. By refining these gems and crystals, their bodies are strengthened. They are often buried in sand, and adult sandworms are 30 meters long. There are sand thorns in their bodies, and their joints can be broken, allowing their bodies to be disassembled. Splitting growth is the basic ability of sandworms to survive. Level 42. Quality rare. Contained spiritual energy 1618 points. Edible effect inedible. Collectible rare gem. Absorbable. Note: a type of mess-swallowing worm. Lu Renquang frowned and said, I hate bugs. Li Luoluo rushed over. I like bugs. Li Luoluo pinched the sandworm's body with one hand and crushed one of its scales. She said, this sandworm's shell is very hard. It feels like it's about to reach the level of an advanced spiritual weapon. Han Fei casually slashed out a saber beam and cut the sandworm into two. Each of the half-broken worm bodies rapidly grew a ferocious head and began to escape. Pa! Pa! Luo Xiaobai grabbed the two sandworms with her vines and asked in puzzlement. They can split into two living beings? Han Fei shrugged and said, it should be its characteristic. I'll try cutting it a few more times. Swish! 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 In the blink of an eye, the mess-swallowing worm was chopped into 8 pieces. To everyone's surprise, the 8 pieces were all alive, but their levels had dropped. Han Fei cut again and found that even though the sandworm was cut into 20 pieces, it was still alive. It went from 1 creature to 20 creatures. Boom! Han Fei smashed the 20 sandworms with a punch. This time, these sandworms were truly dead. At this moment, Luo Xiaobai grabbed dozens of colorful stones. Li Luoluo reached out and grabbed all the stones. This color is really nice. Luo Xiaobai said, I roughly understand. The mess-swallowing worms here can split infinitely. Unless they are completely crushed, they will split more and more. However, these mess-swallowing worms won't split themselves, or it's not time for them to split yet. Han Fei smiled. It's not strong anyway. It's even weaker after splitting. Luo Xiaobai shook her head and said, no, I can sense the aura of a spiritual plant from this mess-swallowing worm. Just as Luo Xiaobai finished speaking, there were several loud bangs. 5-2. 6 withered yellow vines suddenly emerged from the sand. Li Luoluo jumped out with a whoosh. In midair, a few colorful worms appeared. And with a flash, Li Luoluo returned to Han Fei's side. Li Luoluo screamed, what's that? I didn't sense it. Luo Xiaobai said, a spiritual plant, a purple bamboo spiritual plant that can have consciousness. At this moment, as soon as the spiritual plant appeared, it pounced at Han Fei. And the others. Han Fei casually slashed out. With a ding, he felt a huge resistance. Although he had cut off a section of it, he felt this thing was extremely hard. Luo Xiaobai said, catch it. Han Fei said, no, let's go down to see its body. Luo Xiaobai was stunned for a moment and couldn't help but smile bitterly. Truly, the talented were bold. This spiritual plant was obviously extraordinary. Han Fei actually wanted to let the spiritual plant pull them over. With Han Fei's reminder, no one stopped him. However, when the vine tentacle reached out to Luo Xiaobai, it suddenly began to shrink rapidly. Luo Xiaobai's expression changed slightly. It wants to run. Han Fei immediately flashed out and grabbed the vine, pressing it down with the law of gravity. He shouted, come on, pull it out. Jiao Ling and Li Luoluo were dumbfounded. Is this the style of the Thug Academy? The spiritual plant had already hidden far away, but these people still wanted to pull it out? At this moment, information appeared in Han Fei's eyes. Name, Jade-eating demonic vine. Introduction, this is a strange creature in the sea of sand. It likes to eat jade essence and is extremely resilient and powerful. It can reach the strength of 2 waves and is good at lashing and binding. Jade-eating demon. Vines give birth to jade essence that can be used to forge divine weapons. Level 58. Quality exotic. Contains spiritual energy 1998 points. Edible effect inedible. Collectible, jade essence. Absorbable. When Han Fei saw the message, he was stunned. A level 58 creature with the strength of 2 waves had such great strength? No wonder it took him some effort to drag it without using any secret techniques. Indeed, the secret realm was even more dangerous than he imagined. If an ordinary peak-level hidden fisher with a strength of 8 million caddies was here, he wouldn't be able to defeat the jade-eating demon vine. Because the vines had many tentacles. At this moment, dozens of vines slapped across the sky. Han Fei sneered and slashed with his saber beam, breaking all the vines. At this moment, Luo Xiaobai grabbed the vine with one hand. Her eyes turned white as she attempted to control it. In a moment, the 6 of them pulled out a huge sand pit without using any secret techniques. Luo Xiaobai's level was higher than the jade-eating demonic vine, so she had already succeeded in controlling it to crawl out. A moment later, everyone saw a huge root that looked like an old tree root appear on the sand. 50 to 60 large tentacles and countless small tentacles were swaying with the waves. Han Fei curled his lips and said, that's it? Heh, there must be more than one. Here. Jiao Ling said, look, this tree has already turned into jade. Don't tell me. It raised those mess-swallowing worms? Han Fei nodded. It's very likely. This means that there are far more jade-eating demonic vines like this in the desert. Luo Xiaobai came back to her senses and said, "There's indeed more than one spiritual plant here. Through it, I can sense that in the middle of this sea of sand, there's still the biggest one. It might have reached the law enforcer level." Zhang Xuanyu grinned and said, "So what? Can't the six of us defeat a law enforcer level spiritual plant?" Luo Xiaobai thought for a moment and said, "There's no need to us defeating. It doesn't mean much." Han Fei nodded. "We don't lack resources now. A battle at this level is meaningless. Let's go out. Let's split all the star beads." After dealing with the dangers in some low-level secret realms, we'll throw them to Xingyu and company. After dealing with them, let's go take a look at the ruins. Luo Xiaobai couldn't help but look at Han Fei. "How many ruins are there?" Han Fei said, 18. "Wow." Translator * Kenyi Translations Editor * Kenyi Translations. Zhang Xuanyu put his arm around Lu Renquang's shoulder and sighed. "The two of us are indeed just here to make up the numbers." Lu Renquang's reaction was normal. "How nice." With the experience of entering, it was easy to leave. As soon as spiritual energy touched the star bead, the portal opened. With a whoosh, Han Fei and the others returned to the 1,000-star proving ground. At that moment, it was about 300 seconds before they entered. If they hadn't stayed in the sea of sand for a while, they could have come out even earlier. They're out. In the distance, many people revealed looks of surprise. Although the clash between the students of the Thug Academy and the children of the big clans hadn't really erupted, it was impossible for it not to attract the attention of others. In particular, some people from the 7 sects were silently watching. Of course, they didn't come to cause trouble for Han Fei. With Chu Jian and the others gone, no one came to cause trouble. Ku Shui quickly came to them. "Young masters, you're out already?" Luo Xiaobai said indifferently, "These secret realms aren't of much use to us. There's no need to explore them too much." Han Fei took out more than 200 star beads and many fish skin maps and said, "All right, in that case, let's split them. If most of the secret realms aren't too difficult to pass, ignore them. But if we encounter a few troublesome creatures, solve them. Next, we'll explore the ruins. Fatty, follow Li Luoluo." Li Luoluo immediately said, "I'm a law enforcer. I can do it alone." Han Fei smiled and said, "You're just a temporary teacher at the Thug Academy. And the resources are accumulated by the Thug Academy for a long time. Do you understand what I mean?" To put it bluntly, Han Fei's trust in Li Luoluo was only on the level of a friend. In the world of cultivators, it was already not bad to have a friend. It was impossible for Li Luoluo to explore her own secret realm alone. As the saying went, defenses couldn't do without. They couldn't trust anyone who wasn't from the Thug Academy. After all, it wasn't impossible for the big clans to have some deliberate arrangements to achieve their goals. Why did he let Lu Renquang go with Li Luoluo? This guy didn't seem to be strong, but when he really exploded, he was second only to Han Fei. He had mastered both Overlord's technique and violent war body, and the legendary creature, Deep Blue Roar, as his contractual spiritual beast, as well as the sky-swallowing technique. If there was really a problem with Li Luoluo, Lu Renquang could completely suppress her. Li Luoluo had no objections to this. Of course, she wouldn't ask why Zhou Ling could explore it alone. It was because Han Fei knew what kind of person Zhou Ling was. She didn't hesitate to give him the comfort and nature technique, which was a great show of trust. 3 days had passed. In the square of the 1,000-star proving ground, Han Fei and the others became famous. The name of the Thug Academy was almost everywhere. Because almost every 2 hours, Han Fei and the others would come out several times. Then, they took out a new star bead and opened a new portal. This frequency shocked everyone. Did the Thug Academy have so many secret realms? Someone sighed. What's the background of the Thug Academy? With so many secret realms, they're comparable to the big clans. Someone said, go back and check the information. This school's reputation was once above the 7 major sections. Someone said, I've already counted. In the past few days, this group of people has already appeared in nearly 200 secret realms. This is crazy. Can none of those secret realms stop them? Someone scoffed. Do you know who these guys are? Han Fei is famous in the unknown place. He killed a law enforcer when he was only an intermediate. Hidden Fisher. Do you think a non-explorer secret realm can stop them? Swish. Han Fei appeared in the trial square. At this moment, he didn't plan on continuing. This time, he had a feast for his eyes. There were really all kinds of strange secret realms. There was an undersea jungle, a sea of sand, a nest of insects, an area of undead creatures, ruins of sunken ships, a fish-tied canyon. Han Fei couldn't help but sigh. There were really all kinds of strange places in the sea. After 2 hours, Jiao Ling came out. As a law enforcer, Jiao Ling's exploration speed was very fast, especially with the seal law she had mastered. This made her almost invincible. After a while, Luo Xiaobai, Zhang Xuanyu, Lu Renquang, and Li Luo all came out. Han Fei, how is it? How many haven't been explored? Luo Xiaobai shook her head. No. We didn't thoroughly explore them, but just confirmed the level of danger. Zhang Xuanyu curled his lips. I encountered an octopus just now and almost died inside. However, I cleaned it up myself. Lu Renquang, we've checked the secret realms we entered as well. There aren't more than 10 abnormal secret realms. Han Fei nodded. All right. From now on, we'll leave them to Xingyu and the others. Next will be the ruins. Those places are different from these ordinary secret realms. Let's go together. Luo Xiaobai nodded. All right. Li Luo said, actually, I think we can also observe the law enforcer's secret realms. After all, our strength is already comparable to a law enforcer's. Luo Xiaobai shook her head. Not for the time being. From these ordinary secret realms, it can be seen that these secret realms aren't something ordinary law enforcers can dominate. If the strength of the law enforcer level secret realms reach the level of advanced or peak law enforcers, the danger will be completely uncontrollable. What Luo Xiaobai said was exactly what Han Fei was thinking. At present, he was the only one here who could fight advanced law enforcers head-on, let alone peak-level law enforcers. For example, even if he called out the punishing saber, he still couldn't kill Qi Huan. From this, it could be seen that Han Fei and the others shouldn't enter the secret realms of the law enforcer level no matter what. Han Fei only had a total of 18 ruins-type secret realms. 8 of them were at the level of the law enforcers, which meant that they could only explore the remaining 10 for the time being. As for the order of choice, it was naturally from easy to hard. First was the level of dangling fisher. Han Fei said, don't mind the low level. Ruins-type secret realms are the most mysterious. There will always be some strange information left inside. Let's check them one by one. After opening a dangling fisher star bead, they walked in and appeared in a sunken ship. Huh? In the pitch-black water, a light flashed and something began to escape. In such low-level ruins, no one would bother to chase after them. Lu Renquan said, Anti-Heaven Blade, are we back in the level 3 fishery? Luo Xiaobai shook her head. It might not be the level 3 fishery. Places like the level 3 fishery are surrounded by humans, but this doesn't eliminate the possibility that there are anti-heaven blades in the outside world. There are many such waters, so there should be many relatively safe places. Han Fei released his aura. Instantly, a large number of creatures on the huge sunken ship fled. There were jumping conchs, octopuses hidden in the shattered deck, squids, roe deers, red-browed shrimp, and all kinds of starfish. In any case, the moment the aura of a strong master pressed down, more than 100 living beings began to flee crazily. After all, the level of this secret realm was too low. The living beings here wouldn't be too powerful. Luo Xiaobai said, don't destroy this secret realm. Leave it to Daji and the others in the future. To them, this secret realm is definitely dangerous. From the location of the creatures that had just escaped, ordinary dangling fishers would probably have to fight their way in. It was very dangerous. Han Fei nodded. Yes, we just need to observe carefully. First of all, from the outside, this sunken ship looked very ancient. It had a mast, but this thing couldn't be seen on current fishing boats. Looking at the size of the sunken ship, it was more than 300 meters long. This was not something the small and ordinary fishing boats could compare with. Just from its appearance, Han Fei could confirm that this ship was the kind of normal ship he knew and wasn't used for fishing. Furthermore, there were 2 rows of railings that resembled skeletons on both sides of the hull. Despite so many years, they hadn't rotted, revealing the jade-like internal structure. There was also a dragon's head at the bow. It wasn't a real dragon's head, but like the head of the green swimming dragon Han Fei had seen before. As Luo Xiaobai swept up the vines, the hull that was covered by barnacle and seaweed was revealed. Exquisite patterns were revealed. These lines weren't only made of seaweed, but also all kinds of strange beast patterns. Upon seeing this, Han Fei's eyes narrowed. This ship left behind from ancient time seems to have been damaged in battle. However, the hull doesn't rot and has the texture of an ultra-quality spiritual weapon. Zhang Xuanyu exclaimed, Holy sh**t. This ship is very valuable. Lu Renquan was dumbfounded. Rich? We should have come to the ruins long ago. She said, I've seen similar patterns in some ancient books, but there are very few records. Luo Xiaobai said, you have to look at the long term. When we obtained this secret realm, it was impossible for the president and the others not to know the value of this ship. However, they didn't touch it. First of all, the Thug Academy doesn't need to sell ultra-quality spiritual weapons to make a living. Wealth is just wealth. It has no real meaning to us now. Han Fei nodded. Yes, besides the value of this ship, there must be something more meaningful inside. Let's split up and look around. There's no danger here. Translator * Kenyi Translations Editor * Kenyi Translations. If he wanted to find the hidden story in this ship, he had to clear it out. Therefore, Luo Xiaobai and Li Luoluo played a huge role. Luo Xiaobai controlled the spiritual plants to clean up, while Li Luoluo used worms to clean up. It seemed that manipulators had a unique talent in certain matters, such as cleaning. A moment later, Han Fei found the main cabin inside the hull. This surprised him. This was different from the layout of the fishing boat. The place where Han Fei was now could be called the control room, and below it was the lounge. Han Fei's eyelids twitched when he saw the rudder. Han Fei passed through the cabin and entered the lounge. A moment later, he easily found a jade box in a sealed cupboard. Inside the box was a logbook. When he saw the logbook, Han Fei immediately grinned. Indeed, humans were more like navigators in the past, not like now when fishing boats became tools for travel. The logbook was a necessity for a captain. This box had probably been opened by a former student of the Thug Academy. He must leave this diary here, because of the habits of the Thug Academy. When future students had the ability, they could naturally come and check it themselves. Han Fei took out the box, and everyone immediately surrounded him. Zhang Xuanyu asked in surprise, "What's this?" Han Fei smiled. "A logbook." Jiao Yinling asked in surprise, "What's a logbook?" Considering the requirements of Jiao Yinling's cultivation technique, Han Fei explained, in ancient times, the sea wasn't all there were continents. Some humans needed to explore the sea through large ships. Back then, there might not have been any flying fishing boats. Therefore, the ship we found was very different from ordinary fishing boats. Such a large ship needed a captain to record everything on the journey. For reference, the captain needed to make a daily record of the voyage. For example, the captain could record the location of some special reefs, which was equivalent to a map. It was also used to record the sailing situation every day. This logbook was equivalent to a memo. If an accident happened to the ship, when people found it thousands of years later, they would know what happened to it. Well, in fact, the logbook itself is an interesting record with many stories. What Han Fei said made the others speechless. Was it so complicated for ancient people to travel by boat? Shouldn't it be mainly fishing? With that said, Han Fei flipped open the fish skin map that wrapped the logbook. On it was a map of the route and a drawing of the harbor. However, this thing was of no value now. This was because all the places had been submerged, so the map was useless. Han Fei threw the nautical chart away, but Luo Xiaobai caught it. "Don't throw it away." Han Fei didn't pay much attention to it, but he saw that the name of the ship was written on the sailing day, Hope Exploration Records. He flipped to the first page. There were only several lines of words on it. It was the captain's note, signed by Lin Song, who was likely the captain of the Hope. Han Fei flipped open the notebook and saw Year 13822, Day 17 of the Sun's Chronicles, the Hope set off. This was the title. The text was as follows. In just 10 years, tsunamis erupted everywhere, and countless sea creatures swept through the safe sea. This wasn't the first time in history, but this time, it was extremely serious. Today, more than half of U-City's land has been seized. The sea demons have attacked and the cities are in a fierce battle. The city governor ordered me to head to Boulder City to request reinforcements as the captain of the Hope. I don't know if there's any hope for Hope. Many ships have already been sent out, but none of them have returned. Perhaps? No matter what, I'm now the Hope. I shoulder the hope. That was all for the first page of the logbook. Han Fei turned to the next page. On the second page of the logbook, it wrote the day 21 of the Sun's Chronicles. Han Fei wasn't sure what the Sun's Chronicles was. It was probably a calendar. Lin Song directly wrote. The current sea is too terrifying. We've encountered the greatest blow in history. Nearly half of the strong masters on the ship perished during a huge fish tide, and 3 law enforcers perished. I don't know how to proceed. I'm certain of one thing. We have encountered the legendary sea race. There are merfolk, shrimp soldiers, crab generals, demon snakes, clam girls. Legend has it that these creatures have been destroyed by the gods, but it seems that the gods had deceived us. The enemies facing U City aren't just ordinary sea demons. We might be facing countless races that should have lived in the endless deep sea. Thankfully, I'm already an explorer. I saved hope, but tomorrow, I don't know. After reading the second page, everyone's eyes widened. Luo Xiaobai asked, gods? Li Luo said in surprise, what kind of existence is a god? Is it a realm above the king level? Jiu Yinling asked curiously, what kind of creature are shrimp soldiers and crab generals? What kind of creatures are demon snakes and clam girls? Han Fei and the others looked at each other in surprise. Could this be related to the age of gods that Old Bai had mentioned? Han Fei said, who are these so-called gods? None of us know. However, these so-called shrimp soldiers, crab generals, and other creatures might be creatures beyond our knowledge. Isn't it said that there are other creatures in the infinite ocean beyond us? Perhaps there are other creatures in that distant sea. Han Fei didn't explain much. He continued to flip through 2 pages, both of which described the war. What kind of danger and strange things did they encounter today? It wasn't until the 5th page that Han Fei and the others noticed. Day 27 of the Sun's Chronicles. It couldn't be stopped. Upon seeing the words, cannot be stopped, Han Fei and the others were slightly moved. One could imagine a scene that even an explorer couldn't withstand. When the hope set off, there would definitely be many experts accompanying it. However, this couldn't withstand the daily deaths the logbook recorded. This wasn't an ordinary crisis. This was an unprecedented crisis. In the endless sea, there will definitely be a new god rising. I saw a scene that I will never forget for the rest of my life. Thousands of living beings are awakening and transforming into demons. Their goal isn't just to target you City. I estimate that the situation in Boulder City isn't much better. The other party has 3 strong masters at the spirit-breaking Tao-seeking realm guarding them. I finally understand why the strongest master in U City has disappeared for no reason. From what I can tell, he didn't disappear, but was killed by a super strong sea demon. U City might be destroyed. After writing this line, I feel I might die in battle in the vast sea. If the latter could see Hope's logbook, remember to inform humanity and find another way. Find the legendary place. Perhaps humanity still had hope. Signed by, Lin Song. Han Fei hurriedly flipped to the back, but as recorded in the logbook, after writing this page, Lin Song went to fight and probably died. Hope's request for help ultimately failed. Lu Renquang couldn't help but ask curiously, wasn't he already an explorer? Why didn't he just fly over, but walk across the sea? Han Fei thought for a moment and said, don't forget that there are also strong masters among the sea demons. If he can fly, do you think Lin Song won't? Luo Xiaobai said, there's another possibility. This Lin Song isn't very strong among the explorers. If the two places are too far apart, even explorers probably can't keep flying, right? Han Fei shook his head. That's unlikely. Explorers should be able to absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Besides, in that case, wouldn't it be better to just teleport there directly? Why would there be a need to sail there? Since it can't be done, it means that these methods were useless or destroyed. Luo Xiaobai said, let's keep looking and see if there's anything else. Han Fei thought for a moment. The most valuable on the ship was probably the logbook. Han Fei stopped searching, but before long, Jiao Yinling pulled out a small box and ran to Han Fei. Han Fei's eyelids twitched. Huh? This box is well preserved. Everyone gathered around again. However, as soon as the box was opened, Han Fei saw shells, crab pincers, a transparent glass, and a few metal objects scattered inside. He immediately understood what they were. Han Fei said with a smile, this is just a simple storage box. I'm guessing it's a crew member who wants to bring some gifts back for his children. Therefore, they put all kinds of random toys here. As for why they weren't stored in the sea swallowing seashells, it's probably because these things are very common and worthless. Well, it's also possible that the sea swallowing seashells are very expensive and this crew member can't afford them. Jiao Yinling blinked. It seemed that she hadn't found anything useful. After a while, no one discovered anything special. There was nothing to decipher about the decorative patterns. Therefore, Han Fei said, all right, let's go out to the next ruin. Translator *Kenyi Translations Editor *Kenyi Translations. A hanging fissure-level ruin was on a completely different level from a dangling fissure-level ruin. In fact, the heavenly desolate city that Han Fei and the others went to should have been equivalent to a hanging fissure-level ruin, but once they returned to the past, who knew what kind of ruins it was? Or perhaps it wasn't a ruin at all, but an opportunity. At this moment, Han Fei and the others arrived at a hanging fissure-level ruin. It was probably a small human settlement. Many ghosts haunted here, who were constantly roaring, but unfortunately, it was useless to Han Fei and the others. After exploring the area, they found some traces left behind by humans. For example, Li Luo had brought a pair of intact vases from somewhere. Han Fei was stunned. There's porcelain here? Of course, Han Fei asked, why are you carrying 2 jars? Li Luo said, don't you think these are very exquisite? Look at this drawing, look at this carving, look at this body. Hey, don't go. At that moment, Zhang Xuanyu came over with a rusted rod and shook his head. This is just a trial secret realm. It doesn't have any special value. Perhaps the people living in this place died in a sea demon attack. The third ruin was similar to the second ruin, but there were more ghosts here. But they were relatively stronger. Furthermore, there were many boulders in this place. There were many tall, damaged buildings with different human faces. Suddenly, Li Luo shouted again, come here, all of you. Everyone rushed over, only to see that Li Luo had dug out a skeleton with worms. However, when everyone saw the skeleton, they were a little stunned. Jiao Yinling was surprised. This person's skeleton is so tall. He's probably 7 to 8 meters tall. Lu Renquang said in surprise, this shouldn't be a human, right? Zhang Xuanyu curled his lips and said, "It's definitely a human. Look, if this isn't a human skeleton, what is it?" Luo Xiaobai said, "Let's keep looking." In just a moment, everyone dug out another 2 to 3 such corpses. Among them, the largest skeleton was about 15 meters tall. Han Fei looked at the almost jade-like skeleton and said, "It should be a different human race, the giants." Everyone looked at Han Fei and thought, "How do you know everything?" Han Fei immediately said leisurely, "First of all, we can confirm that these are human bones. Since they are human bones, we can be sure that they are human. This is a ruin from ancient times. I won't be surprised if a dwarf race existed back then, much less a giant. Perhaps there are even palm-sized imps." Everyone rolled their eyes. Li Luoluo said disdainfully, "A palm-sized imp race? Wouldn't they be wiped out easily?" Han Fei said with a smile, "The sea creatures are getting bigger and bigger. But they didn't see us humans being wiped out. Different species definitely have different characteristics. It's boring to look at these bones. It's best if you find something like stone carvings or books. That way, there will be archaeological value." Half an hour later, Zhang Xuanyu suddenly said, "Come here. We found something." They followed Zhang Xuanyu to run more than 800 kilometers away. Han Fei was speechless. How far did this guy run? It wasn't until Zhang Xuanyu led Han Fei and the others to a cliff that he pointed at a large stone sculpture on the cliff and said, There. Indeed giants. In the painting, a group of burly giants seemed to be building a city. Some giants moved mountains over, while others fished out giant trees from the sea. Following that, the scene changed. It was a scene of giants eating. And in this painting, there was a strange scene. When the giants were eating, they would worship a totem. The totem was a female figure that Han Fei and the others were familiar with. It was the sea god statue. Zhang Xuanyu smiled and said, "It seems that in ancient times, people began to worship the sea god?" Luo Xiaobai suddenly said, "Wait a minute. Someone has already worshipped the same sea god like us in the Age of Doom. Then, how much time has passed?" Luo Xiaobai's question stunned everyone. Who knew how long it had been? Luo Xiaobai said, "Don't forget that when we were reading the logbook just now, it had already been more than 10,000 years old. As for the Age of Doom, it has definitely been 10,000 years. Otherwise, there would definitely be a large number of records left regarding the Age of Doom. But in reality, there aren't any." Han Fei swallowed and said, "This means that the sea god we worship has actually lived for a long time. He might not be dead yet." Lu Renquang hurriedly said, "Wait, will gods die?" Han Fei rolled his eyes and said, "I'm just wondering if the so-called sea god is a sea expansion king. If so, that king has lived for too long. If not, the realm above the king." Jiu Ling suddenly said, "Look at the third painting. It's about war. There's an especially tall giant." Everyone hurriedly turned their gazes to the third painting. The giant in the lead was fighting a huge octopus monster. He was more than twice the height of the other giants and was probably close to 40 meters. In the giant's hand was a huge axe. Luo Xiaobai said, "It looks familiar." Han Fei said, "He's a little like Yang Diu. Do you still remember his will of war god? How similar is it to this giant?" Han Fei was certain that the Yang family must have obtained a secret realm related to the giants and inherited something, such as bloodline. And he was still thinking, Does the Chow family also have such an inheritance? After all, Chow Chiu has the bloodline of the war god. When it erupts, he doesn't even look human. Han Fei explained they experienced a battle with a sea demon. See that? There's a clam girl with a big shell over there. However, I don't see any shrimp soldiers or crab generals. They seem to be soft creatures fighting them. There were a total of 6 paintings. In the 4th painting, the battle had clearly failed. In order to preserve their bloodline, this giant had sacrificed a newborn baby. In the 5th painting, the clouds in the sky parted as a pair of eyes appeared above the clouds. This scene made Han Fei's pupils contract. The fish skin map Ren Tianfei left him had a pair of similar eyes. Li Luoluo couldn't help but shiver. What strange eyes. The 6th painting was at the entrance of a hall. Where was this hall? Han Fei already had an idea, the heavenly palace. Luo Xiaobai and the others exchanged looks, but didn't say anything. Luo Xiaobai said, "Let's go to the next ruin." Unfortunately, the 3rd ruin was similar to a village battlefield with many ghosts. However, the ghosts here were normal. There were no giants, stone carvings, or books. The exploration of the dangling fissure-level ruins was over. The hanging fissure-level ruins had also been explored. There were 6 ruins of hidden fissures. Without any surprise, the danger here would be even greater. However, there were 6 people here, so they weren't flustered at all. At the same time, in a particular family, someone reported Han Fei and the others should be clearing the secret realms, but they were extremely slow today. It took the 6 of them a day to clear 4 secret realms. They should be investigating the ruins. Yes. A ruin at the level of a hidden fissure shouldn't be difficult for them. They probably won't be able to explore explorer-level secret realms. Don't worry about it for now. Elsewhere, someone had a similar response. Let's not worry about it for now. The secret realms left behind by the Thug Academy are just for testing their disciples. We'll talk about it when they finish exploring all the ruins and enter the Star River to find new ruins. Someone else replied, "There's no rush. Let's wait for a while. When the time comes, we'll send someone to see if we can exchange for a ruin-type secret realm from them." In the ruins of the level of hidden fissures, Han Fei ignored the 3 battlefield-like drawings and chose 3 architectural ruins. At this moment, Han Fei and the others were standing in a place that looked like a pyramid. However, Han Fei knew that it wasn't. The altar only had 5 floors, and there were exactly 45 steps. At the top was a room. Han Fei tried to perceive, only to find that the entire altar had blocked perception. Han Fei grinned. "Let me do it." Luo Xiaobai reached out and bound Han Fei with vines. "Be careful." What Han Fei didn't want to climb the most was strange places like altars. These places always hid mysteries. Who knew if they would make him enter illusions, memories, or the past? Jiuyin Ling said, "Let me go? I have the seal law." Han Fei shook his head. "No. What do you want to seal? There isn't anyone you can seal." With that, Han Fei stepped onto the first step. After stepping on the steps, Han Fei looked back and found that everyone was looking at him. It's very real. It looks like I was overthinking things. Seeing that there was no problem, Han Fei quickly climbed up the steps to the top. At this moment, he saw a small one-room tomb. Yes, there wasn't even a coffin. There were only 3 walls and a ceiling. Therefore, the tomb was completely exposed to Han Fei. The walls were colorful and seemed to be totem-like. On the 3 walls, there was a small square pit that was empty. Logically speaking, if there was nothing inside, this small hole shouldn't have been dug out. The thing in it had probably been taken away by a senior from the Thug Academy. On the ground was a corpse. Han Fei's eyelids twitched when he saw the corpse. It was the kind of corpse that had appeared in the underground city and the undersea chimney. Around the corpse were 4 small humanoid statues that were prostrating as though they were praying. What were they praying for? Han Fei looked up and saw a pair of terrifying eyes painted on the ceiling. Holy **T, it's those eyes again? Translator *Kenyi Translations Editor *Kenyi Translations. Last time, Han Fei forgot to ask Ren Tianfei what the eyes on the fish skin were. This was already the 3rd or 4th time he had seen these eyes. Even a fool would know what the eyes represented. It represented being extraordinary. Han Fei looked at the eyes, hoping to find some information from the wall patterns around the altar. However, for some reason, he felt a chill down his spine. Suddenly, in his vision, he saw the eyes that were originally engraved at the top of the room move. The eye was originally looking at the corpse on the ground, but now it was already looking at Han Fei. Gulp. Han Fei swallowed. The invincible heart was actually resisting. Han Fei suddenly shouted, "What are you looking at? Come here if you have the guts." Crack. 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 Hum. As soon as Han Fei said so, the rotting corpse on the ground suddenly stood up. Holy **T, he's really coming. Han Fei flew back and looked back, only to see the other people frantically gesturing at him. Following their gestures, he saw a pair of blurry eyes appear in the void. F***CK. There's one outside too? Swish. Han Fei retreated all the way to the bottom of the altar, and the corpse quickly followed. This left Han Fei and the others dumbfounded. What the hell was this? It wasn't until Han Fei left the altar that he heard the voices. Zhang Xuanyu asked, "What's this?" Li Luo, let's quickly spread out. Luo Xiaobai said, "Prepare for battle." Jiao Yinling waved her hand in the air, and a seal appeared. Seal. It was obvious that the corpse paused for a moment. However, the corpse seemed to have some unknown power, which helped him escape the restraints on him. Devil change. Taking advantage of the moment when the corpse paused, Han Fei activated the devil change and spread his phantom glass wings. Han Fei shouted, "Spread out. I'll fight him." As he spoke, Han Fei's figure approached the corpse. As the saying went, the skilled were bold. In terms of close-quarter combat skills, Han Fei wasn't weak at all. At that moment, Han Fei's body turned golden. He grabbed the corpse with one hand and slammed it with his shoulder. Bam! A violent explosion occurred between the two of them. Han Fei never expected a corpse to be so powerful. Seal. Instant mystic spear. Worm devour. At that instant, everyone attacked at the same time. Countless tiny vines extended from the corpse's feet and bound it. Holding the saber in one hand, Han Fei twisted his body and unleashed the drawing at close range. Clang. Clink. Bam. The saber hit the corpse hard, but the sound made Han Fei's scalp tingle. This thing's hardness was comparable to a mid-quality divine weapon? The corpse was instantly sent flying by Han Fei. It rolled on the ground countless times and a stick stabbed an inch into his chest. As for the stick in Zhang Xuanyu's hand, it bent like a bow. Hu! The corpse trembled and Zhang Xuanyu was sent flying. He tumbled dozens of times before stopping. As for Li Luolua's worms that attempted to burrow into the corpse's body, they were crushed by a jolt. With a tap of her finger, Jiuyin Ling poked the corpse's head. The corpse was sent flying again and rolled dozens of times on the ground. With a crack, a saber mark appeared on the corpse's chest. It had just been slashed by Han Fei. True martial fiend saber. Along with the true martial fiend saber appeared the sky-swallowing technique. Using the sky-swallowing technique to suck the corpse, Lu Renkuang slashed at its head. Clang. The backlash from the sabers might hit Lu Renkuang's hand, body, and face. It made him feel what power was. Smack. Fortunately, Lu Renkuang's strike was rather violent and split the corpse's head apart. Han Fei took the opportunity to dodge and slashed at his arm with the drawing. Luo Xiaobai immediately understood what Han Fei meant. The vines grabbed the limbs of the corpse and tore them apart. Clang. This battle lasted for nearly 100 seconds before they killed the corpse. This was even after Han Fei used devil change. When Han Fei looked up again, he found that the eyes had disappeared. Zhang Xuanyu kicked the corpse and said, "Good Lord, isn't this too hard? This corpse is comparable to a divine weapon." Lu Renkuang rubbed his stomach and said, "More than that. His strength is astonishing. Fortunately, we came together. Otherwise, it would have been dangerous." Han Fei nodded. No wonder there are so few high-level secret realms. And this is a secret realm at the level of a hidden fissure. How strong will the law enforcer-level secret realms be? Luo Xiaobai said, "What did you see up there?" Li Luoluo said, "That's right. Just now, you stood there without moving. Then a pair of eyes appeared in the void. It was terrifying." Han Fei curled his lips and said, "Nothing. Just a pair of eyes. Now, the corpses are useless. Let's go." After a moment, when Han Fei led everyone up the altar, his eyes suddenly widened. Everyone looked at Han Fei speechlessly. Zhang Xuanyu said dumbfoundedly, "No way. Fei, why is there another one?" Han Fei was also stunned. Holy sh*t, retreat. 100 seconds passed. With their previous experience, they cooperated perfectly and killed the corpse, their faces filled with puzzlement. Han Fei said with a sullen face, "When I was up there, I only saw one corpse. But when I went up with you, I saw another one. If nothing goes wrong, there's still one when we go over now. The problem isn't the corpse, but the eyes." Everyone exchanged looks. What kind of strange altar was this? How could there be endless corpses? Luo Xiaobai said, "Therefore, it's not that the seniors didn't explore this place back then. They did, but new corpses kept appearing." "But what are those eyes?" "There are also such eyes in the giant ruins. They seem to be above the clouds." Han Fei nodded. "Let's go to the next one. This ruin isn't that big. I think it's a building. Who knew that we would come here to fight? Let's go to the next one." Han Fei basically knew what this secret realm was for. It was to tell the people that the eyes were strange, and this secret realm was to remind them to pay attention. Regardless of whether there was anything else worth investigating, this secret realm was still in his hands. There was no need to repeatedly fight with a corpse. Furthermore, Han Fei suspected that the origin of this corpse didn't seem to be from the plains of the underground city. Therefore, he thought of the heavenly palace. Han Fei still remembered that when he took the origin water, the shadow had said that the heavenly palace was now filled with such corpse puppets. Not only were there low-level ones, but there were also many explorer-level puppets. Han Fei thought that even if he came to this secret realm again, he would have to come alone. Han Fei, let's go to the next place. Wait a moment. Luo Xiaobai interrupted Han Fei. I have a question. Huh? Luo Xiaobai looked at the altar and said, for some reason, I have a feeling that the ruins we have passed through are related. We have seen these eyes in the ruins of giants. However, don't forget that above the eyes is a palace. Jiu Ling suddenly said, by the way, there's something I don't know if I should say. Everyone looked over and Han Fei couldn't help but say, go ahead. Jiu Ling pursed her lips and said, when I cultivated the comfort technique, I was once brought into an illusion by a strange force. I once saw a huge floating island I had never seen before. There was a melodious voice nearby. Everyone was waiting, but Jiu Ling blinked and fell silent. Han Fei was stunned. That's it? Jiu Ling's face turned slightly red as she opened her mouth. Yes. The corner of Han Fei's mouth twitched. All right. At least it's information. With her face flushed red, Jiu Ling smiled awkwardly. It wasn't easy for her to interject, but it didn't seem to be effective. Han Fei said, what Xiaobai said makes sense. If these ruins are all connected, it means that all the ruins in the 1,000-star proving ground are probably connected. More or less, they involve some secrets about the age of doom. Luo Xiaobai said, if that's the case, our ruins-type star beads should be very valuable. Han Fei immediately said in distress, but we can't snatch the ruins of other families. Jiu Ling opened her mouth and said slowly, my family should have a few. Luo Xiaobai added, my family has some too. Han Fei couldn't help but laugh dryly. No rush. I've already achieved my goal of coming to the 1,000-star proving ground. My main goal is to sweep through the secret realms, which is suitable for Su Daiji and the others to cultivate. As for exploring the ruins of the Age of Doom, it's just my own interest. Besides, even if we don't have enough ruins, there are still the 3 Holy Lands to explore. So don't worry. There's plenty of time to do these things. In fact, Han Fei already had a guess. If this pair of eyes could take out a corpse, could it take a person up? If his guess was right, would 8-star or 9-star secret realms directly appear in the heavenly palace? In Han Fei's opinion, this ruin might also be a spatial tunnel that allowed one to come and go freely. So, why couldn't it directly lead to the heavenly palace? Translator ** Kenyi Translations Editor ** Kenyi Translations. 3 days had passed. Han Fei and the others had been in the 1,000-star proving ground for nearly 10 days. Unfortunately, not every ruin had secrets to explore. For example, 2 of the remaining hidden fissure-level ruins had been completely destroyed and had no value for inspection. Instead, he found a coffin in one of the battlefield relics that Han Fei least favored. This was also the last ruin that they could explore at this level. In the ruins, other than the location of the coffin, there were signs of damage everywhere. This place used to look like a mud city, but it had been reduced to rubble in the battle. Zhang Xuanyu said, with such a violent fighting style, I think it should be done by our own people. I mean, the seniors of the Thug Academy once fought here and destroyed it. Han Fei said, then why did they only leave this coffin behind? Everyone was standing in front of the coffin. There were some strange patterns engraved on the outside of the coffin. These patterns were basically engraved all over the coffin, together with the lines of inlaid gold and jade. The coffin looked extremely noble. The patterns on the coffins were even more interesting. There were 20 types of patterns, and Han Fei basically recognized them all. There were crocodiles, houses, snakes, deer, rabbits, water, skeletons, wolves, apes, grass, giant eagles, flowers. There were also a few creatures that he didn't recognize. Perhaps these creatures were relatively rare. Upon seeing these relief sculptures, the first thought in Han Fei's mind was that they were stone carvings of ancient humans. In the past, the most famous stone carving of ancient humans he knew was the Sunstone, also known as the Solar Stone. It was a calendar that recorded time. It was usually in the shape of a disc, involving Chinese eras. However, why were these patterns engraved on the coffin? Were there meanings behind them? A noble coffin was still a coffin. What was the point of being so luxurious? Clearly, the stone carvings on the coffin weren't a calendar. The patterns of these small animals were rather odd. Could it be some hunting result? Han Fei carefully pondered and found that there were weak energy and spiritual energy fluctuations around the coffin. It felt like a human breathing. This feeling was very weak, but Han Fei and the others were almost law enforcers. It was impossible for them not to feel this. Lu Renkuang swallowed his saliva. Should we open it or not? Li Luoluo bared her teeth and said, why didn't the seniors of the Thug Academy open it before? Why did they leave it for us? Jiu Yinling suddenly said, it should have been opened. Everyone looked over. Han Fei said, how did you know it? Jiu Yinling blushed slightly and said, you know the technique I cultivate. Although I've changed it, I can vaguely hear some strange sounds. One is that I can hear someone breathing weakly inside the coffin. The other is that I seem to be able to see some blurry images from this place. It seems like someone once opened this coffin. There seems to be a woman sleeping inside. But for some reason, it has been sealed again. Han Fei and the others couldn't help but look at each other. What was this? Prediction? Han Fei raised his eyebrows. Comfort technique? Jiu Yinling nodded slightly. Yes, although it has been abandoned, there are still some characteristics left. The former comfort technique can communicate with the world's music, allowing one to see through the secret from the music. Han Fei couldn't help but ask, is the woman inside still alive? Jiu Yinling shook her head. I don't know. But I think since she's breathing, she should still be alive. Li Luoluo, it's getting more and more unbelievable. Weren't we here to explore the secret realm? Now, we become Tomb Raiders? Luo Xiaobai said, since it has been opened, let's open it. Han Fei nodded. Take note. If anything goes wrong, immediately use secret techniques. Fatty, help me open the coffin. Open it gently. The flesh on Lu Kuang's face trembled as he couldn't help but grumble, why is it always me? Zhang Xuanyu smiled and said, do you want a girl to do this job? As Han Fei and Li Renkuang lifted the lid, the two of them looked at each other. The lid is so heavy. Han Fei said, maybe there's a gravity array under the coffin lid. It's fine. Move it away first. When the two of them gently opened the coffin lid, the first thing that appeared was a pair of bare feet with fair skin. Then, there were exquisite calves. Following that was a green gauze robe. It's indeed a woman. Everyone exchanged looks. After Han Fei and Li Renquang moved the coffin lid away, they looked back and saw an exquisite-looking girl in her 20s. In terms of appearance, she was the cute type of girl. Her face was slightly chubby, and her hands were crossed on her abdomen. And under the girl's hands was a jade slip. Upon seeing this, everyone exchanged looks. There must be a lot of information in this jade slip. Han Fei couldn't help but ask, "Are you taking it or not?" Luo Xiaobai rolled her eyes at Han Fei. "Ask me? Who should I ask?" Han Fei smiled. "All right. Then take it. I don't believe this woman can come back to life." Jiuyin Ling said, "Then why didn't the seniors take it?" This question stumped Han Fei and the others. "Who knows?" Han Fei said, "I'm not afraid. I'll touch it and try to read the information in it." Luo Xiaobai said, "Shall I do it?" "I'll try using the spiritual plant." Han Fei nodded. This was better than him using his own hand. Luo Xiaobai summoned a grass vine and slowly extended it to the jade slip. Seeing that the woman didn't react at all, everyone heaved a sigh of relief. However, Luo Xiaobai frowned and said, "I can't read any information from the jade slip." Everyone knew that Luo Xiaobai could parasitize vines and make spiritual plants become a part of her. Was this jade slip useless? Han Fei reached out his hand. Since Luo Xiaobai didn't have any problem, it shouldn't be a big problem for him either. Han Fei gently removed the woman's hand and pointed at the jade slip. "Master. Shoot." Han Fei suddenly retracted his hand and saw Li Renquang and the others hurriedly activated secret techniques. Zhang Xuanyu asked nervously, "What's wrong?" Han Fei looked at the woman lying in the coffin. After a long while, he said, "I'm fine, you. Try tapping it with your finger." Li Luoluo was instantly rendered speechless. "You scared us to death. Do you know that it's very easy to scare people to death?" Luo Xiaobai was speechless at Han Fei. She had almost used a secret technique. Just now. Jiuyin Ling had already condensed the law of seal in her hand. Zhang Xuanyu said reluctantly, "Let me do it." Han Fei nodded. "It's no big deal. Just tap on the jade slip and see what's the reaction." Zhang Xuanyu glanced at Han Fei. Perhaps Han Fei was just trying to scare him. It would be definitely fine. Otherwise, he wouldn't have asked him to touch it. Zhang Xuanyu slowly extended his finger and placed it on the jade slip. However, after a while, he said, "There's no reaction." "Li Luoluo, let me try." A moment later, Li Luoluo shook her head. "I really can't see anything." "Is it because this jade slip is too old and useless?" Luo Xiaobai shook her head slightly. "I don't think so." Following that, Jiuyin Ling, Li Renquang and company all tried, but the jade slip still gave no reaction. Only then did Han Fei reach out his finger again and tap the jade slip. Carefully. This time, the same voice sounded. "Master, is that you?" Han Fei's pupils constricted and his fingers froze. Luo Xiaobai and the others were nervous to see it. Zhang Xuanyu scolded jokingly, "Stop pretending." It gave no reaction to all of us, okay? Why did it give you a reaction? Do you think this is your wife? However, Han Fei ignored him. He tried to put his spiritual power into the jade slip. Who are you? Suddenly, Han Fei felt an excited spiritual power touch him. The spiritual power sent a message. Master, are you back? Seir has been waiting for you for a long time. Han Fei said, Miss, I don't think I'm your master. You've probably been lying here for tens of thousands of years, but I'm only 20. The spiritual power suddenly trembled. Impossible. If you aren't master, how can you have master's bloodline power? Suddenly, the spiritual power stirred again. Ah. Master, have you been reincarnated? Han Fei was dumbfounded. Are you kidding me? Reincarnated? However, Han Fei immediately grasped a key piece of information. Luo Xiaobai. And the others couldn't sense it, but only he could. What did this woman mean? By bloodline power? The only thing Han Fei could think of was the water of the origin. He had met the 9th Palace Lord through the water of the origin, so this was the only connection he could think of. Han Fei rolled his eyes and said, I can't be sure. Since I'm your master, do you know where I come from? The spiritual power was trembling. Of course it's Yin Yang world. Master. Have you not recovered your memories? Master, don't be anxious. Perhaps it's because your strength hasn't recovered to a certain level. Your memories will definitely be reopened. Han Fei said, Yin Yang world? Are you talking about the 9th heavenly palace? Yes, Master. Ever since you went to pry into the heavenly Tao, many things have happened. The heavenly Tao Dharma I descended and covered the great Tao foundation of this world. The guardian puppets in the heavenly palace had their consciousness wiped away by the heavenly Tao Dharma I. As the voice spoke, Han Fei could clearly sense that the spiritual power was somewhat mournful. Our heavenly palace didn't have many people to begin with. The puppet riot resulted in Sister Schwer's death. In order to prevent the heavenly palace's war from affecting the 1,000-star city, the controller sealed off the central holy city of the 1,000-star city, restored the 3 holy places, and severed the connection between the heavenly palace and the 1,000-star city. Due to my weakness, I was sent out of the 1,000-star city by the controller. However, due to my severe injuries, I was attacked by a villain surnamed Chu from the 1,000-star city. I had no choice but to cultivate a reincarnation body. Han Fei's scalp went numb. Heavenly Tao Dharma I? It's the pair of eyes I saw? A pair of eyes had actually sealed the great Tao foundation of the Yin Yang world. This was probably the reason why no one in the 1,000-star city could create a sea and become a king. Also, what was the reincarnation body this woman talked about? However, Han Fei had got one piece of information, a villain surnamed Chu from the 1,000-star city. Who else except for the Chu sect people in the 1,000-star city was surnamed Chu? Translator *Kenyi Translations Editor *Kenyi Translations. After the woman said that the people of Chu sect had attacked her, Han Fei immediately understood a lot. Why didn't the people of Chu sect snatch the sea-quelling painting? It seemed like the people from Chu sect had been exploring the 1,000-star proving ground. Why? Their goal was to find this coffin and this woman? At this moment, Han Fei already knew that the major families only knew that there was an opportunity to become a king in the sea-quelling painting. The opportunity they thought of might be different from what he had obtained. He had obtained the origin water, but they were probably thinking of using the sea-quelling painting to enter the heavenly palace. Therefore, the heavenly palace was their ultimate goal. As for the people of the Chu sect, they had long known of this woman. In fact, they had successfully sneaked an attack when no one was paying attention, allowing this woman to escape into the Star River secret realm. Therefore, they kept searching. How could the opportunity to find the sea quelling painting be as direct as finding this woman? Finding the sea quelling painting might not necessarily allow one to enter the heavenly palace, but the chances of finding this woman and ascending the heavenly palace were much higher than the sea quelling painting. After all, this woman had come from the heavenly palace. Furthermore, Han Fei thought of something. Old Bai said that the patriarch of the Thug Academy had been to the heavenly palace. Then, did the destruction of the Thug Academy have something to do with this? As the patriarch of the Thug Academy had been to the heavenly palace, the big clans in the Thousand-Star City, or rather, Chu sect, felt that the woman had been captured by the Thug Academy, so they came to attack the Thug Academy? In fact, their real goal was to obtain the Thug Academy's star beads. Also, the reason why Ren Tianfei was crippled wasn't just because he had brought the sea quelling painting down from the heavenly palace, right? Perhaps they also wanted to know the way to the heavenly palace through Ren Tianfei. As for old Han, he had always been mysterious. Others might not know that he had been to the heavenly palace. In any case, this woman was calling him master. It was best for him to use this opportunity to fish for information. Han Fei had thought that this trip to the Thousand-Star City would be very difficult. What was the Thousand-Star Proving Ground? What were the three holy lands? What was the central holy city? He felt that every place sounded very dangerous. But who would know that in the ruins left behind by Old Bai, he could find people from the heavenly palace? Old Bai probably didn't expect that he could speak to this girl, right? Han Fei immediately asked, "How may I address you?" The mental wave said, "Master, just call me Ci, or Little Ci." That's what Master used to call me. Han Fei asked, "Little Ci? Is that Chu guy you're talking about from Chu sect? Chu sect? I've never heard of this faction. However, that person's surname is Chu indeed. They destroyed a portion of Ci's soul and even stole my star shell." Han Fei thought to himself, so Chu sect probably boomed because they snatched Little C's belongings. Son of a bitch. It was no wonder Chu sect was so passionate about the Thousand-Star Proving Ground. It seemed they had benefited too much and wanted to continue benefiting from Little Ci. Han Fei asked again, "Little Ci, how should I enter the heavenly palace?" Little C's mental strength trembled for a while. "Master, what's your current strength?" Han Fei said bluntly, "I chose the path of invincibility, so it's very difficult for me to advance. At present, I've just reached the peak of the hidden fisher level and am about to become a law enforcer." "Ah. Master, you actually chose the path of invincibility?" Han Fei couldn't help but ask, "What's wrong with the path of invincibility?" Xiaozi's mental strength seemed to be a little nervous as she hurriedly said, "Master, everyone says that the path of invincibility is a path of no return. They say that there's no such thing as invincibility in this world. In history, less than 10% of those who walked the path of invincibility survived. Why did you walk this path?" "Shoot." Han Fei was dumbfounded. "What? Is the path of invincibility so dangerous?" However, Han Fei said indifferently, "The Tao of Heaven is heartless, treating all things as junk. Since I've embarked on this path, I have my own karma. Alright, little Ci, how do I go to the heavenly palace? Han Fei felt that he could just brag a little. If he bragged too much, he might expose himself. Little Ci fell silent for a moment before saying, Master, I'm afraid you won't be able to go to the heavenly palace for the time being. Han Fei said, I know I'm not strong enough, but I need to know the way to go. After knowing the way, I have to think of a way to transcend the tribulation in Waterwood World and break through to the explorer level. The person who injured you has now become a power known as the Chu sect with a venerable guarding it. If I don't leave, I'm afraid I'll be in danger of dying. Huh? The mental strength fluctuated violently. That bastard surnamed Chu. How dare they touch you, master? Little Ci, little Ci. Han Fei hurriedly said, Don't be agitated. I have my ways to deal with it. I know that there are many puppets in the heavenly palace, and the origin water is over there. Therefore, I won't give Chu sect a chance to take advantage of it. When I find out the way to the heavenly palace, I'll quickly become a law enforcer and transcend the tribulation at Waterwood World. Once I succeed in transcending the tribulation and cultivate for a period of time to break through to the venerable realm, I'll wipe out all these large clans. Little C's mental strength stirred. They have to be destroyed. They have to be ruthlessly destroyed. Master, in fact, you'll know the way to the heavenly palace after you awaken your memories. However, these two methods are too difficult now. The first is the Star River's Level 9 secret realm. It's your daily cultivation ground. However, with your present strength, I'm afraid you won't be able to choose this method in a short period of time. This is because you need to reach the peak of the venerable realm at the very least. Han Fei rolled his eyes. Peak of the venerable realm? Are you kidding me? If I really reach the peak of the venerable realm, I can defeat these big clans alone. When the time comes, I'll have plenty of time and means to enter the heavenly palace. Han Fei couldn't help but ask, what about the other one? Little Ci said, go to the central holy city. However, with Master's current strength, I'm afraid it will be somewhat difficult. However, since Master has embarked on the path of invincibility, it definitely won't be difficult for you to pass the Sky Meditation Garden and the Ideal Palace. Only the Monument of Gods might take you some effort. But it might be very difficult for you to head to the entrance of the central holy city with the controller's avatar guarding it personally. Han Fei's heart stirred. What's the strength of a controller's avatar? Little Ci said, I don't know how much time has passed. The controller seems to have been injured as well. I don't know if his strength has dropped to the venerable realm, but he's at least at the junior venerable realm. Han Fei felt terrible. Are you kidding me? A peak venerable and a junior venerable. I can't F*King defeat either of them. Little Ci said, besides, I don't know if Master still remembers the killing arrays in the central holy city. Those killing arrays were set up by the controller. But if you awaken, everything will be fine. The controller will definitely be able to recognize you. When that happens, it will be as though you are walking into your own backyard. Han Fei let out a long sigh inwardly. But I'm not your master. How troublesome. Han Fei couldn't help but feel a headache. From what little Ci said, there were only two ways to enter the heavenly palace. The first path wouldn't work for him for the time being. Was a peak venerable a joke? As for the second path, It seemed like he had to pass through the three holy lands and enter the central holy city from the monument of gods. At the central holy city, he had to first defeat the controller's avatar and pass through some killing arrays. Sigh, why is life so difficult? On the side, Zhang Xuanyu sighed and said, Fei, are you trying to take advantage of her? You've been holding on to that jade slip for a long time. Han Fei glanced at Zhang Xuanyu and communicated with Little Ci. Little Ci. When will the reincarnation body you're cultivating be completed? Little Ci replied, Master, nearly half of my soul has been destroyed. When I was reincarnated with the secret method, I was just a junior explorer. If I want to revive this time, I need a large number of ownerless souls. Otherwise, I'll need an extremely large amount of reviving items. Otherwise, I'm afraid it will take a long time. Han Fei thought that if he could revive Little Ci, he might be able to take her to challenge the monument of gods with him. When the time came, well, wouldn't the controller see that they were on the same side? Perhaps he would let them enter immediately. However, he didn't have either of the two items that Xiaozi needed. These were extremely rare treasures. How could it be so easy to obtain them? Han Fei said, Little Ci, wait a few years. I'll revive you after I return from Waterwood World and enter the Heavenly Palace. Little Ci was excited. Yes, Master. I'll wait for you here. However, Master, although you have a good relationship with the Waterwood World's Palace Lord, will she covet your strength because you are still weak? Han Fei raised his eyebrows. Was the relationship between the Palace Lords of Yinyang World and Waterwood World very good? That's not right. From what Little Ci said, is the Waterwood World's Palace Lord still alive? Han Fei thought for a moment. Little Ci had been lying here for countless years. Perhaps the Palace Lord of Waterwood World had also died. As for being coveted, Han Fei wasn't worried at all. What do I have for such a powerful person to covet? Perhaps Waterwood World has many explorers, and they might not care at all. Han Fei thought for a moment and immediately replied, Don't worry. Since I dare to go, I'm not afraid of any problems. After all, I'm not sure if I'm the Palace Lord of the Yinyang World. Little Ci said, You must be. I can't be wrong. You have the Yinyang Dao in your body. Otherwise, you wouldn't have been able to wake me up. Han Fei was stunned again. Huh? What is Yinyang Dao? Xiaozi, Yinyang Dao. This is the strongest talent of our Yinyang World. Apart from the Palace Lord, no one can have it. Han Fei smacked his lips. Is she talking about Little Black and Little White? Besides, after consuming the origin water, I do have a second spiritual heritage. Han Fei couldn't help but say, Then what do you know about the Yinyang Dao? I don't remember this at all. Little Ci fell silent for a moment. I don't know either. However, I know that this is the Palace Lord's talent. Han Fei grinned. Forget it. If she didn't know it, so be it. Anyway, many strange things had happened to me. It was unknown who had schemed against him, but it was a scheme. Without enough strength, he probably couldn't change the situation. So he just said, Little Ci, rest here in peace. The day I regain control of the Heavenly Palace will be the day you are revived. Little Ci's metal strength stirred violently. Yes, Master. Translator ** Kenyi Translations Editor ** Kenyi Translations. Han Fei felt that he was really awesome now, recruiting henchmen everywhere. In the sea-quelling painting, he took 5 big shots as his henchmen. In an unrelated place here, another big shot who originally belonged to the Heavenly Palace had paid allegiance to him. Half of her soul had been destroyed, but she still had the strength of an explorer. And that reincarnation body technique she had. She must have been very powerful before she was injured. She must have been at least a junior venerable in the past. Han Fei retracted his hand and said solemnly, "All right, close the coffin." "Everyone?" Li Luoluo asked in puzzlement. "Han Fei, are you serious? Don't tell us you can't feel anything." Zhang Xuanyu also said disdainfully, "That's right. If you can't feel anything, just tell us. Perhaps this girl is a senior sister of our thug academy. Let's not be in a rush to close the coffin. Let's try waking her up. She doesn't seem to be a threat anyway. If she's a senior sister of our school, we can't just leave her here." Han Fei rolled his eyes and said, "Why don't you take a look at this coffin? What era is it from? Let me tell you, she might be sleeping or preparing for something. It's fine if we take a look at the jade slip, but if we really pull her up, she might get up and kill you." With that, Han Fei had already sealed the coffin with the coffin lid. What Han Fei said was true. When he had the chance, he would definitely revive little Ci. That way, not only would he have one more follower, but he would also have one more guide. Well, since she had decided that he was her master, so be it. Since she didn't mind, why did he mind? Han Fei said, all right. I think we've explored enough. To put it bluntly, anything in the Age of Doom can become a ruin. Who knows how many ruins there are? Besides, we only have so many ruins. In the future, when we are strong enough, we can explore them again. Jiao Yinling nodded. Yes, these ruins aren't of much use for the time being. What's really useful is level 7 secret realms. Han Fei said, alright, now that we've seen all the secret realms that we can explore, let's go back to school. Outside. When Han Fei and the others came out, someone had secretly left, and someone had been watching them. However, no one came to provoke them. They seemed to know that this was not the best time to make trouble. However, even if they didn't stir up trouble now, they would in the future. Therefore, the big clans were just waiting. And their ultimate goal was the ruins. In school. Crack. Crack. When Han Fei returned, he saw Sudaji twisting her body in a strange posture. Her head was on the ground and she was spinning the cube with one hand. Han Fei immediately shouted, Sudaiji, what are you doing? Bam. Sudaiji was startled. She fell to the ground, hurriedly put away the cube, and began to cultivate the 108 spirit-absorbing war bodies. This was because Han Fei had left enough body-tempering medicine for them to cultivate for a month. Therefore, he wasn't afraid that they had nothing to do. It was unknown when Sudaji had broken through to become a level 9 fisher. Luo Xiaobai said, it's time to awaken Daji's talent, right? She seems to have improved quite quickly. It's usually time. Han Fei nodded. After the test. Seeing that Han Fei and the others had returned, everyone was practicing body refinement, except for Yi Xian, who was obviously slacking off. Han Fei glanced at Zhang Xuanyu. Talk to Yi Xinyan. Zhang Xuanyu pointed at his nose. Me? You're the acting president. Ninetails suddenly appeared in an open space. Having adapted to the sea for a long time, Ninetails usually maintained a size of dozens of meters. Therefore, when he appeared, he gave the 5 of them a fright. Seeing that Nine Tails was about to pounce on him, Han Fei kicked him. Shrink. To 3 meters. Nine Tails shrank rapidly and rubbed against Han Fei's leg. Han Fei pointed at Yi Xian and Su Daji and said, "Just keep an eye on them. Whip whoever slacks off. Remember to use less strength. Just use level 7. Strength." Yi Xian immediately said aggrievedly, "Darling." Bang! Before she could see what was happening, a chain suddenly appeared in the void and struck her buttocks. Nine Tails was an authentic legendary creature. This strike made Yi Xian, who was only an intermediate fishing master, fall to the ground and scream. Han Fei snorted. "Humph, even your husband can't save you. If he dares to save you, I'll whip him too." Zhang Xuanyu hurriedly pointed at Han Fei and said, "Hey, I'm still a pure young man. What are you talking about? Yi Xian, behave yourself and call me senior brother." Yi Xian didn't dare say a word because the big shrimp was already in front of her. Her face turned pale. Although Yi Xian was naughty, she knew what she could do and what she couldn't. Han Fei had ordered the shrimp to slap her with the strength of a level 7 or 8, but she didn't take it seriously. However, she felt that she couldn't even resist the level 7 or 8 strength. This made Yi Xian involuntarily gulp. What level was this contractual spirit? Beast? Why was it so powerful? Han Fei was very satisfied with her current state and said to Nine Tails, "See that? That little girl. If she secretly plays with the cube again, whip her." Su Daiji trembled slightly and began cultivating. At this moment, Han Fei said, "Have the 5 of you finished cultivating the 108 spirit-absorbing war bodies?" "Xingyu, senior brother, I've already cultivated it once. It's just that it took too long." Han Fei nodded secretly. This was indeed a little difficult. To be able to complete all the poses in 10 days showed that these people were talented. At the very least, when he had obtained the incomplete monograph on 108 ways of body refining, with his talent back then, he was already exhausted but still couldn't even finish cultivating it once. Compared to now, Han Fei felt that they were really blessed. Luo Xiaobai said solemnly, "Xingyu, Su Sanqian, test paper." As she spoke, 2 vines extended in front of him. The 2 hurriedly stopped and took out their test papers. Han Fei and the others gathered together and began to comment. Lu Renquang took a look. "They've finished the test papers." Zhang Xuanyu commented, "It's a little different from what I expected." Han Fei said, "It's a little different from what I thought too." As far as Han Fei and the others were concerned, Su Sanqian had been repressed for a long time and knew the fickleness of human nature. Therefore, it was inevitable that his emotions were a little indifferent. As for Xingyu, he grew up in a normal family. Therefore, his personality should be relatively conservative. However, from the answers, it seemed that Su Sanqian was more willing to help others. As for Xingyu, this kid was somewhat similar to Han Fei and the others. He actually liked to rob. Everyone looked at Han Fei. "You are both spirit gatherers and soul warriors, and like to rob others. This kid is so much like you." Li Luoluo didn't care about this. However, after reading the test papers, Jiao Yinling said indifferently, "I think Sanqian is pretty good." Han Fei, Zhang Xuanyu, and Lu Renquang chuckled at the same time. Luo Xiaobai said, "Xingyu, you will be the captain of this team in the future. You need to cultivate your sense of command. Su Sanqian, you are a manipulator. You can't let your emotions affect your decisions at critical moments. You need to listen to instructions. Su Sanqian nodded with great effort. Yes, senior sister. Xingyu was somewhat surprised. He had secretly compared his answer with Su Sanqian's and felt a little embarrassed, believing that he definitely couldn't beat Su Sanqian. But why was he the captain? Jiao Yinling didn't understand either, but Han Fei gave her a look, indicating that he would talk about it later. Han Fei said, "From now on, all of you cultivate the 108 spirit-absorbing war bodies once and then come to the back mountain." With that, Han Fei kicked 9 tails. Keep an eye on them. Whip whoever slacks off. Back mountain. Seeing the confusion on Jiao Yinling's face, Han Fei said, "You've been to the Heavenly Water Village, so you must have been to the ordinary fisheries. Have you seen the resource competition between the villages?" Jiao Yinling nodded. Yes. It's a little cruel. Han Fei scoffed. The sea is just that cruel. Apart from the 1,000-star city, the 36 towns and the various villages are taught this. On the path of cultivation, a benevolent heart is the most dangerous. You were fighting sea creatures from the beginning, but you probably didn't fight many humans. Therefore, you don't know how sinister the human heart is. Han Fei chatted for a while and said leisurely, "Su Sanqian is not suitable to be the captain. I'll leave him to you." Zhang Xuanyu was stunned. Me again? Han Fei patted his shoulder and said, "Communication has always been your forte." At this moment, Lu Renquan had already started cooking. He interrupted. "Should we nurture another chef?" Han Fei's face turned serious. "That makes sense. Who do you think is the most suitable?" Gu Qi. Is there a need to ask? Han Fei grinned. Up to you. Han Fei and the others were chatting, while Jiao Yinling was thinking about what Han Fei had just said. She saw a small figure running towards the back mountain. Luo Xiaobai exclaimed and looked at Han Fei. Less than 2 hours. Han Fei was also somewhat surprised. Could it be that Su Daiji was the kind of person who was born suitable for body refinement? This speed was godly. Translator ** Kenyi Translations Editor ** Kenyi Translations. Previously, Han Fei had noticed that Su Daiji was different. After all, in such a strange world, there might be many geniuses like Su Daiji, who had seemingly low-level spiritual heritage, but actually had a growth type spiritual heritage. It was possible that they would be mediocre their entire lives and might erupt in the future, but once that period passed, it would be very difficult for them to rise again. Su Daiji was lucky to encounter Han Fei and the others before her talent was revealed. At this moment, the girl held the cube in one hand and looked at Han Fei. Just as she was about to play with the cube, she was stopped by Han Fei. Han Fei said, "Daiji, stop playing it. Let me awaken your talent." Su Daiji blinked and put away the cube, looking eager. Although she didn't like to speak, it didn't mean she didn't know anything. She had been expecting this matter for a long time. Luo Xiaobai pointed her finger and a giant vine broke out of the ground, digging a 2-meter-deep pool. Han Fei reached out and grabbed a large portion of the water from the river in the school and poured it into this pool. Han Fei said, "Daiji, go in and sit at the bottom of the pool. Don't come out." After Su Daiji jumped into the pool with a splash, Han Fei said, "How much spirit awakening fluid does one need to put in the talent awakening?" They looked at each other in confusion. None of them knew. Suddenly, the elusive Ku Shui appeared. He said, under normal circumstances, 500 kilograms is enough for 1,000 people. However, those with good talent absorb more. To a genius, 5 kilograms is the minimum. Han Fei said, what happens if I put more? Ku Shui hesitated for a moment before saying, it shouldn't be a problem. It's left behind because it can't be absorbed. It won't have any negative effects on the body. Han Fei grinned and said, then I'll put in 50 kilograms first. If it's not enough, I'll put in some more. Ku Shui staggered slightly, thinking, forget it, I didn't say anything. Han Fei reached out and threw a large blob of spirit awakening fluid into the pool. Instantly, the entire pool turned dark green. At a time like this, Han Fei and the others couldn't help at all. They could only wait by the side. Even Lu Renquang, who was cooking, stopped, afraid that he would disturb Su Daji's awakening. 100 seconds. Half an hour. Han Fei couldn't help but frown. Why can she stay in the water for so long? Jiao Yinling said, Daji's endurance is very good. Li Luoluo said, I remember that I lasted for half an hour. Han Fei remembered that he seemed to have lasted for a long time. However, unlike him, Su Daiji didn't absorb much of the spirit awakening fluid. The color of the pool only turned a little lighter. After another 100 seconds, Li Luoluo shouted, look, the color is turning lighter. Han Fei and the others had already seen it. The color was turning lighter and lighter, but the speed was too fast. In just 10 seconds, more than half of the spirit awakening fluid was gone. The dark green color had turned light green. Han Fei couldn't help but stare. What was going on? She absorbed so much spirit awakening fluid alone? Luo Xiaobai said, it slowed down. In that instant, she absorbed more than half of the spirit awakening fluid. Now, she has stopped absorbing the spirit awakening fluid. Just as Luo Xiaobai had said, in the next 100 seconds, Su Daiji's body emitted some yellow light. It looked like the light produced by the pulse testing stone. The color of the light happened to correspond to the yellow color of a level 3 high-quality spiritual heritage. Luo Xiaobai suddenly heaved a sigh of relief and said, it's not that the pulse measuring stone didn't detect it, but that Daji's spiritual heritage is originally this color. Then, a pincer extended out from the dark yellow light. Lu Renquang was puzzled. Lobster? Zhang Xuanyu said, wait, there's a tuft of yellowish-green fluff on the pliers. But then, a flat head appeared. Everyone realized that it was a scorpion. The scorpion seemed to have broken through some restraints as it crawled out with all its might. There were circles of black patterns on its feet, and there was a tuft of yellow-green fluff on its head and tail. Information popped up in Han Fei's eyes. Name Sand King, Su Daiji's spiritual beast. Introduction: an ancient beast that inherited the bloodline of sand. It can freely control sand and rocks, and its digging speed is extremely fast. Its body is covered with sand armor, and its defense is extremely strong. The Sand King is proud and aloof. In battle, it can use the power of the earth to fight. Under the sea or on the ground. Level 1. Quality: Legendary. Spiritual energy: 500 points. Food: insects, fish, sandstones. Note: upon seeing this message, Han Fei couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. I've picked up a treasure. Sand King? The name sounds so domineering. It was a legendary creature the moment it appeared. Although it was a little inferior to Little Black and Little White, its level was definitely high enough. Cao Qiu's war god bloodline was very powerful, but it was just of the legendary level. In fact, as far as Han Fei knew, apart from Tang Ji's white dragon feather spirit shrimp, the highest level of the spiritual beasts he knew was legendary. Even the deep blue roar was obtained by Lu Renquang when he was already very strong. Furthermore, there was probably a reason why Lu Renquang seldom used it. Now, Su Daji's spiritual beast was directly at the legendary level. It could be said that her talent was very likely comparable to Cao Qiu. After all, Su Daji also had a growth-type spiritual heritage. Even if her bloodline hadn't awakened, it was already precious. Bam! Su Daiji suddenly opened her eyes and emerged from the water. When she saw a small yellow-green scorpion, she immediately pouted and looked disgusted. Han Fei rolled his eyes. Why are you complaining? You've already won at the starting line, all right? Some people are born at the starting point, while others are born at the finishing line. In Han Fei's opinion, Su Daiji was born directly at the finishing line. Before Han Fei could think of what to say, he heard Luo Xiaobai inhale slightly and say, I think I've seen this creature before. Everyone looked over, including Su Daiji. Luo Xiaobai looked at Ku Shui and said, Grandpa Ku, is this? Ku Shui nodded with a solemn expression. I think so. Ah. What are you talking about? What's so different about this spiritual beast? Li Luoluo couldn't wait any longer and was a little impatient. Zhang Xuanyu said, is it very high level? Luo Xiaobai stared at the Sand King. I've read about it in ancient books. If I'm not wrong, this is an ancient beast, a legendary creature, the Sand King. Han Fei raised his eyelids and deliberately asked, what kind of creature is the Sand King? Luo Xiaobai said, it's recorded in ancient books. In ancient times, ferocious beasts were rampant. Back then, there was a world of sand, not the so-called Sea of Sand. It was the true early Sea of Sand. There lived a group of terrifying creatures with earth-shaking divine power. They were Sand Kings. Zhang Xuanyu took a deep breath. So does this little thing still have earth-shattering divine power? Luo Xiaobai said, if I'm not wrong, there should be someone in the Su family who had a spiritual beast like the Sand King. Otherwise, there's no reason for Deji to directly awaken the Sand King. Ku Shui added, indeed, it might be due to the attraction of her bloodline. In that case, Miss Daji might have an unknown bloodline flowing in her. Han Fei couldn't help but stroke his chin. No wonder Su Daiji was a loner and didn't like to talk. Could it be because of this bloodline? Su Daiji suddenly grinned and pointed at the Sand King. Sand, let's go. Then she slipped into the maze. Su Sanqian and company were sweating profusely. Their bodies had already spasmed several times, but they didn't dare relax. This was because Nine Tails was crawling from east to west, from south to north. If they slacked off, they would be whipped hard. That really hurt. Just as they gritted their teeth and were about to endure the pain, they saw Su Daji running over. Beside her was a small scorpion that was running alongside her in a fluster. From time to time it would fall to the ground and roll twice due to inertia. Nine Tails suddenly turned his head. When he saw the Sand King, his eyes pricked up. The little Sand King was so frightened that it wanted to burrow Underground. No matter what, the Sand King was still a weakling for the time being. Although they were both at the legendary level, he was still much weaker than Nine Tails. Before the Sand King could burrow underground, Sudaji grabbed its tail and lifted it up. Then she stared at Nine Tails angrily. "Don't scare Sand." Nine Tails cocked his eyes. "This little thing can't even compare to a single claw of mine. Do I have to frighten it?" Gucci said in surprise, "Daji, your talent has been awakened?" Bang! Just as Gucci finished speaking, a chain lashed down and slammed her to the ground. She was so frightened that she hurriedly got up and continued what she had been doing. Yi Shiyan's face was filled with curiosity. Xingyu thought nothing of it. It was just a scorpion. Su Sanqian frowned as though he had thought of something, but was unsure. Su Daji was spinning the cube as she strolled in front of the four of them. She came and went, leaving them speechless. Xingyu couldn't help but say, "Daji, can you stop wandering around? You're affecting our cultivation." Bang! Xingyu was slammed to the ground by a chain. Su Daiji was obviously flaunting. When she saw that even Yi Xinyan's face darkened, she finally ran to the back mountain. With the appearance of Su Daji's spiritual beast, the team was finally complete. The position of Soul Warrior was fixed. Perhaps this would be another legendary combination in the future. Translator *Kenyi Translations Editor *Kenyi Translations. 2 months flew by. Han Fei and the others had already reached the peak of the law enforcer realm. After more than a year of training on the Scattered Stars Island. Now, they were teaching the new students some new combat skills. In the short span of 2 months, Xingyu and company had been tortured to the brink of death. This included the most talented Yi Xinyan, who kept clamoring about finding a husband, only to be beaten up daily. As for Nine Tails, he had already become the exclusive instructor for this group of troublemakers. In order to curry favor with Nine Tails, Yi Xinyan tricked Su Sanqian and the others every day to catch fish and shrimp to feed Nine Tails. In the end, it was useless. As Han Fei and the others were too free, almost everyone would pick up the 5 juniors and train them for a while when they were bored. For example, Luo Xiaobai liked to whip people with vines, and Zhang Xuanyu liked to hit people. Lu Renquang liked to stand still and let them attack him. Another example was Li Luolua's bad taste. She liked to tease them with worms. Once, for some reason, Li Luoluo transformed into Li Kiki and shouted that she wanted to play with Su Daji and company. This scared the 5 of them silly. Up to now, they believed that Li Luoluo had deliberately teased them that day. As for Jiuyin Ling, she had become the favorite teacher of the 5 of them. That was because she didn't beat them, and gave them useful advice every time. Sometimes, when she saw that they were really tired, she would secretly let them rest. Every time, Han Fei would come over and end their beautiful rest. Therefore, Han Fei became the #1 demon king in the hearts of the 5 of them. On this day, night fell, and the stars were twinkling. After the meal, Su Sanqian and the others practiced together and cooperated with each other. Zhang Xuanyu was the instructor, and Lu Renquang guided them. From the side, Li Luoluo was watching them cultivate. Back mountain. Han Fei secretly carried cylindrical tubes and slipped to the top of the mountain. Apart from paying attention to the students during class, Jiuyin Ling focused all her attention on Han Fei, including during meals. Therefore, she immediately knew that Han Fei had slipped to the back mountain. So she followed him secretly. As for Luo Xiaobai, she simply found it strange. She didn't notice Han Fei. But she did notice Jiu Ling. She narrowed her eyes and wondered if Han Fei had fallen in love with Jiu Ling. Therefore, she hid among the plants and followed him. As it had always been safe in school, Han Fei had no reason to constantly perceive his surroundings. Therefore, he didn't discover the two of them following him. After a moment, Han Fei stood on the top of the mountain. He chuckled as he looked at his can of fireworks. This gift was definitely a surprise. It would definitely shock everyone at Tang Ji's wedding. At this moment, Han Fei thought that he had to release his perception. Otherwise, what if the secret was known by others? However, when he released it, he found that Jiu Ling was secretly hiding more than 30 kilometers away. When he looked again, he realized that Luo Xiaobai's head was stuck in a tree hole, which startled him. Apart from the two of them, Han Fei didn't feel anything different. This was because it was more than 500 kilometers from the back mountain to the plantation. He couldn't see any further. Thankfully, he didn't notice anyone paying attention to him within this range. He did perceive two people in the mountains, but they had fled after he swept them with his perception. Han Fei didn't mind. They were so far away that they couldn't see what he was doing. Han Fei immediately snapped, "If the two of you want to come quickly. Xiao Jiao, you've changed. Why are you secretly following me? And Xiaobai, are you trying to scare me by showing your head?" Upon hearing that Han Fei was communicating with them via voice transmission, the two of them blushed with shame. Why would this guy release his perception in his own territory? Moments later, the two showed up. Jiu Ling blushed red, while Luo Xiaobai directly asked, "Han Fei, why are you sneaking around?" Han Fei grinned and said, "I didn't want to tell you. Since you're here, I'll show you my masterpiece. Come on, witness my great invention." Jiu Ling perked up. A great invention? Did Han Fei make something shocking? However, Luo Xiaobai didn't think so. She knew Han Fei too well. If it was really great, Han Fei would have told them long ago, so she was sure that it wasn't anything good. Han Fei put the cylinder on the ground. "Look. Isn't Tanga getting married? I'm preparing a gift for him. I wanted to give him a surprise on his wedding day. Since you're here, forget it. I'll show it to you." Luo Xiaobai wondered, this isn't a divine weapon, right? Or is it a very powerful divine weapon? Jiu Ling sniffed. "I smell something strange." Han Fei said, "No rush. Let me try first." Han Fei pointed at the air and the firework fuse ignited. Hiss. Swish. Suddenly, a flame soared into the sky, rising more than 300 meters. When the fireworks exploded in the silent night sky and a colorful and beautiful flower blossomed in the sky, the magnificence before the destruction made one forget the silence of the night. The petals were like jade, like beautiful figures, which left Luo Xiaobai and Jiu Ling dumbfounded. The two of them looked up and widened their eyes. What the hell was this? Why was it so beautiful? Pa. Pa. Amidst the blooming fireworks, an array suddenly appeared. The array spread out as the three words, "ha ha ha," appeared in midair. "Oh yeah, I made it." Han Fei raised his fist vigorously. His purpose tonight was to see if the array he set up in the fireworks was all right. If not for this, he wouldn't have come to set off the fireworks tonight. Luo Xiaobai said angrily, "Han Fei, Luo Xiaobai was very angry. You actually wrote 3 words on such a beautiful scene? That was too much. Ha ha ha. What the hell was that? Jiao Yinling hugged her chest with her hands. After a long while, she muttered. It's indeed a great invention. It's too beautiful. I still want to see it. However, the tiny cylinder's fireworks had already been released. Han Fei said, don't worry. I just made a test. Let's wait for Tang Ji's wedding. It seems to be in 3 days. Someone from the Heavenly Sword sect came to deliver the invitation this morning. Luo Xiaobai came back to her senses from the beauty of the fireworks. We're all going? Han Fei nodded. Yes, all of you. I don't think it's that simple. When old Han said that he would propose marriage to the Heavenly Sword sect for Tang Gu, Han Fei had suspected his thoughts. Old Han was a scheming person. Why did he adopt Tang Gu? Tang Gu was so talented, so why didn't he specially train him? And the moment he met Tang Gu again, he proposed marriage to the Heavenly Sword sect for him, and gave very precious betrothal gifts. It was more like a combination of the strong. So Han Fei suspected that maybe old Han had known that Tang Gu would go to the Heavenly Sword sect long ago. Although this didn't seem possible in theory, old Han did the same thing to him. It wasn't that old Han wasn't good. Maybe he did all these for the good of Tang Gu and him. However, he couldn't help but suspect his true motives. If old Han really wanted Tang Gu to live the rest of his life well, there was no scheming involved. If old Han was scheming against Tang Gu, Tang Ji's wedding might involve something else. Anyway, he would go to Tang Ji's wedding. If he went alone, he represented old Han. However, the invitation letter invited everyone from the Thug Academy to go. This was worth thinking about. If the Heavenly Sword sect only wanted to show that it had a relationship with old Han, they wouldn't have invited the Thug Academy. Since they had, there might be something behind it. 3 days later. Early in the morning, Han Fei came out with a bunch of fancy clothes. Li Luoluo rubbed her eyes and said, Han Fei, what are you doing? Lu Renquang was humming a tune when he saw Han Fei holding a pile of clothes. His eyelids twitched. Fei Fei. What are you doing? Su Sanqian and the others also looked at Han Fei. They had a feeling that senior brother Han Fei was sometimes crazy and liked to prank people. What was he up to this time? Luo Xiaobai said, I want the aqua blue one. In the past, Luo Xiaobai liked to wear white, but Jiao Yinling also wore white every day, so she gave up white clothes. After all, she had to keep an eye on Han Fei and Jiao Yinling for Xiao Xiaochan. Therefore, she chose an aqua blue dress. This one and a vest looked quite exquisite. Han Fei handed it over and said, yes. It's still the same style as before. You have good taste. I thought you would choose white. Jiao Yinling was puzzled. You know how to make clothes? The corners of Han Fei's mouth curled up. TCH, if I don't even know how to make clothes, what kind of refiner am I? These are all semi-divine clothes. Only 1 set per person. Ah. 2 cries. One came from Li Luoluo and the other from Yi Xian. Li Luoluo asked, what about mine? Han Fei glanced at her. This fancy one is yours. Han Fei pulled out a long dress with at least 7 or 8 colors and seaweed patterns and threw it to Li Luoluo. This was the famous pop style, and it was the only dress that Han Fei felt was suitable for Li Luoluo. Before Liluoluo could say a word, Isenyan jumped over. Senior brother. It's mine. I want it too. Han Fei threw an ordinary JK over and said indifferently, the 5 of you are all at the mortal level. If you want good clothes, become stronger. Isenyan let out a long sigh. She carried the clothes in disappointment and ran to Zhang Xuanyu. Darling, help me put them on. Puff. Zhang Xuanyu said, shut up. Call me senior brother, especially outside. You have to call me senior brother. Translator *Kenyi Translations Editor *Kenyi Translations. In the beginning, the Heavenly Sword sect pursued the pinnacle of the sword, Tao. They wanted to transform all things into swords and create the great Tao of the sword cultivators. Because of this pursuit, the Heavenly Sword sect had always upheld the sword, Tao. However, with the passage of time, the experts of the Heavenly Sword sect realized that the path of sword cultivation was still a little narrow. If they wanted to flourish, just cultivating the sword might not be enough. Thus, the Heavenly Sword sect had added more cultivation paths. The Heavenly Halberd art was one of them, and Tang Ge had learned it. Due to the conflict between the Heavenly Halberd and the Heavenly Sword, the experts of the Heavenly Sword sect felt that no technique could compare to the sword, so they called the Heavenly Halberd art the Battle Halberd art. However, the Heavenly Sword sect had another rule: you could cultivate other techniques, but sword techniques had to be basic. Therefore, apart from knowing the Heavenly Halberd art, Tang Ge also knew how to use a sword. However, the Heavenly Sword sect had also said that to enter the great Tao of the Heavenly Sword, one needed to find their own sword. If one couldn't comprehend the strongest sword that was suitable for them, they shouldn't cultivate the Heavenly Sword art. Clearly, Tang Ge hadn't figured it out either, so he couldn't enter the great Tao of the Heavenly Sword. However, regardless of whether he could enter the great Tao of the Heavenly Sword, Tang Ji's battle halberd art was pretty good. Coupled with the white dragon feather spirit shrimp, he was almost invincible among his peers. Even disciples who had already figured out their own path of the sword had little chance of winning against Tang Ji's halberd technique. How could Mu Tianfeng not know this? Of course he knew, but Tang Ji's talent was too monstrous. He had to be taken in as a disciple. Once he comprehended his own sword path one day, he would sweep through many geniuses and become a true peerless genius. On this day, Tang Ge and Mu Ling were getting married. As the leader of the 7 major sects, the Heavenly Sword sect sent out wedding invitations and invited all the famous people in the city to attend the wedding. When Han Fei and the others arrived, the Heavenly Sword Mountain where the Heavenly Sword sect was located was decorated with lanterns and colorful banners. Fishing boats filled the sky. It wasn't that the place where the Heavenly Sword sect was located was called Heavenly Sword Mountain, but that the entire island was called Heavenly Sword Mountain. As the Heavenly Sword sect's heritage was too deep, everyone liked to call it that. The Heavenly Sword sect was located in a mountain range. All the mountains here belonged to the Heavenly Sword sect. The palaces and sword pavilion were all on it. And the location of the wedding was at the training sword arena not far from the Heavenly Sword sect's entrance. As it was a distinguished gathering, not just anyone could enter the Heavenly Sword sect. Only relatively famous figures in the Thousand-Star City had the chance to come. Of course, only relatively famous. There were thousands of families in the Thousand-Star City. For example, the Sioux family of Pure Sun Island received the invitation, and the person attending was the Sioux family's patriarch, Su Yong. In fact, Su Yong didn't want to come because the Thug Academy had too many enemies. Although the Sioux family openly supported the Thug Academy, that was on Pure Sun Island. If others knew, they generally wouldn't go to Pure Sun Island to cause trouble for them. However, it was different here. If someone were to stir up trouble, should he stand up for them or not? The reason why Su Yong came was that he knew that Han Fei's abilities were not weaker than his. Therefore, in theory, even if something happened, he didn't need to do anything. However, if someone wanted the Sioux family to express their stance, Su Yong shook his head. We've already come this far. Let's just face it. Besides, who would cause trouble here? This is a joyous occasion for the Heavenly Sword sect after all. Those big clans wouldn't be so insensible. Right? Han Fei and the others weren't with Su Yong. The people from the Thug Academy, who appeared in strange clothes naturally, attracted the attention of many people. Although most people didn't know Han Fei and the others, they could roughly guess their identities from their entourage. As for those who couldn't guess it, they all drooled when they saw Luo Xiaobai, Jiuyin Ling, and Li Luo. Han Fei's high-quality fashion design attracted the attention of countless women. Someone took the lead and controlled the fishing boat to fly over, ignoring Han Fei and the others. Although he was dazzled by Zhang Xuanyu's handsome face, he still approached Luo Xiaobai and the others. Miss, let me introduce myself. I'm a direct descendant of the Qian family from Money Island. Would you mind getting to know me? Get lost. Luo Xiaobai's eyes turned cold as she chased him away. However, that person didn't mind. To be able to come here, this girl's background was probably not simple. Besides, as a man, how could he lower himself to the level of a woman? The person changed the topic. Well, I was actually talking to this young lady. The person looked at Jiuyin Ling and thought, they are all beauties. However, Jiuyin Ling clasped her hand. Seal. In the next moment, the young master of the Qian family froze and fell from the sky with his fishing boat. Zhang Xuanyu turned his head and smiled. How domineering. The Qian family's young master's eyes turned cold. He had actually been teased by two women. However, when he found out that the two were law enforcers, he could only swallow his anger. It was best not to provoke such young law enforcers. Young Master Qian had just fallen from the sky. Another boat flew over. However, this fishing boat was very eye-catching. Embedded with all kinds of gems on it, it was especially dazzling under the sunlight. A yellow-robed young man stood at the bow of the fishing boat, and a law enforcer was controlling the boat for him. This person came to Han Fei with his hands behind his back and said leisurely, Jiuyin Ling, Luo Xiaobai, long time no see. Luo Xiaobai said, I don't know you. Jiuyin Ling pursed her lips. Me neither. The person curled his lips. Is that so? The Jiuyin family owes our Zhang family some resources. At this moment, Han Fei spoke. The Zhang family? Zhangwen belongs to your family? The young man looked at Han Fei and said with a faint smile, yes, you are Han Fei? Han Fei asked, who are you? Me? Zhang Mingkuan. Zhangwen is my younger brother, my biological younger brother. Han Fei scoffed. What? You want revenge? I don't mind beating you up too. Zhang Mingkuan smiled faintly. My Zhang family owes you a favor. Why don't you use this favor to repay the debt of the Jiuyin family? After all, you were the one who sent Xiao Qiao back. Han Fei said disdainfully, how much is your debt worth? Is it worth a favor? Zhang Mingquan smiled. Sure, it's equivalent to an ultra-quality divine weapon. Han Fei was instantly speechless. How poor was the Jiuyin family? However, on the surface, Han Fei said without blushing, is a mere ultra-quality divine weapon enough for me to owe you a favor? Zhang Mingquan smiled and said, then why don't you give me an ultra-quality divine weapon? Han Fei rolled his eyes at him. This is a favor from a king. How can a mere ultra-quality divine weapon be enough? At least two. Zhang Mingquan's eyes lit up. All right. Then I'll give you one? Han Fei curled his lips. No. I'll go get the one the Zhang family owes me. Zhang Mingquan smiled. Anytime. In Zhang Mingquan's opinion, he had plenty of money. The richest family in the Thousand-Star City wasn't for nothing. He couldn't owe Han Fei a favor. 2. Ultra-quality divine weapons might seem extravagant, but that was only in the eyes of outsiders. From Zhang Mingquan's point of view, how could a venerable not be worthy of 2 ultra-quality divine weapons? Jiuyin Ling hurriedly said, Han Fei, I can. Jiuyin Ling's voice became softer and softer as her face turned red. She couldn't afford returning ultra-quality divine weapons. Han Fei finally realized how poor Jiuyin Ling's family was. In the past, they couldn't afford 100,000 kilograms of spiritual spring, but now he learned that they were even in debt. Luo Xiaobai said to Ku Shui, later, inform the Jiuyin family that their debt has been cleared. The Thug Academy has paid it back. This was a piece of cake for Han Fei. Luo Xiaobai deliberately got Ku Shui to tell the Jiuyin family for another purpose. She specifically said that it was returned by the Thug Academy and not Han Fei. This was to separate them from Han Fei. Ku Shui smiled and nodded. Yes, Mississippi. As Jiuyin Ling was pinching her fingers, she heard Zhang Mingquan say, out of kindness, I'll remind you that it won't be easy for the Thug Academy to go through this. If you go back now, you might still be in time. Han Fei sneered. Don't worry. After Han Fei and the others left, the old man on Zhang Mingquan's fishing boat said, Young master, are you really going to use 2 ultra-quality divine weapons to return Han Fei a favor? Zhang Mingquan curled his lips and smiled. No, I've already returned the favor. Huh? Zhang Mingquan said indifferently, the Jiuyin family owes resources, not real ultra-quality divine weapons. It seems to be equal, but it's not. This bit of resources is dispensable to the Zhang family. So even if she repays it, so what? As for Han Fei, do you think he will really go to the Zhang family? Don't forget how he robbed Zhangwen in the past. There's a saying that makes something out of nothing. Just because he said it doesn't mean he has to do it. Young master is wise. Zhang Mingquan smiled faintly. Let's go to watch the show. I'm not lying to them. This level isn't easy to pass. On the other side, Luo Xiaobai looked at Han Fei. Are you really going to the Zhang family to collect the debt? Han Fei nodded affirmatively. Yes, but not now. Translator *Kenyi Translations Editor *Kenyi Translations. Clearly, Zhang Mingquan was a relatively famous figure in the Thousand-Star City. Therefore, when he made contact with the Thug Academy, many perceptions swept over. Humph. Han Fei's perception directly crushed those perceptions. This was the benefit of powerful spiritual power. As he became stronger, his sensitivity to perception became stronger. After Han Fei shattered those perceptions, someone couldn't help but laugh. Are these people from the Thug Academy? Someone laughed. I heard that there's not even an explorer among them. There are only a few students coming to rebuild the school. How ambitious is the Thug Academy? Someone shook his head. Can the big clans actually tolerate them? How magical. Familiar faces appeared in the crowd, and Mo Fian and Yang Diu were talking. Mo Xinyan said, "You believe that Sun Mu was killed by Cao Qiao?" Yang Diu shook his head. Cao Qiao only talks about killing people, but in fact, he has never killed anyone. Although his war god bloodline has awakened, and he has changed, I don't think he can change his nature. Most likely, it was Han Fei. Mo Fian couldn't help but sigh. What's the difference between Cao Qiao's war god bloodline and your war god will? Yang Diu's face darkened. Of course there's a difference. His is an authentic bloodline. Mine is just a secret technique. It can't be compared. Mo Fian sneered. In any case, the Thug Academy is in an awkward situation. Now, they refuse to cooperate with the sects and insist on returning to Thousand Star City. How can there be such a good thing in the world? Yang Diu sneered and suddenly said, sigh. I heard that some people from the Three Holy Lands have returned. Mo Yanyan nodded irritably. Forget it. I have to admit that Han Fei and the others are indeed powerful. My family has no choice but to call people back from that place for emergencies. At the gate of the Heavenly Sword sect, Han Fei and the others landed. Here, a crowd gathered. Apart from the students of the Heavenly Sword sect, there was basically no one. Below the hidden fissure level, they were all hidden fissures, and there were even many law enforcers passing by. Zhang Xuanyu said in surprise, there are a lot of strong masters in the Thousand Star City. Luo Xiaobai said, that's for sure. The Thousand Star City is huge after all. However, these people have more or less been to the unknown place. While Han Fei and the others were discussing, someone passed by. When he saw Su Daji and the others following behind Han Fei, he couldn't help but frown. Where did these children come from? Why did you bring these children to such an event? Zhang Xuanyu turned his head and said, what has it got to do with you? The man glanced at Zhang Xuanyu and snorted coldly. You're just a peak level hidden fissure. How arrogant. Zhang Xuanyu sneered. Do you think you're very strong? Go away, mind your own business. The man's expression turned cold as he thought to himself, if we were in another place, I would have long taught you a lesson. Xingyu and company were also very nervous. Gucci followed behind Han Fei. Everyone here was a powerhouse. Any one of them could kill them with a breath. Han Fei didn't bother with such a trivial matter. He had brought Gucci and the others here to let them take a good look at the strong masters in this world. And let them know the status of the Thug Academy in the Thousand Star City. At the entrance of the Heavenly Sword sect, someone was checking the invitation. Just as Han Fei and the others were about to walk up, they suddenly heard someone ask in puzzlement, is this someone from the Yi family? Perhaps it was Yi Shiyan's JK uniform that attracted the attention of others. After all, exposing one's thigh would always attract attention. Even though Yi Shiyan was still young, it was undeniable that an attractive appearance was useful. Otherwise, Han Fei wouldn't have been tempted by Xia Shaochan at first sight. Which family? The Yi family? As soon as the person spoke, people looked at Yi Xinyan. She was so frightened that she grabbed Zhang Xuanyu's hand and said, "Senior brother, you have to protect me." Zhang Xuanyu's expression turned ugly. So be it. With her special status, she really couldn't be harassed by outsiders. Ha ha ha. She's indeed from the Yi family. I can smell the special fragrance coming from her. Han Fei and the others frowned. Is there a fragrance? Don't girls usually smell good? Someone exclaimed, heavens, there's actually someone from the Yi family in Thousand Star City? Instantly, a group of people surrounded them from all directions. Luo Xiaobai shouted, "Make way." Someone scoffed. Hey! Where are you from? Where did this girl from the Yi family come from? Someone blocked their path. Hi, I don't mean to offend you. However, my Wang family has a great young man, who is enough to match Miss Yi. Young lady, what do you think? Zhang Xuanyu shouted, scram. Who cares who you are? You'd better get out of my way. Someone sneered. Wang Feng, forget it. Do you think your Wang family can take this girl? Make way. The next moment, Han Fei saw Li Hai, Li Baizhou, and another young man appear. The young man's eyes flickered as he glanced at Han Fei and the others. He said to the Li brothers, "Are these the ones from the Thug Academy?" Hiss. Around them, some people who didn't know Han Fei took a deep breath. Thug Academy? The crowd immediately dispersed. Well, although their families were not weak, they had heard about the Thug Academy more than once. Recently, many people on Pure Sun Island knew that the Thug Academy had returned. This school was famous for being ruthless and domineering. If one didn't have enough power, one couldn't provoke it. Li Hai said, "Yes, Han Fei. Long time no see." Han Fei curled his lips. Why? Do you two want to see me? Li Baizhou grinned and said, "The Thug Academy is already in the eye of the storm. Now, you still dare to take in a Yi family girl? How bold." Han Fei said with a smile, "Why? Is someone coming to the Thug Academy to snatch her?" As for the young man in front of the Li brothers, he snorted and said, "If this girl from the Yi family marries into our Li family, the Li family will no longer participate in any matters of the Thug Academy." Yi Shiyan was so nervous that her palms were sweating. She hadn't expected to be recognized so easily. She had heard of the Li family, but she didn't want to be taken like an item. Before Han Fei could say anything, Zhang Xuanyu laughed and said, "How do you have the face to say that? Are you more handsome than me? I'll only tell you once. She's a student of the Thug Academy." The young man's eyes were cold. "Do you really think that the few of you can support the reputation of the Thug Academy?" With that, the young man looked at Han Fei. "Remember, my name is Li Xian. I heard that you are very strong. I want to experience it." Han Fei said disdainfully, "A life and death battle is always welcome. If you don't dare to fight, get lost." Just as Han Fei and the others were confronting Li Xian, someone from the Heavenly Sword sect finally came. It was the disciple who verified the invitation at the entrance of the Heavenly Sword sect. The disciple frowned and said, "Gentlemen, don't cause trouble in our heavenly sword sect." With that said, the heavenly sword sect disciple looked at the five of them and asked in puzzlement, "Why did you bring children?" Han Fei casually handed out the invitation and said, "The invitation is for everyone in the Thug Academy." The disciple was stunned. They were from the Thug Academy? It was said that Tang Ge and Han Fei from the Thug Academy were brothers. The disciple couldn't help but look at Han Fei. "Are you Han Fei?" Han Fei nodded. The person looked at the Li family people and said, "These are guests of our heavenly sword sect." Li Xian snorted softly and turned to leave. At this moment, Mo Fian and Yang Diu passed by Han Fei and the others and heard Mo Fian say leisurely, "I'm afraid you don't know the specialness of the Yi family women. This is quite troublesome." Han Fei curled his lips. "The next time you make sarcastic remarks, weigh yourself up. If it weren't for the array, you would already be dead." Mo Fian's expression was ugly. She snorted heavily and walked straight to the heavenly sword sect. Li Luoluo couldn't help but ask, "Han Fei, have you offended all the families you can?" Han Fei smiled. "Are you afraid?" Li Luoluo curled her lips. "Tch. What's there to be afraid of?" The heavenly sword sect disciple said, "Please enter." With that said, he hesitated for a moment before whispering, "Everyone, it's best if you stand in the square formation of the 7 sections. Many people from the major clans have come this time." In the heavenly sword sect, it was a huge training field, as though it was to showcase the power of the heavenly sword sect. At that moment, 10,000 flying swords were spinning in the air, forming a huge circular sword formation. Luo Xiaobai said, "It's the heavenly sword formation. It's said that it can unleash a torrent of sword Dao. The heavenly sword formation at the hidden Fisher level can kill peak level law enforcers." Lu Renquang said in surprise, "Ah, doesn't that mean that even my ultimate defense technique can't withstand it?" Han Fei was also surprised. "What about the heaven sword formation at the level of law enforcers?" "Jiuyin Ling, there aren't that many law enforcers." Han Fei immediately heaved a sigh of relief. "You gave me a fright. I knew it. If it's that strong, wouldn't it be able to kill an explorer? Our Grand Void sword formation is no weaker than this." Everyone turned their heads and saw Chu Sun from Grand Void Academy standing behind them. Su Sanqian hurriedly took 2 steps back. He could sense the sharp sword intent on this person's body. Chu Sun glanced at Su Sanqian in surprise. "Can he actually sense my sword intent? This kid is quite keen." Translator ** Henyi Translations Editor ** Henyi Translations. Han Fei glanced at Chu Sun. Your strength seems to have improved significantly." The corners of Chu Sun's mouth twitched. He didn't want to talk to Han Fei. In the sea-quelling painting, he was just a bystander. But now he had made some improvements. He didn't expect that Han Fei directly pointed it out. Chu Sun snorted. "Han Fei, I'm here to ask on behalf of our sect master, is the Thug Academy willing to return?" Before Han Fei could say anything, he saw Gong Yuan walk over. Give it a second thought before answering. The Thug Academy came to the 1,000-star city and nothing happened for months. But today might be different. Han Fei narrowed his eyes. "Oh? What's the difference?" Han Fei looked at the seats of honor at the training field. It seemed that strong masters from the 7 sects were sitting there. The remaining disciples were all standing below. Everyone from the 7 sects was looking at them. This was because there was an empty seat beside the 7 seats. Luo Xiaobai asked, "Shall we sit there?" Han Fei was silent and stood still. He didn't believe that the heavenly sword sect had nothing to say. On the right, closer to the front, there were some people he didn't know, sitting in the seats. However, from the crowd, Han Fei discovered Chu Jian, who he had met once in the 1,000-star proving ground, and Li Xian, whom he had just met. However, there was no place for Mo Fian and the Li brothers to sit. This meant that in the 1,000-star city, a genius like Mo Fian had already fallen from the top tier of geniuses. Or rather, they had never been on the top tier. Han Fei said, "Follow me." Han Fei walked all the way to the left where the strong masters of the 7 sects were. At this moment, the scene of thousands of people fell silent. This was because many people realized that the gazes of the major families and sects were on Han Fei and company. Han Fei ignored those gazes and directly came in front of the strong master from the Heavenly Sword sect. This person only had the strength of a peak-level law enforcer, and Mu Tianfeng didn't show up personally. It made sense. Why would those bigwigs personally sit here to welcome guests? They probably wouldn't be seen before the official business began. Han Fei looked at the expert from the Heavenly Sword sect and asked, "What do you mean?" The strong master of the Heavenly Sword sect sighed. "Han Fei, there are 2 situations today. If you're alone, you can enter the inner sect of the Heavenly Sword sect and go straight to Tango. The Heavenly Sword sect is completely open to you, and no one will stop you. However, if you represent the Thug Academy, we will treat you differently." Han Fei, "Oh? I'm all ears." The person said, "If you return to the sect system, the 7 sects will immediately become 8 sections. The sects will be united, and many problems of the Thug Academy can be resolved." Han Fei smiled faintly. "What's the condition?" The strong master from the Sea Cloud Tower suddenly said, "The reason why the 7 sects are united is because part of the resources of the 7 sects are shared. This is a tacit understanding to maintain a united front. The Thug Academy has a large number of star beads, right? We won't snatch them from you, but we want the right to enter the secret realms." The guy from the Grand Void Academy said, "Similarly, as for all the star beads of the 7 major sects, the Thug Academy can also enter the corresponding secret realms." The man from the Heavenly Sword sect said with a solemn expression, "Han Fei, I know that you can represent the Thug Academy now. In fact, this isn't a bad thing. With the return of the Thug Academy, you will definitely get more than us." Han Fei narrowed his eyes slightly. "These guys are desperate to get our star beads." However, that was impossible. Ignoring everything else, Xiaozi was still in that secret realm. It was absolutely impossible for him to hand over the star beads. Han Fei smiled and said, "Okay, except for ruins." The strong master from the Origin Returning Peak said, "Impossible. The reason we agreed to the Thug Academy's return was to explore the ruins. Otherwise, there would be no point." Han Fei, "If the Thug Academy shares the ruins, so will we. This is the only way to expose the ancient secrets." Han Fei curled his lips and smiled. "Not necessarily. Don't the 3 holy lands have secrets? Have you been to the central holy city?" The strong master from the Death Door sect said, "If we found those ancient secrets from the 3 Holy Lands or had been to the central holy city, would we still need the Thug Academy? Han Fei said, do you know how many ruins I have? The man from the Heavenly Sword sect said, you might not know this, but in the Star River, once you obtain a ruin-type star bead, it will shake the Star River. The Thug Academy should have 18 ruins. Han Fei narrowed his eyes. Is that so? If I take little Ci back and put her in Forge the Universe, it's not impossible for the Thug Academy to return to the 7 sects. After all, when Old Bai handed the star beads to him, he was probably already prepared. However, Han Fei still had a few ruins-type law enforcer secret realms that he couldn't explore now. Han Fei immediately said, you can have the star beads of the Thug Academy. But you have to wait until we finish exploring the law enforcer level star bead secret realm. Luo Xiaobai glanced at Han Fei, who gave her a look that said it was fine. The strong masters frowned. The person from Origin Returning Peak said, to be honest, if you want to explore ruins at the level of law enforcers, you have to wait until you reach the level of advanced law enforcers. In fact, it's best when you become peak-level law enforcers. If you agree now, our 7 major sects can send people to explore those ruins with you. The woman from the Jade Immortal Palace nodded. That's right. You should have seen some ruins and know how difficult it is. Han Fei said, sorry, that's my bottom line. Or you can wait for us to finish exploring. Haha. Just as Han Fei finished speaking, someone from the big clans laughed and said, see that? The Thug Academy is trying to hide something. They have secrets and don't want to hand them over. Heh, Han Fei, how long will it take you to finish exploring the ruins? I think you're just stalling for time for your growth, right? Han Fei looked over and saw that it was an elder of the Yang family. People of this family were all crazy, shouting and going mad all day long. A woman said sarcastically, since the Thug Academy doesn't return to the 8 sects, the 7 sects shouldn't get involved with the matters between us and the Thug Academy, right? A voice appeared in Han Fei's heart. They want to force the Thug Academy to completely sever ties with the 7 sections. Now, once you give an affirmative answer, there will be endless trouble in the future. Han Fei didn't know who had sent him a voice transmission. Looking around, he didn't see anyone who he knew. Han Fei didn't care. It was impossible to hand over the star beads. How could he just hand over the ruins that they hadn't explored? And it was even more impossible to allow the 7 sects to send their people to explore the law enforcer secret realms together with them. If he died inside, who would bear the responsibility? Who would old Han seek revenge on? Someone threatened. The Luo family and the Jiuyin family are clearly on the side of the Thug Academy. Han Fei narrowed his eyes and looked at the person who spoke. Who is this guy? Suddenly, Han Fei directly pointed at the person and cursed, what's your problem? Is your family unhappy? Do you want to destroy the Thug Academy? Come on, just give it a try. Many people were surprised. Why did Han Fei start cursing? Someone took a deep breath. God, he just pointed at the Sun family guy. Cursing? Who is this fellow? Someone laughed. Who? He's from the Thug Academy. The one that was once destroyed. Someone shook his head. What a hothead. He's cursing the Sun family people in front of so many people? Is he crazy? The middle-aged man of the Sun family scowled. Han Fei, you brat, since the Thug Academy has returned, there has to be a legitimate reason. You can have someone to back you up, but what about the Thug Academy? Since you've chosen to rebuild the school, either you choose to return to the 8 sects or hand over your star beads. Han Fei sneered. What if I choose neither of them? The Sun family guy said, fine. Then, you won't be able to become law enforcers in Thousand Star City. Han Fei laughed. What has it got to do with that? Do you think that after I become a law enforcer, you big clans can defeat me? Why don't you get someone to try challenging me? Bam. The man slapped the table. Han Fei, do you think you're the only one in the Thug Academy? Han Fei squinted at him. Are you threatening me? Han Fei's heart skipped a beat. Did old Bai and old Jiang really have a trump card? The other party was blatantly threatening him. If they really attacked him in the future, should he fight or not? He knew that in the eyes of these people, he had already been separated from the Thug Academy. If old Han didn't come out, he might be fine, but what about Zhang Xuanyu and Lu Renquang? What about the 5 children? Clang. Suddenly, a figure descended from the sky. The halberd in his hand struck the ground, producing a metallic sound. Tengu appeared and glanced at the people from the big clans. Why do you big clans want to cause trouble on my wedding day? Gur, why are you here? Do you have any idea what you're doing? The strong master from the Heavenly Sword sect berated him before sending a voice transmission to him. This matter isn't that simple. They just wanted to take advantage of this chance. Stop fooling around. Go back. Han Fei frowned. Why are you here? Tengu glanced at Han Fei. How can I not come? Tengu shouted, Han Fei is my brother. It's fine if you want to disturb my wedding, but now you want to force my brother? You guys are too impudent. Someone laughed. Heh. Tengu, you have to know that you are from the Heavenly Sword sect. Are these people from the Thug Academy your brothers and sisters? Someone laughed and said, Tengu, it's your big day. Don't get involved in this matter. A strong master from a large clan said disdainfully, what? A junior can represent the Heavenly Sword sect now? Is there no one in the Heavenly Sword sect? Gur, what are you fooling around for? Mu Tianfeng appeared and placed a hand on Tang Ji's shoulder. He said via voice transmission, these problems can't be resolved by you. Han Fei will be fine, but it's because the Thug Academy refuses to return that the big clans are ganging up on them. Translator ** Kenyi Translations Editor ** Kenyi Translations. Tengu said, Master, am I supposed to stand behind and watch these people bully Han Fei? Mu Tianfeng said leisurely, bully? When did you see Han Fei being bullied? These people just want to see the trump card of the Thug Academy. With the trump card, no one will attack the Thug Academy. If they don't have it, there will be a problem. This proves that Han Fei's trip to the Thousand Star City was just a bluff. Someone might attack them, but no matter what, nothing will happen to Han Fei. Tengu frowned. But Master, what if? Mu Tianfeng, Gur, only the strong have the right to speak. You aren't enough. If you want to attack a big clan, you have to become the strong one first. Only under the protection of the Heavenly Sword sect will you have this chance. This is also the reason why your foster father urged you to marry little Linger. Han Fei took a deep look at Tang Ge and immediately shouted, Tang Ge isn't a member of the Thug Academy, so don't involve him in. However, do you really think that the Thug Academy is a pushover? Someone stood up and cupped his hands at Mu Tianfeng. Sect Master Mu, it's not that we are causing trouble. It's just that there are some matters that need to be cleared up. Someone nodded. That's right. The Thug Academy came back without even noticing us. What do they take the 1,000-star city for? The Yang family's fool said, Han Fei, don't bluff. You have your father to protect you. Fine, I'll let you do whatever you want. But the Thug Academy has nothing to do with your father, right? That's right. If you're really bluffing, hand over the ruins-type star beads as soon as possible. Behind him, the expert from the Sea Cloud Tower said, Han Fei, it's not too late to choose to return to the 8 sections. For a moment, Han Fei's mind was buzzing. No matter if they returned or not, Tang Ge couldn't be involved in this matter. He had thought that these people would use normal means to attack the Thug Academy after they became law enforcers. However, he was wrong. These people were more disgusting than he thought. Han Fei was speechless. Before they came, Old Bai didn't give him any trump cards. Ever since he came, he had been pretending as if he did have trump cards. The people from the ordinary families present gulped. As soon as the Thug Academy people showed up, they were besieged. At this point, if they didn't have any real trump cards, they probably wouldn't be able to get through this. At this moment, Su Yang's forehead was covered in cold sweat. He was even more nervous than Han Fei. The fate of the Su family was now connected to the Thug Academy. If the return of the Thug Academy was a bluff, the consequences were obvious. A few peak-level hidden fishers couldn't make any waves. No matter how talented Han Fei was, could he beat an explorer as a peak-level hidden fisher? Everyone else who had come to observe the ceremony was silent. Many people had just learned that Han Fei and the others represented the Thug Academy. At this moment, these people were shocked. The Thug Academy isn't afraid of death. They still want to rebuild their school in the 1,000-star city? How did they get wiped out back then? Do they want to repeat the same mistake? Han Fei narrowed his eyes, and a voice appeared in his heart. This is the best opportunity. Consider it a thank you gift for the cooperation of the Heavenly Sword Sect and your father. Think it through. It's impossible for Bai Kongyi not to give you any trump cards. Han Fei couldn't help but glance at Mu Tianfeng. Was Mu Tianfeng reminding him? However, why is Mu Tianfeng so sure that this is the best opportunity? How can I not know if I have any trump cards? Since Mu Tianfeng has invited us over, he must have the confidence that we can get through this. But damn it, I have no trump card. The greatest force I have is the 5 legend-level henchmen. Any one of them can resolve many law enforcers. However, this was clearly not enough. Ever since he came out of the underground city, Han Fei knew that there were many explorers in the 1,000-star city. Even the declining Su family had 2 explorers. He estimated that the 1,000-star city experts could flatten the 10,000 Demon Valley in minutes. As for the so-called Sea Demon Royal City, Han Fei didn't think that there were so many explorers and venerables in that city. Of course, this was only Han Fei's guess. After all, the sea demons weren't weak. At this moment, someone walked over. Han Fei's pupils constricted. Chu Nanfeng, Chu Jian stood up and cupped his hands. Uncle. Han Fei frowned. Chu Nanfeng is a peak-level explorer. Han Fei was relatively unfamiliar with the Chu sect. However, he knew from Little Ci that the Chu sect boomed because they snatched Little Ci's belongings. Did Chu Nanfeng, who was almost killed by old Han, want to attack them personally? Chu Nanfeng said with a smile, Sect Master Mu, Chu sect has sent a congratulatory gift. We found an ancient sword manual and hope you can accept it. Mu Tianfeng smiled. Thank you, Mr. Nanfeng. A jade slip flew to Mu Tianfeng. Chu Nanfeng smiled at Han Fei and said, if it weren't for your father, you wouldn't have lived to this day. Han Fei sneered. If the Chu sect explorers don't come out, I can kill every single disciple of your sect. Do you believe me? Chu Nanfeng smiled. Oh? You said that? Han Fei grinned. I said it. I don't mind sending your Chu sect people to their deaths. Come on. Chu Nanfeng looked at Mu Tianfeng. Sect Master Mu, if Han Fei represented himself, it wouldn't matter. But as you can see, he's clearly standing on the side of the Thug Academy. He's already made his stand. If our Chu sect swallows this insult, people would laugh at us. Luo Xiaobai immediately said, Han Fei, be careful. Don't act rashly. Han Fei really wanted to roll his eyes. I don't want to fight these people. But they're forcing me to fight them. If I don't accept his challenge, how can the show continue? Mu Tianfeng sent a voice transmission. Han Fei, don't let your emotions affect your decisions. This is the best opportunity. All the famous people in the 1,000-star city are here. If you don't show your trump card now, it will be difficult to maintain the delicate balance in the future. No matter how strong your father is, he's not from the Thug Academy. He can't protect so many people. If others die, will your father really take action? Han Fei gritted his teeth. But I don't have any trump cards. Han Fei roughly knew that if old Han had set up the trap for decades just to make him strong, he wouldn't take action as long as it didn't involve him. Han Fei smiled. Senior Mu, can I borrow the Heavenly Sword Sex venue? Wow. The crowd was in an uproar. Han Fei was saying that if the explorers of the Chu sect didn't come, he would kill all other disciples. However, would a big clan care about faces? Everyone would just see who would win in the end. Since the Chu sect had accepted the challenge, it meant that they were confident enough to face Han Fei. Everyone knew there were 5 legend-level creatures in the sea-quelling painting. However, those who entered the painting didn't know the strength of the 5 legends. They didn't have a standard to judge, so the Chu sect came to test the depth of water. Han Fei narrowed his eyes and looked at Chu Nanfeng. You want to fight? Come. Come. Today is my brother's wedding, so there shouldn't be any blood. But as cultivators, why would we care about such a trivial matter? Han Fei looked at Tang Gu. Do you mind? Tang Gu frowned and said, Han Fei, don't do that. Han Fei smiled. He's about to step on my face. How can I flinch back? Fight. Han Fei's eyes turned cold as he looked at Chu Nanfeng. My father can beat you, silly. Just wait. One day, I'll beat you, silly too. Chu Nanfeng chuckled. You sure have a sharp tongue. Since you've chosen to fight, I'll satisfy you. However, what's the prize for the winner? Han Fei thought to himself, here comes the highlight. Han Fei sneered. What do you mean? Chu Nanfeng said, if the Chu sect wins, the Thug Academy's star beads belong to us. Han Fei asked, what if you lose? Chu Nanfeng smiled. Name your conditions. Han Fei said, you have to make all the big clans here promise not to attack the Thug Academy for 10 years. You can't harass us either. Ridiculous. Someone immediately shouted, what has it got to do with us? Chu Nanfeng said, aren't you a little too greedy? Han Fei scoffed. Are you talking about yourself? Chu Nanfeng, then how do you want to fight us? Han Fei grinned and said, that's easy. For every battle I lose, I'll give you a star bead, but if I win a battle, you should stay away from us for the next 10 years. How about that? Chu Nanfeng sneered. 3 months. Han Fei said disdainfully, that's it? That's the power of the famous Chu sect? Don't you feel ashamed? You're the one who wants to fight me. Chu Southwind narrowed his eyes. Half a year, at most. For the first time, Han Fei realized that if he didn't want others to cause trouble, he had to win through fighting. With so many big shots here, Chu Nanfeng probably wouldn't go back on his word. If the Chu and Chao families didn't take action, the other large families probably didn't have the ability to challenge him. Han Fei, fine. Half a year. If I beat you 20 times, it'll be 10 years. Puff. Someone was rendered speechless. Has he gone mad? Beat the Chu sect 20 times? Did he think the Chu sect disciples were weaklings? Chu Nanfeng smiled contemptuously. If you can win. With that said, Chu Nanfeng shouted, Kuangren, come. Hum. Instantly, cries of shock rang out. Someone said in surprise, what? Chu Kuangren came out of the monument of gods? Someone was surprised. This lunatic is here to fight? Someone was shocked. This is bad. Han Fei is only a peak-level hidden fisher. He won't even be able to resist 2 slaps of Chu Kuangren. Jiao Yinling's expression immediately changed as she sent a voice transmission. Han Fei, Chu Kuangren is famous for being a lunatic, but he's also a genius. It's said that he has an ancient bloodline. Han Fei said, I've seen many geniuses in my life. There is only one who can defeat me. Unfortunately, he's not in the 1,000-star city. Han Fei spread out his perception and found that at the foot of the gate of the Heavenly Sword sect, a bare-chested brawny man was looking at him with a broadsword on his back. The brawny man had hundreds of scars on his upper body. Obviously, he was completely different from Yang Diyu, who seemed violent but was actually useless. When Chu Kuangren heard this cry, he grinned and jumped up, jumping thousands of meters. The ground cracked, and he fell directly to the center of the martial arts field, smashing to the ground and smashing a circle of bluestone slabs. Seeing this scene, Mu Tianfeng frowned. Han Fei, are you sure you want to fight him? He couldn't retreat at this moment. Therefore, Han Fei nodded. Yes. Han Fei didn't believe that Chu Kuangren's talent could be comparable to Chen Huangdian's. The only person who had shocked him in his life was Chen Huangdian. After that, Han Fei comprehended the method of disassembling spiritual energy. And his soul power increased greatly again. Now, his indestructible body had reached the 3rd level, his soul power had reached an absolute bottleneck, his desolate god body had also reached the large success level, and he had the phantom glass wings. He didn't believe that all the effects were incomparable to the so-called bloodline. Could it be that Chu Kuangren's bloodline was comparable to Cao Qiu's? Bloodline of the god of war? Mu Tianfeng sighed slightly. We can't fight this battle here. The heavenly Sword Sec's back mountain sword field has a sword essence array that can reduce the damage to the minimum. Please move away. A large group of people flew in the air. Luo Xiaobai and the others each took one of Su Daji and company with them. As for Xingyu and the others, their faces had already turned pale. What was wrong with their academy? Why were all the big clans in the Thousand-Star City looking for trouble with the Thug Academy? Zhang Xuanyu frowned. Xiaobai, this person is not weak. Luo Xiaobai nodded slightly. I've heard of this person. He is half a generation older than me and can be considered my elder brother's generation. He ranks 7th in that generation. Lu Renquan took a deep breath. He ranks 7th? In other words, there are 6 people stronger than him. Luo Xiaobai nodded. If I'm not mistaken, that's the case. Chu Quanren's strength has probably reached the peak of the law enforcer realm. Jiuyin Ling said, no, he's an advanced law enforcer. I heard that Chu Quanren is also a body refiner. Ku Shui said with a solemn expression, that's right. Although Chu Quanren is only an advanced law enforcer, his strength is still ranked 7th. We have to be careful. Jiuyin Ling asked worriedly, Han Fei, how can you handle such a huge cross-level challenge? Jiuyin Ling didn't know about the sea-quelling painting. She didn't see Han Fei kill a law enforcer at the Su family's banquet, so she was quite worried. At the moment, Li Luoluo sniffed. I can't beat this person. Su Sanqian and the others were even more worried. Did senior brother want to skip levels to challenge? Or did he want to fight a law enforcer as a hidden fisher? That was a super powerhouse ranked in the top 10 of his generation in the entire Thousand-Star City. At that moment, Su Sanqian swallowed frantically. Can senior brother handle it? Gu Qi was also swallowing. That time, Han Fei took her back to the Gu family. He was very domineering and directly faced her ancestor. Now, what was the difference between this and challenging a peak-level law enforcer? No, even ordinary peak-level law enforcers might not be a match for Chu Quanren. He was a peerless genius. In the back mountain, Mu Tianfeng said, everyone, just watch outside. The sword essence seal can block most of the aftershock of the battle and won't cause any harm. Han Fei and Chu Quanren didn't hesitate to land in the sword essence seal. In fact, this was just a mountain peak. It seemed to have been flattened, and the area of more than 20 kilometers was sealed. While they were flying in the sky, everybody was envious of Han Fei's phantom glass wings. Someone exclaimed, is this the wind god pearl turning into wings? Someone nodded. Except for the wind god pearl, it's impossible to have such gorgeous wings. Someone frowned. Is this considered bullying? Someone sneered. Han Fei said it himself. He's unwilling to reveal the Thug Academy's trump card. What else can he do? Do you think the Chu sect will just let it go? Li Hai said, it's going to be interesting this time. Li Baizhou asked, I can't guess at all. How can Han Fei win? Yang Diu said, son of AB****, this lunatic is too strong. Han Fei can't defeat him. Tang Ge frowned and clenched his fists. Suddenly, a cold hand held his fist. And a soft voice sounded. With Uncle Han around, Han Fei will be fine. Tang Ji's expression relaxed a little. Linger, I want to become stronger. Mu Ling smiled at Tang Gu. Okay, I'll accompany you. On the field, Han Fei narrowed his eyes. Around his body, there were shadows of mountains and rivers surrounding him. He had already activated devil change and agility of wind, and he had already put an energy fruit in his mouth. He wouldn't have the bad habit of these big clan children. Since the other party was very strong, he had to be prepared in case the other party suddenly attacked him and he didn't have the time to react. Chu Kuangren's eyes were cold as he grinned and said with a slightly hoarse voice, I heard, you're also a body refiner? I slaughtered contractual spiritual beasts and absorbed beast spirits. I feel that no one in my generation or Chao Tian's generation can compare to me. However, I'm very curious whether you defeat me or not. Han Fei snorted. Try me then. Buzz. As soon as Han Fei said so, the burly figure appeared in front of Han Fei. The fist mark was scarlet and seemed to be about to collapse the mountain. Shwa. Han Fei flashed, and the invincible fist exploded into a string. Because the speed was too fast, there was a sonic boom in midair. However, Chu Kuangren turned around, clenched his 5 fingers, and punched out. Dozens of golden fist marks exploded, shattering the rubble and raising dust. Just a test made almost everyone's heart skip a beat. What great strength! The insider knew the ropes, while the outsider just came along for the ride. Apart from people like Su Sanqian, there were almost no laymen here. Although Han Fei's invincible fist was shattered, every golden fist mark represented the power of an intermediate law enforcer, terrifying and awe-inspiring. Chu Kuangren grinned. Is this all you've got? Do you think you deserve to claim to be invincible in the law enforcer realm? Roar. Crimson light dissipated from Chu Kuangren's body. He said coldly, You're fast, but can you escape? Boom. Chu Kuangren's speed doubled. Swish swish swish. Han Fei flashed. However, Chu Kuangren seemed to have expected it. His iron fists rumbled as his fist mark shattered the void and shot out a vortex. He wasn't slow either. Agility of wind. Punishing saber. At that moment, a saber appeared in Han Fei's hand, intimidating. At the moment the punishing saber came out, the void cracked as the mark slashed at Chu Kuangren. The broadsword on Chu Kuangren's back suddenly shot out as a bell-like chime. Clang. Rumble. After only one blow, the entire mountain was dented, the rocks were shattered, and the surging waves rose like tides in the sword essence seal. Su Daiji and company couldn't see clearly what was happening inside. Many of the other people who were watching with their perceptions turned pale. Is this the power of an ordinary law enforcer? The power that erupted from the saber and sword just now was comparable to that of a peak-level law enforcer, okay? Han Fei flew back more than 1,000 meters, with blood at the corner of his mouth, and several cracks appeared on his right hand. As for Chu Kuangren, he was sent flying more than 500 meters on the ground. The big sword stabbed into the ground, tearing through the mountain along the way. And there was a blood mark on his chest, with blood flowing out. At this moment, Chu Kuangren's eyes turned scarlet. This was interesting. On the other side, in Han Fei's hand, punishing saber said, Master, this battle is going to be difficult. This guy has the bloodline of an ancient ferocious beast. At this moment, he looks like a humanoid ferocious beast, comparable to a top genius. Although I'm not afraid of him, Master, your spiritual energy and energy might not be enough. Han Fei gritted his teeth and said, Not enough energy? Am I, Han Fei, a person who lacks energy? Today, the only thing I need to do is to kill him. Fuse. At that moment, Han Fei stuffed a peppermint into his mouth and crushed dozens of energy fruits. Cough, cough. The void crack appeared again. As Han Fei's speed was too fast, he seemed to have turned invisible. In an instant, he slashed at Chu Kuang. The latter roared and swept his broadsword across. Clang! 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 At that moment, the effect of the yin-yang divine eyes was brilliant. He slashed out 18 times and slashed 6 times at Chu Kuangren. However, strange black scales appeared on Chu Kuangren's body. Under the incredulous gaze of everyone, he blocked it. Although Chu Kuangren was dripping with blood, he still managed to block it. The two collided with the sword essence seal almost at the same time, causing it to tremble. What shocked Han Fei was that the void lines just now were blocked by a strange spiritual power. This Chu Kuangren had a special treasure that protected his soul. A strange laugh erupted from Chu Kuangren's throat as 2 horns grew on his head. At this moment, the fist mark blasted Han Fei's body, and Chu Kuangren was trading injuries with Han Fei. Rumble. Bang. The two collided with the sword essence seal almost at the same time, causing it to tremble. What shocked Han Fei was that the void lines just now were blocked by a strange spiritual power. This Chu Kuangren had a special treasure that protected his soul. Crack. Boom. The two of them fell to the ground, and the mountain under their feet collapsed dozens of meters, turning into a pile of rubble. Seeing this, Yang Deyu and the others felt their scalps tingle and their eyelids twitched. Chu Jian, from the Chu family, felt his face and his hands tremble. Fortunately, he didn't agree to a life-and-death battle with Han Fei last time. Otherwise, he would definitely be the one to die. This monster was comparable to Chu Kuangren in strength. Li Xian from the Li family felt his scalp tingle. He had guessed that Han Fei should be very strong, but why was he so strong? Jiao Yinling and Li Luoluo were also shocked. Zhang Xuanyu and Lu Renkuang looked solemn. Even punishing Saber couldn't take him down? Luo Xiaobai frowned. She wondered if the Thug Academy didn't have a backup plan. As for Su Daiji and company, they had long been dumbfounded. The mountain had been crushed by their senior brother. Wasn't this power too terrifying? In the dust, golden light fell. It was Han Fei using the divine healing technique. When the dust settled, most of Han Fei's battle suit had been shattered. Bang! Han Fei shook the dust off his battle suit. His body was full of cracks, and he looked like he was about to break at any time. Han Fei's 2 eyes turned one black and one white. He looked so cold that he didn't look human at all, but more like a human-shaped weapon. Chu Kuangren said, "How long can you use energy fruits?" Han Fei stood straight like a swordsman, holding the punishing saber, which was placed on the outside of his right leg. The cold Han Fei suddenly tilted his head slightly and looked at the sky. Buzz. 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 Heavenly fire erupted as terrifying solar essence flames, like pillars of fire, burning the sky, shot straight down. He used void fishing. A pillar of fire descended from the sky, burning the entire mountain. All the vegetation instantly turned to dust. As the sun essence was too domineering, Mu Tianfeng immediately shouted, "Everyone, retreat 30 kilometers." Chu Nanfeng's gaze changed as a result. He was somewhat moved. Has Han Fei gone mad? Perhaps he could resist this terrifying sun essence energy for one Or 2 seconds, but what about 5 or 10 seconds? What would happen after 10 seconds? All the hidden fishers had tears in their eyes. Luo Xiaobai sealed the eyes of Su Daji and the others. Boom. In the sun essence energy, Han Fei was like a man of fire, rushing up. The terrifying power exploded into waves of fire that struck the sword essence. Seal. Within the entire seal, no one could open his eyes at a radius of 20 kilometers. Boom boom boom. Clang, clang, clang. At this moment, no one knew what Han Fei was thinking. You say I don't have any energy? Fine, I'll call for some energy. Let's see who will be the first to collapse. Booms rang out non-stop. With a loud boom, Chu Quanren's back slammed into the sword essence seal, causing the entire seal to tremble violently. Boom. Han Fei's figure slammed into the seal. With a cracking sound, a crack appeared on the sword essence seal. Mu Tianfeng's expression changed slightly. Not good. Before Mu Tianfeng could release his hand, he saw a huge hand wave in the void. The sword essence seal returned to normal. Upon seeing this scene, Mu Tianfeng bowed slightly at the huge hand. It was a venerable. Everyone outside was shocked. Su Yang looked at the figure that was flashing crazily in the sun essence energy. The terrifying saber mark that tore through the void, the figure that collided with the bloody fist mark, and his heart almost jumped to his throat. This is crazy. Su Yang was certain that if Han Fei were to fight him in this state, he would have no chance of winning. He would probably be blasted to death in less than 3 seconds. However, the two freaks inside were still fighting. Most of the time, they were engaging in close combat. As they were too fast, they attacked 100 times every second. The booms never stopped. The sound of the punches hitting flesh and bones snapping left everyone's scalp tingling. After just 8 seconds, intense panting erupted from the sword origin formation. A mountain peak collapsed, and the two of them were buried in rubble. At that moment, the mountain-burning fire was suddenly extinguished. The remnant energy surged like a tidal wave as it drilled into the rubble. The 1,000-meter-tall mountain was now only about 600 meters tall. Han Fei and Chu Quanren were still pressed down somewhere. Bam! All of a sudden, rubble flew everywhere as Chu Quanren bent his back. His entire body was charred. His hair was burned away, and his body was pitch black. A battle suit appeared on his body. With a series of cracking sounds, the charred flesh fell off. Chu Quanren roared, "Come out!" Swoosh! The saber light soared into the sky, and the mountain rocks exploded. Han Fei, wrapped in a cyan battle suit, flashed out of the stone pile. However, everyone could see that one of Han Fei's legs was twisted, and his left shoulder drooped unnaturally. Han Fei stabbed the saber into the ground and grabbed his left shoulder with his right hand. Crack! Crack! Han Fei continued to bend his right leg. Crack! 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 As the divine healing technique fell on him, the charred flesh on Han Fei's body began to crumble. Outside the arena, it was silent. Due to the Venerable's protection, everyone returned to a spot less than 20 kilometers away. Yi Xinyan and company widened their eyes. Is that senior brother Han? He is only a peak hidden fisher. A mountain has been destroyed by the two of them? Gucci gulped. She seemed to have just realized what it meant to join the Thug Academy. She looked at Luo Xiaobai and the others and thought to herself, these seniors aren't weak either. Su Daiji was dumbfounded and even forgot to play the cube. Su Sanqian's heart surged. What is a powerhouse? This is a powerhouse. A Hidden Fissure has the strength of a peak-level law enforcer. Luo Xiaobai and the others heaved a sigh of relief, but their hearts were still in their throats. The two people in the arena were definitely not as relaxed as they looked. If the two